Previously, when Duanling Tian went to Hidden Fog City, he had already obtained most of the ingredients needed to refine the royal-grade spirit weapon. Along with the ink steel, the refining material he had obtained in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure that was left behind by Martial Emperor Qingfeng, he could now refine the royal-grade bow and arrow. I wonder how long I spent cultivating this time. Duanling Tian did not rush to craft the royal-grade spirit weapon. Only after he had walked out of the wooden house and checked the killing formation he had set up in the surroundings that he finally left, feeling at ease. The killing formation was set up when he and the two women built the house previously. The killing formation was potent enough to kill a person below the 7th level Martial Monarch stage. Even if someone above the 7th level Martial Monarch stage but below the Martial Emperor stage entered the killing formation, he would be severely injured if not dead. It was due to the existence of the killing formation that Duanling Tian dared to go to Hidden Fog City to procure the materials needed to refine pills and weapons when the two girls were sleeping that day. Duanling Tian went to Hidden Fog City again. The reason he went to Hidden Fog City was to inquire about the date of the Hidden Fog Martial competition. 40 days later? Soon after, Duanling Tian found his answer. Looks like I cultivated for over a month, Duanling Tian thought to himself. He still remembered when he reconciled with the two women. There were still 2 months and 20 over days left before the Hidden Fog Martial competition began. However, there were only 40 days left now. This meant that a month had gone by. Subtracting the few days he spent in bed with the two women, he had used about a little more than a month to cultivate. After Duanling Tian confirmed the time, he left Hidden Fog City again. On the way back, as though he was reminded of something, he let out a long sigh. The medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill is fully gone now. Currently, the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy was no longer in his dantian. To be more precise, it was completely depleted. Throughout his entire journey, it was all thanks to the rebirth pill that his cultivation speed was able to progress so swiftly. Now that the rebirth pill was gone, he could not help but feel a little dejected. However, his attention quickly shifted to another place. Right now, I've broken through to the Martial Emperor stage, and I can solidify the royal grade weapon fire now. According to the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, it'll be easy for me to refine a royal grade spirit weapon. Duanling Tian was certain about this. The Rebirth Martial Emperor was originally a powerful royal grade weapons craftsman. He who had merged with the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory was equivalent to the reincarnation of the Rebirth Martial Emperor when he refined a weapon. There was no pressure, nor was it difficult for him at all. However, according to the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, he had never refined any bow or arrow that were higher than the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. The best bow and arrow he had refined was only a grade 1 spirit weapon. Even the bowstring of the grade 1 spirit weapon used. Damn it! Then, does this mean the cow tendon from the cow-type void transformation stage demon beast was the bowstring of a mere grade 1 spirit archery set? From the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, Duanling Tian quickly discovered that the cow tendon he had bought to fashion the bowstring was a mere grade 1 spirit archery set's bowstring. There were 3 main components on the bow and arrow. First, the bow must be strong. Second, the arrow must be excellent. To Duanling Tian, these two were not difficult. He just needed to refine them like how he normally refined spirit weapons. Third, the bowstring. Previously, due to the memory of the grade 1 archery set the Rebirth Martial Emperor had refined, Duanling Tian went to buy a cow tendon in Hidden Fog City. He went to more than 10 shops just for the sake of that cow tendon. The cow tendon was not an ordinary cow tendon. It was the cow tendon from a 9th level void transformation stage cow-type demon beast. It was extremely rare. Although there were many 9th level void transformation stage demon beasts, not every part of its body could be used as materials for the bowstring. According to the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, only the cow tendon of a cow-type demon beast or the dragon tendon of a dragon were suitable as materials for the bowstring. The cow-type demon beast could still be found easily. Dragons, on the hand, were beasts with a vague and unreal existence. Naturally, it did not necessarily have to be tendons from a divine dragon. Even those worm dragon that a snake transformed into had dragon tendon in its body too. Although it was slightly inferior, it was still much stronger than the cow tendon. The weakest worm dragon is at the demon monarch stage at least. Those strong ones are at the Demon Emperor stage. Their strength is so powerful that ordinary Demon Emperors can't compare to it. Duanling Tian learned many things from the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. For example, once a serpentine demon beast made a breakthrough to the void transformation stage, it would undergo a transformation and become a pseudo-worm. However, it would still be serpentine in nature. Only when it had broken through to the martial monarch stage, it would transform into a true almighty worm dragon. Only a worm dragon could be considered as a dragon. Naturally, it was only a low-rank dragon. In front of the pressure from a true divine dragon, it was only like an ant. When the worm dragon is at the martial monarch stage, it's called a silverworm. Once it has broken through to the martial emperor stage, it'll undergo another transformation and become the gold worm. Once a WYRM demon emperor transforms into its original state, it'll become a worm dragon that's fully covered in dazzling gold scales. Its dragon horn, in particular, appears as though it's made from gold. Duanling Tian learned all of this from the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. The Rebirth Martial Emperor had gone through 2 reincarnations and had seen the true form of a worm dragon once. It was a silver worm that he encountered at sea outside of Cloud Continent. If I use the Rebirth Martial Emperor's weapon refining experience as a guide, I need to use the cow tendon of a void transformation stage cow-type demon beast to make the bowstring of a grade 1 archery set. To make the bowstring for a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon or a royal grade spirit archery set, I'll need to use the tendon of a demon beast that's at the martial monarch stage at least. Regardless if it's the cow tendon of a cow-type demon beast or the dragon tendon of the worm dragon. The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, he immediately felt a wave of headache. Putting aside how rare the worm dragons were, even a cow-type demon beast at the demon monarch stage or above was extremely rare. During the 2 reincarnations of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, he had only encountered 1 worm dragon. As for cow-type demon beasts at the demon monarch stage or above, he had only encountered 3. Fine. Let's just give it a try first. Duanling Tian felt extremely vexed. He shook his head. He planned to refine the bow first. After that, he would decide if the cow tendon was usable or not. Perhaps the royal grade spirit archery set that I refine can compensate for the complication caused by the grade 1 bowstring. At that time, if it can be considered as a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon after I assemble them, I'll just use it as it is. Duanling Tian made mental preparations. Even if it was only a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, it could be considered as stepping into the threshold of a saint weapon. It would be enough to help him cultivate the saint grade martial tactic, colossal aerolite arrow, that his miserly father left him. After returning to the wooden house, Duanling Tian left again after he took a peek at the 2 women who were still cultivating. Compared to pill refining, weapons crafting would cause a larger commotion, so he needed a larger space. After all, pill refining was carried out in a cauldron. Even if there was a huge turmoil in the cauldron, the calmness of the outer world would not be affected at all. However, weapons crafting was different. SSST. Standing outside the wooden house, Duanling Tian raised a hand. A dazzling golden flame appeared and shone so brilliantly like the blazing sun. It was particularly stunning. The golden flame began to burn wildly, causing the surrounding air to become hot instantly. Gusts of wind blew past and turned into hot air that made one feel like one was in a sea of fire when it swept past. The flame on Duanling Tian's hand was none other than the royal grade weapon fire. It was the royal grade weapon fire that could refine royal grade spirit weapons. The moment the royal grade weapon fire appeared, Duanling Tian's eyes turned solemn immediately. With a lift of his hand, the materials emerged one by one before they were devoured by the royal grade weapon fire one after another. All of the ingredients, including the ink steel that he obtained in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, vanished in the royal grade weapon fire that surged up without warning. The royal grade weapon fire seemed to have transformed into a flaming behemoth that devoured everything into its stomach. Time continued to pass by quietly. An hour quickly went by. This time, beads of sweat began to form on Duanling Tian's forehead. Although he had merged with the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, it was not easy to refine a royal grade spirit weapon. This was true even for the Rebirth Martial Emperor. Duanling Tian would naturally feel pressured. Fortunately, due to the fact that he had completely merged with the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, It was similar to the rebirth martial emperor refining the weapon himself. Due to this reason, it did not pose a problem for him. Another 2 hours had gone by. Finally, it's beginning to melt. Duan Lingtian's gaze was like a torch as he glared fixedly at the royal-grade weapon fire that surged from his hand. At this moment, he could clearly see the last material in the royal-grade weapon fire had begun to melt. The material was none other than the ink steel. The ink steel was a necessity to refine a quasi-royal grade or royal grade spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian found out through the rebirth martial emperor's memory that if he used the quasi-royal grade weapon fire, it would take him 3 days and 3 nights to melt the ink steel. However, it would only take him a few hours if he used the royal grade weapon fire. Under the burning of the royal grade weapon fire, the ink steel finally began to melt. Another hour had gone by, the ink steel finally turned into liquid. With Duan Lingtian's skillful weapon crafting method, the ink steel turned into liquid and merged with the liquid that was formed by the other materials. The following steps were much easier. With the assistance from the royal grade weapon fire, a royal grade spirit bow and arrow began to take form. Another half a day had gone by. The shape of a bow and arrow were finally molded into their final forms under the touch of the tyrannical royal grade weapon fire. When the royal grade weapon fire was extinguished, the bow and arrow gradually descended and fell into Duan Lingtian's hand. Whether it was the bow or the arrow, they were both completely black. No luster could be seen at all. They were as black as ink even under the sun. Neither luster nor reflection could be seen at all. The fact was Duan Lingtian had intentionally crafted it to be like this. The most powerful advantage of a bow and arrow was it could catch the opponent by surprise, particularly in the night. A bow and arrow that could not reflect the moonlight would definitely be the best killing weapon. Although using an arrow to sneak attack someone was not that elegant, one must admit that it was the most effective and direct method. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian deliberately refined the bow and arrow so that it would not shine. The bow and arrow could only display its terrifying power if it caught its opponent off guard. Regardless if it's the bow or the arrow, they're both royal-grade spirit weapons. Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on the bow and arrow that were completely black in color. With a raise of his hand, he infused his origin energy into them separately till a crisp sound resonated from them. Whoosh! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's hand jerked before the arrow shot out. The air from where it swept past turned into a vacuumed space, and when he retracted his hand, it set off a series of thunderous detonation sound. This is my first time crafting a royal-grade spirit weapon, and it already grants a 120% boost. Looks like my ability as a royal-grade weapons craftsman is quite good. Although the heaven and earth energy did not mobilize and solidify into the heaven and earth phenomenon, Duan Lingtian was able to tell the strength of the boost the bow and arrow gave. Whether it was the bow or arrow, both were royal-grade spirit weapons even though they were separate entities. I only need to inscribe the interlinking formation on them now. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He raised a hand and another pile of materials appeared. It hovered in the air as he controlled them using an invisible energy. These materials were for inscribing. He prepared to inscribe the interlinking formation on the bow and arrow that were just made, linking them together like an inseparable pair of mother and child. The interlinking formation was an extremely common inscription formation. Even on Cloud Continent, many people knew how to inscribe the interlinking formation as well. It was usually used on spirit weapons like the archery sets. When the arrow from the spirit archery set that was inscribed with the interlinking formation shot out, he only needed to activate the interlinking formation to summon the arrow back. Naturally, there was a range limit for the interlinking formation. The commonly used interlinking formation on Cloud Continent had a range limit of 100 meters. In other words, arrows that were shot out within the range of 100 meters could be summoned back using the interlinking formation. The arrow would be lost if it flew beyond 100 meters. Due to this reason, very few people on Cloud Continent would use a bow and arrow as a spirit weapon. It would be fine if one could kill an opponent who was more than 100 meters away with only one shot of the arrow. However, if one's shot missed, it would place one in a very dangerous situation if that was the only arrow one had. Moreover, the arrow's force also depended on its quality. Due to this reason, one could not carry too many arrows, just like the royal grade arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand. Even if he finished using the ink steel in his hand, he could only refine 2 arrows at most. Previously, when he went to Hidden Fog City to procure materials, he noticed there were no ink steels even in Hidden Fog City. One could easily imagine how rare the ink steel was. Moreover, the ink steel was a must-have item to refine royal-grade spirit weapons. Fortunately, the interlinking formation in the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory has been upgraded by him. This working range can go up to 500 meters. That's 5 times more than ordinary interlinking formations. Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief when he thought of this. This meant if the arrow that was inscribed with the interlinking formation was within 500 meters, he could easily summon it back with the interlinking formation. However, if it flew past 500 meters, he would have to pick it up himself. If he encountered his enemies certainly would not give him the chance to retrieve the arrow. Due to this reason, unless he had more than 1 arrow in his hand, or if he was confident could kill or severely injure his opponent in just a shot, he would not simply shoot the arrow out, especially if the opponent was more than 500 meters away. Looks like I need to use the remaining ink steel and some other materials to make another 2 arrows for spare just in case. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In that case, he would have 2 more chances to make a blunder within 500 meters. If he was confident he could kill or severely injure his opponent in 3 shots of arrows, he would be able to shoot the arrow to his heart's content even if his opponent was more than 500 meters away. However, once the arrow that's shot out with my force leaves my sight, it would be a problem for me to look for it later. So unless it's absolutely necessary, it's better not to shoot at an opponent who's standing more than 500 meters away. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly when he thought about this. Putting aside other people's arrows, his arrow was a royal-grade spirit weapon after all. He was unwilling to part with it just like that. In the next instant, Duan Ling Tian released his hand and began to inscribe the interlinking formation. Since the Rebirth Martial Emperor had inscribed and set up the inscription formation before, Duan Ling Tian, who had already prepared the materials in advance, easily inscribed and set up the interlinking formation on the bow and arrow. Let's give it a try. After Duan Ling Tian finished inscribing the interlinking formation, he lifted his hand and threw the arrow out. Whoosh! The sharp arrow pierced through the sky as though it was shot out with the bow. Its speed was faster than lightning. Duan Ling Tian did not take his eyes off its trajectory. Just as it was about to leave the 500 meters range limit, Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted before he quickly activated the interlinking formation on the bow in his hand. Whoosh! In just an instant, the arrow turned around and returned to his hand. Again, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand again and threw the arrow out again. This time, he did not activate the interlinking formation on the bow. Instead, he chased after it. When he chased after it, he activated the strength he used to throw the arrow, and he relied on the strength from the boost that the royal-grade spirit bow granted him. This was because the arrow was a royal-grade spirit weapon. If Duan Ling Tian did not do this, he would be able to catch up to the arrow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian's speed was almost similar to the arrow. Their speed was equally matched. However, since the arrow did not have any burst of subsequent energy, its speed gradually decreased. In the end, Duan Ling Tian caught up to it and gripped it in his hand. And to think that I didn't shoot this arrow out from the bow. Duan Ling Tian was clear if the arrow was shot out using the bow with his full strength, he would not be able to chase after it. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian took out the cow tendon he had long prepared from his spatial ring. The cow tendon was from a 9th-level void transformation stage cow-type demon beast. The cow tendon could be directly tied to the bow without the need of any refinement. When Duan Ling Tian was making the bow, he had already made a joggle on the bow for the bowstring. After tying the bowstring on the bow and pulling it tautly, the bow and the bowstring were all in place. The bow was now complete. Now it's time for me to test the bow's power. Duan Ling Tian took the arrow and placed it on the bow. He pulled the bowstring tightly before letting it go. However, just as he infused his strength into the bow and pulled the bowstring back into the shape of a full moon, an unexpected incident suddenly occurred. Snap! A loud and crisp sound echoed as the bowstring snapped. This! Duan Ling Tian was completely stunned when he saw the cow tendon had snapped into 2. When he returned to his senses after a long while, he could only smile wryly. Looks like the cow tendon of a 9th-level void transformation stage demon beast is not enough to become the bowstring of a royal-grade spirit archery set. Moreover, even if I don't use the arrow that's a royal-grade spirit weapon, I can still easily snap it with just my strength alone. After all, it's merely a cow tendon from a 9th-level void transformation stage cow-type demon beast. I didn't think about this before. Duan Ling Tian sighed loudly when he thought about this. Let alone a royal-grade spirit archery set, it looks like I won't even be able to make a quasi-royal-grade spirit archery set before I find a suitable bowstring that fits. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well.
Where should I look for a suitable bowstring then? He was slightly desperate now.
After a long time, Duan Ling Tian calmed himself down and went to Hidden Fog City again. After searching through the entire Hidden Fog City, he still did not find any tendon from a demon beast that was above the demon monarch stage.
There were many other body parts from demon beasts above the demon monarch stage in Hidden Fog City, but not every demon beasts had tendons in their bodies.
It could only be the cow or dragon tendon. So far, he seemed to have only 2 choices. Maybe I should ask Brother Yang. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly thought of Yang Hui, Martial Emperor Ling Xian, the Martial Emperor who brought him to the Hidden Fog Island from Cloud Continent. The moment he thought of Yang Hui, he quickly rushed back to the southern island. With his current speed, he soon arrived at the place where Ling Xian Peak's people had been staying. He instantly began to search for Yang Hui. Brother Ling Tian, YUV broken through to the Martial Emperor stage. The instant Yang Hui laid eyes on Duan Ling Tian, he immediately sensed the changes in Duan Ling Tian. He was certain Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the Martial Emperor stage.
However, he was not completely certain. Although he was at the 4th-level Martial Emperor stage and could roughly sense if a person was at the Martial Emperor stage or not, he was not 100% confident.
Yang Hui was only certain when he saw Duan Ling Tian nodding his head. He immediately congratulated Duan Ling Tian. Congratulations, Brother Ling Tian.
Duan Ling Tian nodded.
Brother Ling Tian, I didn't see you for a period of time. Where have you been? Yang Hui asked.
Previously, he had looked for Duan Ling Tian multiple times, but he did not see him at all.
I was with my 2 fiancés, Duan Ling Tian said honestly.
Fiancés? Moreover, you said 2 fiancés. Yang Hui was shocked. Brother Ling Tian, since when do you have fiancés?
Did you meet them here? Somebody from the Hidden Fog Island. No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. They're my fiancés and my childhood friends. It has been a long time since I last saw them. It did not cross my mind that I would be reunited with them on the Hidden Fog Island. Childhood friends. Yang Hui became even more shocked. He could also faintly guess what happened. Brother Ling Tian, why you mean, your memory has returned?
Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded.
Then does this mean that, why you're originally from the Hidden Fog Island? Yang Hui asked again.
In his opinion, since Duan Ling Tian's childhood friends who were also his fiancés were both on the Hidden Fog Island, then it was very likely the 3 of them were from the Hidden Fog Island. As for how Duan Ling Tian lost his memory and why he showed up on Cloud Continent, he had no explanation for that.
I'm not from the Hidden Fog Island. Duan Ling Tian shook his head.
He understood why Yang Hui came to such a conclusion. He would have come to such a conclusion as well if he was Yang Hui.
No. Yang Hui was stunned. He had a baffled expression on his face. Then your 2 fiancés.
They came here to the Hidden Fog Island together with Martial Emperor Yuhan from Yuhan Valley, Duan Ling Tian replied. Martial Emperor Yuhan? Yang Hui frowned. That crazy woman?
Crazy woman? Duan Ling Tian was astonished and puzzled. Why do you say that? Brother Ling Tian, you don't know her. That Martial Emperor Yuhan is a hypocrite. It's said that more than several dozens years ago, she did not even spare her twin sister in order to obtain the position of Valley Master of Yuhan Valley. The reason she did that was due to her sister's innate ability being better than hers and was supposed to become the successor of the Valley Master of Yuhan Valley. After she had killed her own blood sister, she successfully became the successor of the Valley Master of Yuhan Valley. 20 years ago, the former Valley Master of Yuhan Valley finally died, paving the way for her to become the new Valley Master of Yuhan Valley. Yang Hui explained. Are all these true? Duan Ling Tian's face turned slightly glum as he tried to affirm it. Yang Hui nodded without any hesitation as he continued to talk freely and frankly. This is not a secret to the group of martial emperors and demon emperors on Cloud Continent. She killed her own twin sister? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes, and his face turned even glummer. Although he had a feeling Martial Emperor Yuhan had an ulterior motive for taking Kuer and Li Fei as her direct disciples, he did not expect her to be a lunatic to the extent she even killed her own twin sister. Was there anything a woman like her could not do? Still, you don't have to worry, Brother Ling Tian. As far as I know, although that Martial Emperor Yuhan is crazy, she's usually very good to her direct disciples and doesn't mistreat them. Since your two fiancés managed to become her direct disciples, I believe their innate abilities and comprehension abilities must be more or less similar to yours. Since there's no conflict of interest, I'm sure Martial Emperor Yuhan doesn't harbor any ill intention toward them. Yang Hui quickly reassured Duan Ling Tian when he saw he had instantly turned glum. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although his face became less tensed, it felt like his heart had sunk into a bottomless abyss. Martial Emperor Yuhan might have a conflict of interest with his two fiancés. That conflict might stem from him, or to be more precise, from the rebirth Martial Emperor. He had long suspected Martial Emperor Yuhan knew about the existence of the rebirth Martial Emperor and some of the things regarding him from the legacy passed down from Martial Emperor Han Bing of Yuhan Valley. The 3 lives rebirth technique that the rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated was not a secret to the Martial Emperors and Demon Emperors on Cloud Continent more than 20,000 years ago. That Martial Emperor Han Bing, in particular, knew the 3 lives rebirth technique that the rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated very well. This was also one of the reasons she made a bet with the rebirth Martial Emperor. At that time, the stake was the rebirth Martial Emperor had to teach her the 3 lives rebirth technique if he lost. If she lost, she would have to pass the Han Bing's divine sword technique to the rebirth Martial Emperor. In the end, she lost and had to fulfill her promise. Duan Ling Tian learned about all these from the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. If my speculation is true, that Martial Emperor Han Bing is really a troublemaker. Duan Ling Tian scolded inwardly. If Martial Emperor Han Bing had somehow disclosed the 3 lives rebirth technique that the rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated to her successors through some methods, then that Valley Master of Yuhan Valley, Martial Emperor Yuhan, as one of her successors, must have known about the 3 lives rebirth technique that the rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated and the profound secret behind it. Perhaps she's already ascertained that I'm the 3rd reincarnation of the rebirth Martial Emperor through the message that Martial Emperor Han Bing left behind, and that I was the one who taught the Han Bing's divine sword technique to Kuer. Otherwise, with the innate abilities and the comprehension abilities that Kuer and Little Fei possessed, she would not have noticed them at all, let alone allowing them to become her direct disciples. She's definitely scheming. If Duan Ling Tian felt uncertain previously, he was now completely certain. That Martial Emperor Yuhan was definitely concocting a plot. Brother Ling Tian, where are your 2 fiancés? Have they returned to Martial Emperor Yuhan? Why didn't you bring them here for me to see? Yang Hui asked when he saw Duan Ling Tian lost in his thoughts. Yang Hui's words snapped Duan Ling Tian back to reality. He shook his head. They're cultivating. Oh, that's right. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian's shifted back to the main issue. Brother Yang, do you know where can I find a worm dragon? Worm dragon. Yang Hui was a little astonished when he heard this. Naturally, he knew what worm dragons were. Brother Ling Tian, why are you looking for a worm dragon? I need a dragon tendon, Duan Ling Tian said honestly. Dragon tendon? The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the corner of Yang Hui's mouth twitched subtly. If a worm dragon was stripped of its dragon tendon, it would be crippled. For a worm dragon, the dragon tendon was equivalent to a human spine. It was extremely vital. A human without a spine would be paralyzed and crippled. Due to this reason, there was only one choice if one wanted the dragon tendon of a worm dragon, and that was to kill it. There was no other way apart from this. Brother Ling Tian, I've only heard of people encountering the worm dragons, and I've yet to see one myself. However, I'm certain that there must be a worm dragon somewhere in the deep sea. When Yang Hui reached the end of his sentence, his gaze burned as he looked to the south. At this moment, he was at the southern island of the Hidden Fog Island.
The southern sea region was outside of the Hidden Fog Island's boundary. If one wanted to return to Cloud Continent, one would have to cross the sea region.
Must. Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Hui. I heard many people had encountered worm dragons in the sea on the way to the Hidden Fog Island from Cloud Continent. That's right. Brother Lingtian, you're looking for a dragon tendon, right? Yang Hui said calmly. However, when he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes narrowed as though he had just recalled something, and he asked again for confirmation. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Brother Lingtian, I know a martial emperor on Cloud Continent who once killed a second-level martial emperor stage worm dragon. I wonder if he still has the dragon tendon with him, Yang Hui explained.
Although the worm dragon was the lowest level dragon, it was still a half-dragon no matter what. Due to this reason, its entire body was a treasure. Most ordinary people would keep its body.
At this moment, what Yang Hui was worried about the most was if the dragon tendon was no longer in the hand of that martial emperor. Is he coming to the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian asked urgently as his eyes shone.
Since he was presented with an opportunity to obtain a dragon tendon, he would not let it slip away no matter how small the chance was.
Only after he obtained the dragon tendon would he have a suitable bowstring for his royal grade spirit archery set. At that time, he could finally cultivate the Saint grade martial tactic Colossal Aerolite Arrow.
Ever since he had learned about the almighty force of the Saint grade martial tactic from Wang Ba, he was eager to cultivate the Colossal Aerolite Arrow.
He's here. He came to look for me just 2 weeks ago. Yang Hui nodded. That martial emperor could be considered as his friend.
The moment Yang Hui's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian said urgently, let's go find him then. It was as though he was afraid someone would take the dragon tendon away from that martial emperor.
All right. Yang Hui could clearly sense Duan Lingtian's urgency. Without wasting any more time, he brought Duan Lingtian and left the residence that the Hidden Fog Island prepared for Lingxian Peak. Yang Hui and Duan Lingtian headed south in a straight line.
When they were approaching the sea region of the Hidden Fog Island's southern island, Yang Hui slowed his speed.
Duan Lingtian saw a residence along the coast, and he could not help but ask, that's where he's staying?
To be more precise, it's the place where he and the people he brought are staying, Yang Hui replied.
Soon after, under Yang Hui's guidance, Duan Lingtian saw the martial emperor that Yang Hui told him about. He was an old man who was over 70 years old with white hair and white eyebrows. Although the old man appeared old, he was fit and had a ruddy complexion. His eyes, in particular, shone like stars in the night sky. Behind that old man was a bald, middle-aged man who was clad in tiger skin. When he stood there, he looked like a guardian of the door. His face had a look that could hold back the entire enemy's force. Yang Hui, we just met 2 weeks ago. Is there a reason why you came to look for me? The old man asked. His eyes twinkled as he looked at Yang Hui.
Dong Qiu, indeed I do have a reason for coming to look for you. However, before we get to the main topic, let me first introduce this little brother of mine to you, Yang Hui replied before looking at Duan Lingtian who was by his side. This is Brother Lingtian. After introducing Duan Lingtian to Dong Qiu, Martial Emperor Qiu Li, he explained to Duan Lingtian, Brother Lingtian, this is Dong Qiu. He's also a well-known martial emperor on Cloud Continent. His honorific title is Qiu Li, Martial Emperor Qiu Li.
Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian nodded his head at Dong Qiu as a greeting. However, Dong Qiu did not seem to have any intention of greeting him. Instead, he sized him up from top to bottom before saying nonchalantly, Yang Hui, I thought he's your new direct disciple. I didn't think he would be a friend of yours.
Dong Qiu, although Brother Lingtian is not my direct disciple, the reason he made a trip to the Hidden Fog Island this time is to represent our Lingxian Peak and join the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, Yang Hui replied.
Oh! Yang Hui's words began to rouse Dong Qiu's interest. After studying him a little bit more, his eyes suddenly lit up. Martial Emperor stage?
Duan Lingtian nodded. Yang Hui, I originally thought only Zhou Di alone is at the Martial Emperor stage among the 10 people you brought from Lingxian Peak to join the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. I can't believe you actually hid your light under the bushel and found another Martial Emperor, Dong Qiu mused.
Upon hearing Dong Qiu's words, Yang Hui could not help but preen his feathers proudly. Humph! Even the martial emperor stage is separated into many levels. Right at this moment, he emitted a low grunt. The voice was filled with disdain, and the proud smile that had just appeared on Yang Hui's face froze right away. Yang Hui's gaze instantly landed on the bald, middle-aged man who was clad in a tiger pelt behind Dong Qiu right away. He was the one who had made the remark earlier. Standing there, the bald man was glaring at Duan Lingtian with scorn in his eyes. Dong Qiu. It looks like Little Hu is terribly confident in his own abilities. Yang Hui did not get riled up. Instead, he looked at Dong Qiu with a smirk. Little Hu. Upon hearing the nickname Yang Hui called the bald, middle-aged man, a twitch appeared in the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth immediately. Then, he completely ignored the contemptuous glare of the bald man and started to study him instead. The man had a huge build and was about 2 meters tall with a slipshod demeanor. Yet, such a huge-sized middle-aged man was called Little Hu. Somehow, a grin crept upon the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. What are you smiling at? The moment the bald man who kept glaring at Duan Ling Tian noticed his smirk, he snarled loudly instantly. In the next second, a chilling gaze shot out of his eyes. He seemed to have transformed into a hungry tiger that could pounce on Duan Ling Tian any time before killing and swallowing him. Dong Hu. Finally, Dong Qiu opened his mouth and with a sharp tone, he snapped at the bald, middle-aged man. Haven't you heard your junior uncle? Duan Ling Tian is his friend. Apologize now. Unless he can defeat me. Otherwise, I won't apologize. However, Dong Hu refused to listen. Just as Dong Qiu's face turned grave, Yang Hui smiled faintly and took the initiative to reassure him. Big brother Qiu, as Little's whose master and adoptive father, you watched him growing up and you still don't know his temper? What a misfortune. Misfortune? I'm telling you. Dong Qiu shook his head while sighing. A look of helplessness rose up in his eyes. Then Dong Qiu changed the topic. Younger brother Hui, you didn't come to find me just to introduce brother Ling Tian to me, did you? Big brother Qiu, I came to find you now about the worm dragon that you killed the last time. Yang Hui stated his purpose of coming and asked at the same time. I wonder whether the dragon tendon is still with you or not? Dragon tendon? Dong Qiu was stunned at first. Then, raising his hand, a long strip that looked like a cow's tendon appeared in his hand. It was entirely crimson in color, simple and unadorned. The dragon tendon. The moment Duan Ling Tian saw the strip, his eyes brightened up right away. A glow of delight lit his face up instantly. In just one glance, he could tell that this was the dragon tendon. According to the rebirth martial emperor's memory, he's seen the dragon tendon once, but that particular tendon belonged to a demon monarch stage worm dragon. Although it looks identical to this dragon tendon, its quality is completely different. Because the rebirth martial emperor had seen the dragon tendon before, Duan Ling Tian could immediately distinguish that what Dong Qiu was holding was a dragon tendon. It was the very dragon tendon that he itched to get his hands on. To be honest, despite looking for Dong Qiu the martial emperor Qiu Li there with Yang Hui, he did not get his hopes of obtaining the dragon tendon up too high. However, it had never crossed his mind that Dong Qiu really had the dragon tendon with him and would actually take it out. Big brother Qiu, can you give this dragon tendon to me? Yang Hui's eyes lit up as he directly asked Dong Qiu. Just name your price. We're brothers, so don't you think you're treating me like a stranger by saying those words? I don't have any use for this dragon tendon at all. Since you want it, I can just G-dash. Dong Qiu was just about to say that he was going to bestow this dragon tendon to Yang Hui, but before he could finish, he was already cut off by Dong Hu from behind. Junior Uncle Yang Hui, you may take this dragon tendon. But you must promise me that you'll let me have one round of match with him first. Dong Hu told Yang Hui before staring at Duan Ling Tian with his eyes gleaming brightly. If I'm not mistaken, the reason Junior Uncle Yang Hui came here to ask for the dragon tendon is for your sake, wasn't it? You're smart. Looking at Dong Hu, Duan Ling Tian was a little surprised. He did not expect that the ruddy-looking Dong Hu would actually have such fine observation skills. Humph. Unless you can defeat me, don't even think of taking that dragon tendon away. Dong Hu snorted. His words were full of threat. Are you sure you're the decision-maker? Duan Ling Tian chuckled with a dazzling smile. Dong Hu. Right at this moment, Dong Qiu, who had returned to his senses, snapped loudly with a grave expression. His tone was filled with anger. Big brother Qiu, calm down. Don't let the rage get to you. As Yang Hui reassured Dong Qiu, he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. Brother Ling Tian, since Little Hu wants to have a round with you, just accompany him for a while, will you? Then, he continued to tell Duan Ling Tian via voice transmission. Little Hu has always possessed a great innate ability, but he has never experienced any hardship in his life before. For this reason, his personality is already like that, and he considers everything and everyone beneath him. If it's possible, help us teach him a lesson, would you? Upon hearing Yang Hui's words, Duan Ling Tian nodded his head. The purple robe around his body fluttered loudly in the wind. Since you want to have a go with me, let's do that then. Duan Ling Tian looked at Dong Hu and announced nonchalantly, however, don't cry when you lose, okay, Little Hu? Little Hu. Duan Ling Tian followed Yang Hui's way of addressing him. The moment Dong Hu heard how Duan Ling Tian mocked him, his face turned sour right away. Origin energy soared from his body and caused a vacuum in the surrounding air. In Dong Hu's opinion, the nickname Little Hu was not something just anybody could call him. Only Yang Hui could call him that because he was his senior. Long ago, when his master and Yang Hui were not martial emperors yet, and he was still a little kid, he had already come to know Yang Hui and had been calling him uncle. Yang Hui was at least a decade older than him. Right now, because he did not deliberately take care of his looks, he appeared to be much older than Yang Hui. Since you want to seek for death, I'll fulfill your wish then. I won't have mercy on you just for Uncle Yang Hui's sake. If you can't even defeat me, you're unworthy to become Uncle Yang Hui's friend. Dong Hu snorted as the origin energy from his body blasted out before changing into a multicolored energy. It appeared that he had connected and demonstrated the various profundities that he comprehended. Besides that, the moment his full energy was unleashed, a gigantic axe appeared in his hand too. Whoosh! For such a heavy-set guy, Dong Hu's speed was not slow at all. Despite the burden of his body, it did not seem to affect him at all. In the flash of an eye, he seemed to have transformed into a lightning bolt that charged at Duan Ling Tian. Boom! 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 The area where Dong Hu passed through set off a series of violent and ear-deafening detonations that were thunderous, wreaking havoc on one's heart. From the very beginning till the end, Yang Hui merely stood by the side watching quietly. After Yang Hui had openly given his permission, Dong Qiu did not stop Dong Hu anymore. Of course, it was not only because of Yang Hui's decision, but he was more interested in seeing just how powerful this young man Yang Hui regarded as a friend. Even though a person who was above the martial monarch stage could always retain his youthful vitality, only someone below 70 years old could join the Hidden Fog Martial Emperor. For this very reason, he was certain that this youthful-looking man was not young at all. Huh? Isn't he going to dodge? Very soon, Dong Qiu's eyes narrowed right away when he saw that Duan Ling Tian was still standing rooted in the same spot, even when he faced Dong, who was attacking him at full force with his spirit weapon. It was like he was waiting for Dong Hu to assault him. What's he trying to do? He can't dodge in time. Or is he stunned by my attack? Or is he? Right at the moment when Dong Qiu's mind was flooded with all the possibilities. Whoosh! Dong Hu arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian. With a flicker of the gigantic axe in his hand, a series of thunderous explosions were set off before he brought the axe down directly toward Duan Ling Tian's head. Die! Dong Hu's eyes were gleaming brilliantly with a cold gaze. Without showing any mercy, his axe heaved down in an imposing manner just like how God created the world. As Dong Hu's axe came down on him with full fury, Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense the sharp aura that was racing towards him. If he really was maimed by Dong Hu's axe, he would definitely be hacked into two. He had no doubt about that. At this second, Duan Ling Tian's robe was fluttering loudly in the wind behind his body as though a hurricane was whipping at it. Ha! Seeing how the gigantic axe in Dong Hu's hand just a foot away from Duan Ling Tian, Yang Hui could not help but frown right away. He could not tell what he intended to do. Nevertheless, he had always been confident in Duan Ling Tian's strength. In fact, before Duan Ling Tian made a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage, his strength was already greater than his first direct disciple, Zhou Di's. who was already at the first-level martial emperor stage. Now, Duanling Tian's cultivation base had taken a great stride forward and broken through to the martial emperor stage in one fell swoop. His strength must have been further elevated as well. Even though Dong, who was one of the best among all the first-level martial emperors with a strength that far surpassed his first direct disciple, Zhou Di's, he did not think that it would be possible for Dong Hu to defeat Duanling Tian. However, in the face of the critical moment then, even he itched for him to make his move now before everything was too late. By then, Duanling Tian would definitely be hacked into two.
Stop! Just as Yang Hui was about to make his final move, Dong Qiu shouted out loudly as he advanced forward too.
However, the very moment when he just made his move, he seemed to notice something as he suddenly came to a halt before looking stunned at the scene in the distance with his mouth agape. It was as though he had witnessed something very appalling. At the same time, Yang Hui's body came to a halt too. In the distance, the gigantic axe in Dong Hu's hand had indeed landed, but not on Duanling Tian. Instead, it landed on the sharp arrow that suddenly appeared in Duanling Tian's hand. Clang! Almost at that instant when the gigantic axe and the sharp arrow clashed, a deafening racket echoed in the air.
In the next second, a small mushroom cloud appeared from the epicenter of the impact between the two of them. A horrifying impact wave started to sweep out at once. Boom! 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 Boom!
Wherever the impact wave swept past, the air was crushed to its maximum pressure. Seeing how everything in the surrounding was about to be turned into ashes, Dong Qiu and Yang Hui began to make their moves. With the touch of the two martial emperors, they easily protected everything in the surroundings, including the mansion that Dong Qiu was staying at, the residence that Hidden Fog Island prepared for them, Qiuli Mountain. Qiuli Mountain was Dong Qiu's cultivation place. Even though Dong Qiu and Yang Hui managed to react in time and avoid the tragedy of everything in the surroundings from turning into ashes, the commotion that was caused by the spreading of the impact wave still alerted the other martial emperor's disciples from the Qiuli Mountain.
9 figures soared up to the sky one by one and hovered in the sky as they looked at the epicenter of the impact wave in the distance.
It's senior brother Dong Hu. Soon somebody noticed Dong Hu. Who is that purple-clad young man?
He could actually come to a draw with senior brother Dong Hu. Somebody noticed Duanling Tian as well.
No, it's not a draw. A few of them who had 20/20 eyesight seemed to notice something as they shook their heads. Duanling Tian stood at the same spot after casually taking out his royal grade spirit sharp arrow and blocking Dong Hu's fully exerted attack easily. He looked mockingly at Dong Hu, whose face was completely enraged in red. Do you only have such little strength? Ah! Provoked by Duanling Tian, he shouted out loud without warning. A vast energy skyrocketed from the gigantic axe in his hand. Unfortunately, his strength still did not seem to be able to move the sharp arrow in Duanling Tian's hand at all. The enormous strength was like a pebble that was dropped in the sea. It's an end, Duanling Tian announced nonchalantly with a calm look on. His hand started to make his move. With a flicker of the sharp arrow in his hand, the 5 colored flames running amok on his body suddenly transformed into the shape of a sword before clashing with Dong Hu as though the sword had come out of his body. Bang! A loud bang resonated and Dong Hu's body trembled before being sent flying unexpectedly by the strength that swept out of Duanling Tian's body. Spurt! Barf! As the impact wave swept out to the surrounding once again, the surrounding crowds only saw Dong Hu, who was sent flying up to 100 meters away like an arrow that had left the bow. All the way, he was gushing out blood continuously in a wretched manner.
As for the other person involved, he was standing right there unmoving like a mountain. He did not budge at all from the beginning till the end. How strong! The crowds of Qiuli Mountain's disciples shifted their gaze towards Duanling Tian. With a narrow of their eyes, their hearts were filled with bewilderment.
Dong Hu was the strongest person among the Qiuli Mountain's disciples. Still, such a person had actually been defeated by this strange purple-clad young man. Not only that he was lost in a dexterous way, he has already shown some mercy. Many people could tell this. That guy seems to be Martial Emperor Ling Xian. Very soon, another direct disciple of Dong Qiu immediately recognized Yang Hui, who was standing together with Dong Qiu not far away. Before Yang Hui and Dong Qiu made a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage, they had already been friends for many years. After they had both made a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage and became well-known martial emperors in the Cloud Continent, the friendship between the both of them still remained, and they always dropped by at each other's place for a visit. All the direct disciples under their commands were no stranger to them both. He's Martial Emperor Ling Xian? Then, does this mean that the purple-clad young man is his first direct disciple, Zhou Di? I've long heard before that there's a direct disciple under Martial Emperor Ling Xian, who's also a Martial Emperor too.
Many Qiuli Mountain's disciples whispered to one another. He's not Zhou Di.
I've seen Zhou Di before, and that's not him. Not only that, as far as I know, Zhou Di is no match for senior brother Dong Hu at all. One of the Qiuli Mountain's disciples shook his head. As one of the Martial Emperor's direct disciples under the commanding of Martial Emperor Qiuli, of course, he knew much more than the others. He isn't Zhou Di? Then, he might be a new disciple that Martial Emperor Ling Xian took in, speculated many people by themselves. Haha, Brother Ling Tian, you're amazing. Right at this moment, Dong Qiu laughed out loudly and was not unhappy seeing Dong Hu being defeated by Duan Ling Tian. Not only that, there was a hint of joy in the depth of his eyes as well. It was as though he was happy that Duan Ling Tian defeated Dong Hu.
Dong Hu was too proud, so he had long hoped to subdue his arrogance a little.
This time, Duan Ling Tian had done a favor for him. You flatter me, Martial Emperor Qiuli. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian returned to Yang Hui's side and nodded at Dong Qiu before responding humbly. Little Hu, you've learned your lesson right, haven't you? Looking at Dong Hu, whose injury had made excellent progress after he had consumed a healing medicinal pill,
Yang Hui smiled mockingly as he asked.
Humph. Upon hearing Yang Hui's mock, Dong Hu grunted in a low voice and returned to stand behind Dong Qiu's back obediently again. The gaze that he looked towards Duan Ling Tian again was now filled with hints of dread.
There was still a lingering fear in his heart. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian returned to Yang Hui's side and nodded at Dong Qiu before responding humbly, Little Hu, you've learned your lesson right, haven't you?
At first, he was unhappy that Yang Hui regarded Duan Ling Tian as a friend, and he, on the other hand, was a level lower than them in seniority, so he purposely wanted to provoke the recipient. He wanted to defeat Duan Ling Tian and prove that he was not worthy to become Yang Hui's friend. Who would have expected that despite being full of confidence, he would be defeated in just one blow? Not only that, he could feel that this guy had already shown some mercy on him, otherwise he would have to long be dead. Brother Ling Tian. Right at this moment, Yang Hui passed the dragon tendon that Dong Qiu had passed to him some time ago to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian raised a hand to take it, and his feelings were in a turmoil now. The dragon tendon of a second-level Martial Emperor stage worm dragon.
Soon, clasping the dragon tendon with both of his hands, he stretched it with all his might as though he wanted to make it snap. However, no matter how the sword-shaped flames rose from his body and how he exerted his full strength, the dragon tendon was only stretched a little longer than before. It simply could not be snapped into two at all. Brother Ling Tian, this dragon tendon comes from a Martial Emperor stage worm dragon, so its tenacity is extremely strong. Let alone you, even I wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Dong Qiu, who saw Duan Ling Tian's movement, could not help but chuckle.
That's right, Brother Ling Tian. It's said that the dragon tendon from a Demon Emperor stage worm dragon won't even able to snap a person who is at the peak of the Martial Emperor stage into two. Yang Hui added by the side. Duan Ling Tian nodded, but he could not control the joy that crept upon his face.
If he used such a dragon tendon on the Royal Grade Spirit archery set that he had long prepared, the archery set that was at the Royal Grade Spirit weapon level would be born right away.
In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the archery set that was at the Royal Grade Spirit weapon level would also be called a Saint Weapon. With a Saint Weapon, I'd be able to cultivate the Saint Grade Martial Tactic Colossal Aerolite Arrow right away. Duan Ling Tian's heart was elated with delight. At once, he itched to return home as fast as an arrow. After bidding his goodbye to Yang Hui and Dong Qiu, he hastily left right away. Of course, he did not return to the residential area where the Ling Xian Peak people stayed. Instead, he went back to the wooden house by the northeast of the hidden fog island to take care of the two girls and studied the Saint-grade martial tactic, the colossal aerolite arrow, at the same time. He had long memorized the colossal aerolite arrow in his mind and was not able to forget it. This was a peculiar ability that was gifted to him by his soul. He only needed to infuse his spiritual energy into the saint token that contained the saint-grade martial tactic, and he could immediately memorize the tactic in the saint token directly. Ordinary people would not be able to do that. The colossal aerolite arrow was an arrow technique that had an extremely high requirement of the user's basic technique. Firstly, he would have to master his aim.
However, this was not difficult for Duan Tian. In his previous reincarnation, he was the strongest weapons specialist on Earth. Although he had never used such an ancient long-range weapon like the bow and arrow before, he was not unfamiliar with all the other various firearms.
Not only that, in his previous reincarnation, he had practiced his marksmanship to the highest level. He could easily blast open his target's head with just one shot from several hundred meters away without any aiming device. For this reason, having long excelled in his marksmanship, it would not be difficult to train in the aiming of the bow and arrow.
Just within a day and a night, he had trained himself to hit the target every time without missing.
In this reincarnation, Duan Tian was a born archer. Early morning the next day when the first sun rays hit the ground, the fresh air made Duan Tian shut his eyes in comfort. Although he had not slept for a day and a night, he did not feel any sense of exhaustion at all. When a person reached the cultivation base level that was the same as his, he would barely feel tired even if he did not sleep for a month. Of course, this was only limited to the physical body. His heart would still more or less feel tired. Ha! Suddenly, as though noticing something, Duan Tian raised a brow and looked at the sky instantly.
A group of seabirds was flying in the sky. Whoosh! As the purple robe on his body fluttered, a bow appeared in his hand out of thin air. This bow was entirely black like ink. It was so black that one would lose themselves in it if they looked at it. It was like a deep, bottomless abyss.
There was also a crimson-red bowstring on the bow. The bowstring was as thick as an adult man's thumb. They were the highest quality of art as they matched perfectly with the black bow.
Holding on to the bow with his left hand, he aimed at the group of seabirds that were flying across the sky. Somehow his right hand was already placed near to the bow. The moment his hand reached the bow, an arrow appeared in his hand. That arrow was also entirely black, just like the bow itself. The arrowhead was sharp as it gleamed with a cold brilliance, as if it was able to pierce through everything. Creak! Creak! Somehow, the arrow in Duan Tian's right hand was already placed on the bow. As milky white flames soared up from the right hand that was holding onto the arrow, the bowstring was stretched, but it was not stretched too far behind.
Duan Tian did not intend to do that on purpose, but with just his origin energy alone, he could not pull this bow much further.
This bow was not an ordinary bow. Casting aside all the others, just the bowstring itself was already a dragon tendon from a second-level martial emperor stage worm dragon. It was said that it was an item that not even a powerhouse at the peak of the martial emperor stage could snap into two.
He was just at the first-level martial emperor stage, so it was already considered quite decent for being able to pull it apart slightly with just his origin energy alone. Let's start. With his heart racing, Duan Tian locked his sights on the group of seabirds that were flying across the sky.
The seabirds flew in their flock leisurely, completely not noticing the danger ahead.
1 bird.
2 birds.
3 birds. Go. At that instant, with a jolt in his mind, Duan Tian's right hand that was holding onto the arrow released his grip and allowed the arrow to be shot out. Whoosh! In the span of a lightning bolt, within his sights, the arrow that he shot out transformed into a lightning that swept towards the sky before hitting and piercing through a seabird. After 1 bird was pierced through, the arrow continued to sweep out and pierce the second bird. Then the 3rd bird was shot as well, killing 3 seabirds with a bolt of lightning. Duan Tian had just literally carried out the saying, killing 3 birds with 1 arrow. If anyone who was skilled in using a longbow saw such archery skill, he would definitely be taken by shock. The group of seabirds flying across the sky had initially been moving swiftly. One had to possess advanced archery skills to kill one of them using just a bow and arrow. If one wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 arrow, other than having advanced archery skills, one had to possess strong observation and judgment skills as well. Only then could one kill 2 seabirds with 1 arrow. The requirement would be even higher in the case of killing 3 birds with 1 arrow. The chance of the 3 swift-moving seabirds forming a straight line would happen in the blink of an eye. Killing 3 of them in one shot in just that blink of an eye would no doubt be even more difficult. It would be far greater than the challenge of killing 2 birds with 1 arrow. Dragon soaring the 9 heavens. Somehow, Duan Ling Tian's body charged out and seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon that soared through the 9 heavens. As he suddenly came to a halt, the bodies of the 3 seabirds appeared in front of him and hovered in the air as they were lifted by an invisible energy that allowed him to study them. Darn, I missed a little. After glancing at the 3 dead seabirds, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have noticed something. With a shake of his head, he sighed regrettably. The reason he sighed was how the 3 birds had died. 2 of the birds had their left eyes pierced while the last had its throat stabbed. His lament about missing his mark a little was due to how the last seabird had died differently from the first 2. When Duan Ling Tian first made his move earlier, he originally wanted to pierce through the 3 seabirds' left eyes and kill them with 1 arrow. Right now, although they were dead, the cause of death of one of the seabird was very different from what he had previously imagined. For this very reason, he was very unsatisfied. If someone else had been there, he would be rendered speechless after knowing what was going through Duan Ling Tian's mind right then. Being able to hone his archery skills to such a level in just the span of a day could be deemed utterly shocking. Yet he was still unsatisfied. Was that not a little too much? Of course, this was also because nobody knew about Duan Ling Tian's past. Had they known about the life of Duan Ling Tian's past reincarnation on Earth as a weapon specialist, they would not have thoughts like that at all. During his past reincarnation, his marksmanship was the best in the entire planet Earth. The meaning of the 6 words, the strongest weapons specialist on Earth, was in no way a joke. Other than having a horrifying personal combat ability, Duan Ling Tian's marksmanship was also now at a level that would make anyone panic-stricken if they heard about it. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian had really high expectations of himself. The archery set is still a little behind the firearms. If it were the firearms that I used on Earth, I'd have faith in piercing their left eyes in 1 shot, as long as the force is strong enough. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his heartbeat quickened. However, he was not dejected because of that. Quickly, he submerged himself in cultivating his archery skill again until he forgot about the time. Another day passed. Again, he attempted shooting 3 birds with 1 arrow. However, this time he precisely shot the 3 seabirds' left eyes with 1 arrow and completed the mission that he had set for himself. Ever since then, Duan Ling Tian had completely mastered his archery skill. Right now, it's time for me officially cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow. The moment he thought of this, his feelings turned into turmoil right away. However, before that he suddenly recalled something. Bastard, is there any particular thing that I need to pay attention to when I cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic? Opening his mouth suddenly, Duan Ling Tian asked Wang Ba, or to be more precise, Wang Ba's soul, who had been residing in his body. Wang Ba said that he used to be a Saint stage powerhouse in the Dao martial Saint land. Therefore, he had tons of questions to ask Wang Ba since it was his first time cultivating the Saint-grade martial tactic. However, Wang Ba did not respond. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Soon, as a light bulb went off in Duan Ling Tian's mind, he suddenly seemed to recall something. At the same time, with a jolt, the vast spiritual energy that gathered quietly deep in his mind suddenly became agitated. Boy, do you want to squeeze me to death? Just as the spiritual energy spread out according to Duan Ling Tian's control, an exasperated voice entered his ears right away. It was Wang Ba. I'm letting you out now, aren't I? Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. Boy, don't you think you owe me an explanation? Where's the respect for my dignity here by just sealing me off using your spiritual energy without any reason? Wang Ba scoffed in a deep voice. Dignity? Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged as he asked calmly. Do you still even have that now? Anyway, don't tell me that you don't even know why I used my spiritual energy to seal you off in the first place. Humph. Wang Ba snorted coldly. Boy, you underestimate me too much. I've lived for so many years, and what kind of woman haven't I seen before? Do you really think I'd take a peek at you and those 2 girls having sex? Wang Ba still clearly remembered that the last time when he was sealed by Duan Ling Tian using his spiritual energy, it had been in that wooden house that he had built together with the two girls nearby. As for the reason why he had done so, well, having gone through a lot in his life, he could easily guess the reason. It was none other than worrying that he would take a peek at their sexual lives. Who knows? Duan Ling Tian answered nonchalantly. You said so yourself before. You're a devil cultivator. Just the name devil cultivator doesn't sound that pleasant already.
You. Upon hearing this, Wang Ba became enraged immediately. Better be mentally prepared. In the future, I'll still use my spiritual energy to seal your soul off if there's a need, Duan Ling Tian continued.
He did not want Wang Ba to watch the fun when he was having sex with the two girls. Perhaps Wang Ba might have been a saint stage powerhouse once, but right then, his soul that was lodging in his body was extremely weak. Duan Ling Tian could easily use his spiritual energy that had reached the martial emperor stage to suppress it. Boy, you'll come to regret it. How dare you treat a saint stage powerhouse like that? Wang Ba's tone was full of dissatisfaction. Keep talking and I'll seal you off now. Duan Ling Tian threatened Wang Ba, causing him not to dare to say a single word more. As the saying went, one must bow down to circumstances. He had no choice but to swallow the humiliation silently.
Soon, Duan Ling Tian recalled the main objective and asked, "Oh yeah, the reason I let you out is to ask you if there's anything that I should pay attention to when I cultivate the saint-grade martial tactic."
Just like that, with Wang Ba's help, he began to cultivate the saint-grade martial tactic Colossal Aerolite Arrow officially, and got ready to attend the Hidden Fog martial competition that was about to come. Of course, in this period of time, he had done some other things as well, such as refining pills. Or to be more precise, using the Demon Emperor's Beast Core to refine pills. Other than the Stygian Scale Bear's Beast Core that he had obtained the last time, he had also purposely gone to search for a few live targets in the sea when he was cultivating the Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Because of that, he had obtained a few other Demon Emperor's Beast Cores. To him, there was not much difficulty in refining the pills using the Demon Emperor's Beast Cores. Furthermore, the pill forming rate was pretty high too. However, due to the reason that those Demon Emperors that he killed were of a lower level, the pills made from their Beast Cores did not provide him much elevation in his cultivation base.
However, despite that, they did indeed bring great improvement to Li Fei and Kur.
The Demon Emperor's Beast Core was originally the crystallization of the Demon Emperor's entire origin energy. After Duan Ling Tian had refined them into pills, the medicinal efficacy became easy to be absorbed.
Therefore, the cultivation base of the two girls improved rapidly as they advanced at a tremendous pace before the Hidden Fog martial competition took place.
As the Hidden Fog martial competition was getting near, the atmosphere on the Hidden Fog Island started to change too.
On the southern island, a person appeared on top of a spacious mansion and was glaring intensely at a woman waiting there before asking in a deep voice, "Are those two girls still not yet back?"
"Yes, they aren't back yet." The woman nodded. She was none other than Su Rong, Yuhan Valley's first senior sister.
As for the other person who had asked her in the deep voice, it was none other than Martial Emperor Yuhan.
"It looks like the two girls seem to have forgotten about me after they have their fiancé." As Martial Emperor Yuhan reached the end of her sentence, her voice turned cold right away. At the same time, a sharp ray gleamed deep in her eyes.
"The Hidden Fog martial competition will start in another 10 days, and they're actually not back yet." Frowning, Su Rong asked, "Master, should I go look for them?"
"Go." Martial Emperor Yuhan nodded. Immediately, Su Rong proceeded to leave. As though she had transformed into lightning, she disappeared before the eyes of Martial Emperor Yuhan after burying herself in the fog not far away. 7 days later, at the mansion that the Ling Xian Peak people were staying. Why isn't Brother Ling Tian back yet? There are only 3 days left before the Hidden Fog martial competition officially starts. Yang Hui, Martial Emperor Ling Xian, who found out that Duan Ling Tian was still not back yet, frowned slightly. I wonder where he's gone. Had I known about this earlier, I should have asked where he was heading to when he left after he took that dragon tendon. Now just great. I can't find him at all. Yang Hui felt helpless. Master, there are 3 days more. Junior Uncle Duan will definitely be back. Zhou Di reassured from behind Yang Hui.
After knowing that Duan Lingtian had severely injured and defeated Dong Hu from Qiuli Mountain in just one blow, Zhou Di, who was the martial emperor's first direct disciple under Yang Hui's command, had another new perspective of him. At the same time, since his master had called Duan Lingtian brother, he viewed Duan Lingtian as his senior uncle. Hopefully, upon hearing Zhou Di's reassurance, Yang Hui nodded. 1 day, 2 days. Another 2 days had gone by. Tomorrow would be when the Hidden Fog martial competition by the Hidden Fog Island started. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 swift figures swept out from the northeast of the Hidden Fog Island, and not long after that, they arrived at the southern island and continued to head toward a particular direction at a breakneck speed. Soon, 3 people appeared before a spacious mansion. Junior Uncle Duan, you're finally back. The moment the 3 of them had just stabilized themselves, a voice resonated not far away. It was a voice that was filled with an inexplicable sense of excitement. Junior Uncle? At once, among the trio, the 2 ultimately beautiful women turned around to stare at the handsome young man standing in the middle with a confused look on their faces. Zhou Di, the handsome young man who was dressed in purple, looked at the person who was walking towards them. That purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian. Because of the way Zhou Di called him, he took a long time before returning to his senses. Is Brother Yang here? Haha, Brother Lingtian, you're finally back. Before Zhou Di could respond, a hearty laughter resonated in time. In the next instance, a young man appeared from not far away and stood there. It was none other than Yang Hui, Martial Emperor Ling Xian. These 2 must be the sisters-in-law, aren't they? Brother Lingtian, you really are lucky. Soon, Yang Hui gaped at the 2 girls beside Duan Lingtian, and his eyes were filled with shock. Even though he had traveled the length and breadth of half his lifetime, he had rarely seen many women that were as beautiful as them. Following Duan Lingtian's introduction, Yang Hui and the 2 girls beside him greeted one another. Since they both knew about each other's presence, they were not surprised at all. Brother Lingtian, don't these 2 sisters-in-law need to go back to Martial Emperor Yuhan? After all, they're here to represent Yuhan Valley, Yang Hui asked. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Since he had already suspected that Martial Emperor Yuhan was actually plotting a scheme, of course, he would not let the 2 girls walk right back into the tiger's mouth. Apart from that, after being separated from the 2 girls for so long, he was not willing to part with them again. Right then, how he itched to tie these 2 girls to his side. Humph. Just as Duan Lingtian shook his head, a cold snort resonated from all everywhere. One could roughly tell that it was a woman's voice, and it was filled with fury. Just as Duan Lingtian frowned, horror dawned on Yang Hui, Li Fei, and Kur instantly. Apparently, they could tell who the owner of this voice was. Not long after that, Duan Lingtian saw a person materialize out of nowhere nearby. A woman stood right there and gave him a sense of inexplicable pressure that rose from the bottom of his heart. Right then, the woman was staring at him fixedly with a gaze that was as sharp as a knife. Was it you who kidnapped my 2 direct disciples? Without warning, the woman asked nonchalantly, and at the same time, she took a stride forward. The moment she advanced, the air in front of the woman instantly was sucked into a vacuum. An invisible energy gathered together and swept out directly towards Duan Lingtian. Boom! Without any hesitation, the origin energy skyrocketed from Duan Lingtian's body at the same time before transforming to become a 5-colored flame that finally solidified to become the shape of a sword. At that instance, as his gaze turned cold, the 5-colored flame in the shape of a sword gushed out of his body and seemed to transform into a gigantic sword before charging towards the invisible energy. That invisible energy came from the woman. It was not really invisible, but instead, this woman could control this energy completely and even concealed it. From this display, one could also see that the woman had not unleashed her full energy. If she did, she would not have the time to conceal the energy that she cast. Watch out! Horror dawned on Yang Hui right away. When he realized what was going on, it was already too late for him to act as savior. At the same time, when the energy on his body soared as he flew swiftly towards Duan Lingtian, he yelled out loudly in warning. Bang! Before Yang Hui arrived, Duanling Tian's almost fully exerted strength, without the use of any spirit weapon, had already clashed with the woman's invisible energy and produced a loud bang.
"Master, please have mercy." It was this loud crash that snapped Li Fei and Kuer into reality. As horror dawned on their delicate faces, they hastily pleaded that woman for mercy. That woman was Martial Emperor Yuhan, who had come from Yuhan Valley of the Cloud Continent. She was also Li Fei and Kuer's master by name. However, when Li Fei and Kuer shouted out before they could wait for Martial Emperor Yuhan's response, a vast, enormous force had already swept out to every direction, and at the same time, it also impacted them. At once they were sent flying, and it was only after several dozen meters away that they finally came to a halt. This enormous energy came from the impact wave which was produced from the clash of Duanling Tian's energy with Martial Emperor Yuhan's. It continued to sweep out in all directions in an impetuous manner. In the end, there was finally a result after the two jets of energy clashed with each other. Just as Duanling Tian could feel that his energy was being crushed by Martial Emperor Yuhan's energy, her voice resonated in his ear via voice transmission as expected from the third reincarnation of the rebirth Martial Emperor. "Unfortunately, you're still no match for me now." Before Duanling Tian could give it much thought, his energy had already been completely crushed by Martial Emperor Yuhan's energy. In the next instance, her energy burst out toward him as though she was crushing dried leaves. Boom! As expected, Duanling Tian was sent flying with a blast. While he flew through the air, all he could feel was as though his entire body had gone limp. Even his consciousness was in a blur now. He felt like he was unable to snap awake for a long time. It was only when his body slammed on the ground viciously with a bang that he finally snapped back to reality and returned to his senses completely. It was so painful that he had to grit his teeth. His organs were almost shattered entirely then. He knew that Martial Emperor Yuhan had already shown some mercy. Otherwise, he would have already been dead. This Martial Emperor Yuhan must be at least at the 5th level Martial Emperor stage. With a jolt of his heart, Duanling Tian speculated to himself. Boom, 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 boom. Just as Duanling Tian was gripped by shock over Martial Emperor Yuhan's strength, a series of loud booms reverberated by his ears. When he lifted his head up with great difficulty, he realized that Yang Hui had appeared in between him and Martial Emperor Yuhan to protect him and was locked in a battle with her now. In just the blink of an eye, Duanling Tian had just taken out a royal-grade resurrection pill and swallowed it. Then, he noticed that Yang Hui was already in a disadvantageous position, and he had no choice but to take out his spirit sword that he always kept by his side. Yet, even with his spirit sword, Yang Hui could only come to a draw with Martial Emperor Yuhan. Scoundrel! Young master! Right at that moment, Li Fei and Kuer had already come to Duanling Tian's side and were looking at him with a worried expression, particularly Kuer, whose tears were threatening to fall now. In the distance, Zhou Di and the group of Ling Xian Peak's disciples, who heard the commotion, were all dumbfounded with their mouths agape. Many people were muttering in a stunned daze. Who is that woman? Without using any spirit weapon, she actually came to a draw with Lord Martial Emperor who's using a spirit weapon? Is she a powerhouse from the hidden Fog Island? She's Martial Emperor Yuhan, Zhou Di answered with a wan face. Martial Emperor Yuhan. Upon hearing Zhou Di's words, horror dawned on the crowd right away. Of course, they knew who Martial Emperor Yuhan was. She could be said to be the top 3 among the group of well-known martial emperors in the Cloud Continent. Although she was a woman, she was a superwoman who was even greater than any male. Just as many people thought that Martial Emperor Yuhan would take her spirit weapon out and defeat Yang Hui in a blow, she suddenly yelled coldly with a voice that was so cold that it was bone-piercing, "Heaven and earth wipe out." When she opened her mouth, the 100-meter radius around him instantly seemed to have transformed into a world of ice and snow. Many people whose cultivation base were low felt so chilly they kept shuddering. This included Li Fei and Kuer as well. However, as their origin energy proceeded to cover their bodies, they were no longer affected by it. She has actually cultivated her Han Bing's divine sword technique to the highest level. Upon hearing Martial Emperor Yuhan's voice and witnessing her actions, horror dawned on Duanling Tian right away. Instantly, he stood up without any hesitation. Ha! Seeing him stand up suddenly like an uninjured person, Even Li Fei and Kuer, whose attention were on him, were taken aback right away.
They had seen his injuries clearly. Even if he consumed the grade 1 life recovery pill, he would need a few days of rest before he could recover. However, now only a span of a few breaths had gone by and he had already recovered?
Of course, the reason the two girls were taken by shock was that Duanling Tian did not have time to tell them about the royal grade resurrection pill yet. Whoosh! After he stood up, Duanling Tian immediately took out his royal grade spirit archery set without any hesitation.
One hand held onto the bow while the other gripped onto the arrow. 5 colored flames continued to spurt out like sharp swords that were gushing out as they gathered in his hand.
Creak! At that instant, the bowstring on the bow in Duanling Tian's hand was pulled into a full crescent shape before gushes of 5-colored energy merged into the bowstring.
At once, a series of colorful lightning bolts appeared around the bowstring. Every time these lightning bolts moved around, they were like sharp swords that charged out as they radiated brilliant lights.
Whoosh! 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 Right at that moment, a whistle reverberated across the entire sky. It was the sword rays which was filled with a boundless chilling energy transformed from martial Emperor Yuhan that was sweeping out towards Yang Hui.
In this process, the boundless sword rays gathered together midway and transformed to become a gigantic sword that gave off a series of chilling energy.
There was a peculiar gap at the tip of this gigantic sword. Soon, with a flick of the gigantic sword, the gap at the tip of the sword pointed towards Yang Hui as though it was taking aim. Shit! Yang Hui's eyes narrowed right away as horror dawned on him.
Right then, other than sensing that he was being targeted, he felt that even the space by his side seemed to be locked on by a destructive energy.
This feeling almost gave him despair. He could smell the scent of death now. Without any hesitation, Yang Hui's energy fully exploded from his body. Relying on the energy boost of his spirit sword, he tried to escape from the energy that was locked onto him.
However, soon he realized that no matter how he dodged, that energy that targeted him was still stuck to him. There was nowhere he could turn to at all.
This crazy woman actually has such a technique. Looks like I, Martial Emperor Ling Xian, will perish by her hand today. Right at this moment, Yang Hui also realized that he could no longer escape. With a heavy sigh in his heart, all his hopes were dashed to pieces. Perish! As Martial Emperor Yuhan opened her mouth and said nonchalantly, a small dot of light suddenly appeared on the gap of the gigantic sword's sword tip that was aiming towards Yang Hui. The moment the dot of light appeared, it was like a scorching sun that was extremely dazzling.
However, unlike the heat from the scorching sun, the little dot emitted gushes of terrifying chilly aura instead, causing the people present at the scene who had a cultivation base below the Martial Emperor stage to feel like as though they were now naked in a world of ice and snow.
At this moment, in their minds, terror rose from their souls. Heaven and earth wipeout.
The little dot of light was the result of the Heaven and Earth Wipeout, the most powerful sword skill on the Cloud Continent, the Hanbing's divine sword technique. As soon as the skill was performed, the small light would explode into a cloud of light dust in the sky and bluster all over the place.
Any living thing that came in contact with the light dust would have its existence wiped out from the world.
The little spotlight contained an extreme chill. As soon as it exploded, anything that it grazed would turn into an ice sculpture immediately.
Almost at the same time, the power of the explosion that came from the light would crush the ice sculptures completely. Clang! As the spotlight was getting brighter and about to explode, a heavy clang reverberated. The loud echo hurt most of the spectators' ears. That's impossible! Before most of them could respond, they heard Martial Emperor Yuhan scream. It drew their attention while making them snap back to their senses. Where did the light go? At that moment, many of them noticed that the little spotlight that formed at the tip of Martial Emperor Yuhan's giant sword had vanished. It had disappeared without any trace. Nobody knew where it went. Bang! Although the dot of light had disappeared, the energy charge from the giant sword that aimed at Yang Hui landed on him eventually and shot him out forcefully. He braced the attack because he was unprepared following the impression that he was going to be killed.
Otherwise, he could have easily blocked that attack.
Fwa!
Yang Hui spat a big mouthful of blood out as expected after the attack. His face turned pale and his body was unstable.
It was clear that the injury he had suffered was significant.
He regained some color in his pale face after consuming a healing medicinal pill.
Bang! A deafening explosion came from far away at that moment. It was the little spotlight that had detonated far away. As the epicenter, everything within the range of 100-meter radius turned into a white ocean. However, the white ocean faded with the wind as if it had never appeared.
The heaven and earth wipeout ended just like that, destroying no one. At that moment, Duanling Tian activated his interlinking formation and recalled the arrow that deviated from the little spotlight.
Martial Emperor Yuhan finally trained her eyes on where Duanling Tian was located at the same time. The black lightning bolt that even she could not capture earlier had originated from the same direction.
As Martial Emperor Yuhan was taking a careful look at the surroundings and nearly laid her eyes on Duanling Tian, her pupils shrunk all of a sudden as if she had just noticed something. She looked up high above the sky in the next second.
Martial Emperor Yuhan seemed to have detected something at that very second. She asked loudly while staring solemnly, "Who's that?"
Duanling Tian, who thought that Martial Emperor Yuhan had found out about what he had done earlier, was shocked to find out that she was craning above his head instead of noticing the royal grade spirit archery set in his hand.
From what Martial Emperor Yuhan said, there seemed to be someone over there.
At that moment, Duanling Tian put the royal grade spirit archery set in his hand away and looked above his head where everyone was focusing.
Someone was standing there.
It was an old man in a fiery red robe. He stood there as if he blended with heaven and earth, so it was difficult even to notice him.
Nobody knew when he had appeared. Everyone experienced goosebumps as nobody, including Duanling Tian, had noticed that he was there earlier.
If the old man was to kill them, there might not be any survivors, so they felt fortunate that they were still alive. Who exactly are you? Why are you interrupting us? Martial Emperor Yuhan glared fiercely at the old man and asked in her deep voice.
Duanling Tian was shocked to hear what Martial Emperor Yuhan said. Even Li Fei and Kuer were stunned.
Did Martial Emperor Yuhan think that it was the old man who had blocked the heaven and earth wipeout sword skill that she had performed earlier?
In reality, it was Duanling Tian who had done so.
He knew that for a fact very well, as he was the one who had done it.
Meanwhile, Li Fei and Kuer had been by his side all this time. They witnessed everything from the beginning until the end, starting from Duanling Tian retrieving the royal grade spirit archery set to him, pulling the bow and shooting the arrow at lightning speed.
Martial Emperor Yuhan did not manage to see the royal grade spirit archery set in Duanling Tian's hand. Otherwise, she might not have misunderstood the situation.
Naturally, she would never believe it unless she witnessed it with her own eyes. She had tested Duanling Tian's ability earlier and knew that it was impossible for his insignificant ability to stop the heaven and earth wipeout sword skill that she had aimed at Yang Hui. However, what she was unaware of was that apart from the royal grade spirit weapon, Duanling Tian had cultivated a saint-grade martial tactic. When he attacked earlier, he had performed the saint-grade martial tactic Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Although he had just begun cultivating and was considered to only be at the preliminary stage, the power that he displayed was already beyond comparison to a heaven-rank advanced martial skill at peak level.
Facing the ferocious Martial Emperor Yuhan, who commanded in her deep voice, the old man in the red robes merely glanced at her and responded, "You leave."
He did not seem to care about her in the very least.
"Sir, it seems that you're sticking your nose in our business." Martial Emperor Yuhan glared at the red-robed old man while a cold gleam flashed in her eyes.
The old man ignored her this time. "All right, okay. Since I'm nothing to you, I'd love to see if you have the ability to interrupt my business." Martial Emperor Yuhan smiled despite her rage and dashed toward him at the same time. She was so fast that she seemed to vanish in thin air before everyone. As things were moving fast, most of them thought that they were being treated to an intense fight, so they were excited. However, nobody expected what happened next. Bang! A loud thud echoed and a majestic shockwave swept towards all directions. It was overwhelming, causing many of them who had a low cultivation base to stagger a few steps back. Not only that, many trees nearby were uprooted one after another too. However, nobody had the time to care about all that.
What? They stared blankly at Martial Emperor Yuhan, who was shot out like an arrow leaving its bow, disbelief written all over their faces. In just one blow, Martial Emperor Yuhan was shot out. Indeed, it was a messy defeat. At that second, everyone shifted their attention to the old man. He stood there with fiery red flames crackling on his body. Energy of various colors billowed around the fiery red flame, but they were insignificant.
Who exactly are you? Martial Emperor Yuhan spat a couple of mouthfuls of blood out. She looked at the old man again after consuming a healing medicinal pill and regained color on her pale face. But there was evident fear in her eyes now.
The old man had attacked her before she could even react earlier.
During the attack, all she could feel was a gush of unstoppable energy coming at her. She flew out when the energy landed on her.
I don't want to repeat what I said, spoke the old man again, his tone colder this time.
All of a sudden, Martial Emperor Yuhan had a drastic change of expression and dared not stay any longer. Soon, she turned to Duanling Tian with reluctance in her eyes. She was so close to taking the rebirth Martial Emperor's third reincarnation with her.
It seemed like she had to look for another opportunity to do so some other time.
Before leaving, Martial Emperor Yuhan glanced at Li Fei and Kur casually. From the hostility in their eyes, she realized it was impossible for both of them to leave with her.
She did not mind that, as the two ladies were just tools to her. To be accurate, they were tools to lead her to the rebirth Martial Emperor's third reincarnation.
Now that she had found the rebirth Martial Emperor's third reincarnation, they were worthless to her.
Whoosh! Quickly, Martial Emperor Yuhan disappeared in front of Duanling Tian and the rest. Everyone was relieved.
At that moment, they looked at the old man in unison. Thank you, Senior. Yang Hui thanked the old man immediately, just like Martial Emperor Yuhan who had just left. He did not realize that it was Duanling Tian who had engaged at the critical moment. The other 9 people from Ling Tian Peak, including Zhou Di, thought the same too. The old man in the red robes responded to Yang Hui's gratitude with a slight nod. Subsequently, he left after taking a glance at Duanling Tian and the 2 ladies beside him, disappearing without a trace.
He appeared like a gust of wind and left the same. Many of the Ling Xian Peak disciples exclaimed, "Supreme."
That's right. Only such a powerhouse deserves to be called a supreme. They were still a little shaken by what happened earlier.
He performed a Saint-grade martial tactic earlier. Just when Duanling Tian was trying to figure the identity of the old man, Wang Ba's voice came to his ears. His voice was filled with affirmation. Saint-grade martial tactic?
Do you mean the senior earlier? Duanling Tian was stunned. That's right, Wang Ba confirmed. Although the Saint-grade martial tactic that he performed just now wasn't as good as the one you're cultivating, it has a significant impact too. His ability isn't that much more powerful than Martial Emperor Yuhan's. However, since he cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic, he could have annihilated her in one blow. Wang Ba proceeded to promote the Saint-grade martial tactic. If Duanling Tian had been skeptical of the Saint-grade martial tactic in the past, his doubts were lifted now. The Saint-grade martial tactic Colossal Aerolite Arrow that he cultivated had just revealed its power on a level that went beyond his imagination.
Young master, is it still painful? Kua carefully looked at Duanling Tian with concern written all over her face.
Li Fei was even more straightforward and began to touch Duanling Tian's body all over, checking for injuries. Behind the clouds high above the sky, the old man in the red robes was there. He did not leave, standing there while watching everything that was happening beneath. We're leaving now. Are you really not going to see him? The old man turned around and looked at a breathtaking lady who was also dressed in red.
Her looks were on par with Li Fei and Kur's. I'm afraid. I might not want to leave if I meet him, sighed the lady in red softly, her eyes as gentle as flowing water. She had her eyes on Duanling Tian, who was beneath the clouds. He might not want me to leave.
Humph. That brat has ladies on both of his sides now. I'm afraid he's forgotten all about you, scoffed the old man.
The lady smiled faintly. I've finally seen his 2 fiancées. They're as outstanding as he said. No, they're more outstanding than what he told me.
The old man suddenly said, You can stay if you regret your decision. I'll inform them for you. If I regret my decision, they might think you're fooling them and even kill you. If you're dead, they'll take me away eventually. By then, I might drag him into this. The lady shook her head. If the ending's the same, I don't see the point of creating unnecessary drama. She was eager to see Duanling Tian. However, She knew that now was not the best time. Big brother Duan, do you know, I, Tian Wu, have restored my memory. The lady thought to herself. She was Feng Tian Wu, who had been taken away back at the lost stone forest of the Cloud Continent. The person who had taken her away was the old man in the red robes next to her, Chihua. Lady, the difference between the Saint Land and here, or even the Cloud Continent, is like heaven and earth. If you leave now, who knows when you'll see him again? Chihua sighed. We'll meet one day, Feng Tianwu said, feeling a strong affirmative instinct. Even if she left this time, she knew she would meet this man of her dreams again. Let's go, Feng Tianwu said, and subsequently she seemed to have transformed herself into a ball of flames. She flew away and vanished in the sky. Then Chihua followed her closely. Before Feng Tianwu left, a tablet fell from where she had been earlier. She had intentionally left it behind. Ancient words that were difficult to decipher filled the tablet. Most importantly, the edge of the tablet was chipped. Whoosh! The tablet fell at an accelerating speed which alerted Duan Lingtian and the rest. Everyone looked at the sky one after another. A glance was enough for them to notice the falling tablet and their jaws dropped. What's happening? I've seen rain, snow, and even hail, but it's a tablet this time. A Ling Xian Peak disciple gulped hard with disbelief in his eyes. It was the first time in his life witnessing a tablet falling from the sky. A Devil Seal tablet. As everyone was stunned by what was happening, including Martial Emperor Ling Xian Yanghui. Recognizing the tablet, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. It was the Devil Seal tablet. Humph! Kid, the Devil Seal tablet's fake. In his excited stupor, before Duan Ling Tian could figure the reason the Devil Seal tablet was falling from the sky, Wang Ba's voice was heard. It was like a cold, wet blanket being thrown at him and jolting him. It's fake. Filled with suspicion, he leaped into the sky and caught the Devil Seal tablet. It really is fake. He recognized that the Devil Seal tablet was fake the second he caught it. After all, the Devil Seal tablet was no foreign item to him. He even remembered the Devil Seal tablet's components clearly. This fake Devil Seal tablet had a significant difference from the real Devil Seal tablet's component. However, he had no idea that the fake Devil Seal tablet that he was holding in his hands had been forged by Lost Stone Forest Martial Emperor's direct disciple, Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi had forged the fake tablet before getting his hands on the real item. It was only natural that the component bore a major difference compared to the real one. However, the fake Devil Seal tablet that Zhou Yi had forged by copying the real one, which was the one that Martial Emperor Shi had taken away, shared a similar component with the real tablet. Feng Tianwu had come in contact with the Devil Seal tablet a long time ago, so she did not realize that it was forged when Martial Emperor Shi gave her the fake Devil Seal tablet that Zhou Yi had copied earlier. Pa! The fake Devil Seal tablet broke into pieces when Duan Ling Tian inserted his energy into it. It turned into countless bits of gravel and fell onto the ground. Whoosh! Almost as soon as the fake Devil Seal tablet was crushed, Duan Ling Tian leaped into the sky and passed through the clouds, appearing above them. He had many unanswered questions. Although the Devil Seal tablet was fake, where did it come from? He did not believe that it had just fallen from the sky. There must have been someone here just now. He left the fake Devil Seal tablet behind and left. What's his intention? He simply could not figure what had happened despite cracking his head. Brother Ling Tian, what happened just now? At that second, Yang Hui, who leaped into the air after him, arrived next to him and asked with doubt written all over his face. Li Fei and Kur followed and looked at Duan Ling Tian with misgivings too. I initially had the exact tablet. The boost it provides is comparable with a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. But I lost this tablet a year ago before I suffered my memory loss, Duan Ling Tian said. The tablet just now was fake. It isn't the tablet I had. Is that so? Yang Hui was stunned and became a little speechless, unable to figure how that had happened. Soon, he seemed to recall something which caused him to turn solemn. That crazy Martial Emperor Yuhan. How dare she attack you just because you spent a little more time with her disciples? She even tried to kill me. She's a lunatic, Yang Hui exclaimed, recalling what had happened earlier. He recalled the scene when Martial Emperor Yuhan had appeared and attacked Duan Ling Tian, then attempted to kill him after injuring Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's expression became a little unnatural after hearing Yang Hui.
He was the only one who knew the reason why Martial Emperor Yuhan had behaved like that. As opposed to what she said, she had not come for her two direct disciples that Duan Ling Tian had taken away from her. Martial Emperor Yuhan's ultimate goal was Duan Ling Tian.
To Martial Emperor Yuhan, he was the rebirth Martial Emperor's third reincarnation and a priceless treasure. Fortunately, the senior lent a helping hand. Otherwise, Yang Hui, would have been dead. Yang Hui sighed.
Yang Hui's words made Li Fei and Kua gaze into each other's eyes. They saw their own surprise reflected as they were clear about what had happened earlier. It was their man Duan Ling Tian who had saved Yang Hui from Martial Emperor Yuhan's hand with his bow and arrow. He was the one who had pulled Yang Hui out of the gates of hell. However, they did not take the initiative to tell Yang Hui about it. They knew that their man would tell Yang Hui himself if he wanted him to know.
I wonder who that senior was. Could he be one of the 3 hidden Fog Island masters? Duan Ling Tian speculated. No, Yang Hui shook his head. I've seen the 3 hidden Fog Island masters once in the past. Although the senior had a powerful ability, I don't think he's on the same level as the 3 island masters.
Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, the technique that he performed to attack Martial Emperor Yuhan is a martial skill that's higher than heaven rank advanced level. Yang Hui became serious as he spoke.
A martial skill that's higher than heaven rank advanced level? Li Fei and Kua were shocked. They looked lost as it was their first time hearing such a martial skill. That's right. Yang Hui nodded with desire burning in his eyes. Martial skills that are higher than heaven rank advanced level are called the Saint Grade martial tactic. No matter the overseas Saint Islands or the Cloud Continent, there are only 2 ancient clans that mastered the Saint Grade martial tactic. Saint Grade martial tactic.
Li Fei and Kua had learned about how terrifying the Saint Grade martial tactic from Yang Hui's explanation and were shocked.
Soon, they looked into each other's eyes and recalled something. They then looked at Duan Ling Tian at the same time. They had witnessed Duan Ling Tian saving Yang Hui earlier.
Rascal, did you perform the Saint Grade martial tactic just now? Li Fei asked through voice transmission.
Kua's voice came through voice transmission after Li Fei to ask the same question.
That's right, Duan Ling Tian answered honestly, not hiding from the 2 ladies.
Rascal, can I learn that? Li Fei spoke again through voice transmission, appearing a little excited. Although Kua did not say anything, one could tell from her hopeful eyes that she was very interested in learning the Saint Grade martial tactic too. Of course you can. Duan Ling Tian looked at Kua at the same time as he responded to Li Fei. He said through voice transmission, Kua, I'll hand you the Saint Grade martial tactic to you when we return. Thank you, young master. Kua's cheeks were flushing slightly when she heard that.
Silly girl, you don't have to thank me. Duan Ling Tian smiled while shaking his head.
Seeing the 3 of them flirting with their eyes, Yang Hui felt a little awkward and left knowing that it was only appropriate for him to do so. He left to comfort the Ling Xian Peak disciples. Whatever that had happened earlier had left a haunting scar on the Ling Xian Peak disciples' hearts.
However, the incident the Ling Xian Peak people experienced did not alert the people on the southern island, including the martial emperors and demon emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent as well as their people.
The reason why they were not alerted was the soundproofing inscription formations set up around their accommodation on the Hidden Fog Island.
The Hidden Fog martial competition's happening tomorrow. Duan Ling Tian brought the 2 ladies back and his eyes gleamed in excitement.
After handing the Saint token with the Saint Grade martial tactic Colossal Aerolite Arrow to the 2 ladies, Duan Ling Tian sat with his legs crossed in the compound while visualizing the Colossal Aerolite Arrow in his head. From what Wang Ba said, my Colossal Aerolite Arrows only considered to be on the preliminary stage. But the preliminary Colossal Aerolite Arrow managed to break Martial Emperor Yuhan's Heaven and Earth wipeout. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian recalled what had happened earlier. Although Martial Emperor Yuhan cultivated Han Bing's divine sword technique to its peak and managed to perform the Heaven and Earth wipeout, she doesn't seem to be familiar with the latter, so she's mostly just at the initial stage, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself.
Because Duan Ling Tian had inherited the memory of the rebirth martial emperor who was familiar with the Han Bing's divine sword technique, the technique was not alien to him.
It only took one glance for him to grasp Martial Emperor Yuhan's comprehension on the Han Bing's divine sword technique and the heaven and earth wipeout when she had performed them earlier. When he had passed the Han Bing's divine sword technique to Kua back then, he did not think there would be anyone else in the world who would know the technique. However, never had he thought that a person who cultivated the Han Bing's divine sword technique just like Kua did would appear on the Cloud continent 20,000 years later. Not only that, he never expected the person to cultivate Han Bing's divine sword technique to its peak. When one cultivates the Han Bing's divine sword technique to its limit, and even the heaven and earth wipeout to perfection, the person will be able to fight Martial Emperor Han Bing back in time. Such a person would be undefeatable if she were to fight someone who has the same cultivation base and profundities as hers, unless she encountered someone who cultivated methods belonging to the Tao Martial Saint Land, some martial tactics, or someone who cultivates the 3 Lives Rebirth technique or the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Duanling Tian knew that very well himself. If Martial Emperor Yuhan had cultivated the heaven and earth wipeout to perfection today, the colossal aerolite arrow that I've mastered now might not be able to block her attack. Although the colossal aerolite arrow's a saint-grade martial tactic, I've only mastered a small part of it, Duanling Tian thought to himself. He was motivated as he recalled the terrifying impact of the colossal aerolite arrow. Driven to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow further now, he was determined as ever. He had a strong instinct that if he managed to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow to its peak, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Martial Emperor Yuhan despite his current cultivation base and profundities. Wang Ba. To verify his hunch, Duanling Tian asked Wang Ba for his opinion. Soon, he got the answer. Humph. Stop dreaming, brat. Let's not talk about cultivating the primitive human rank saint-grade martial tactic just yet. Even if you're cultivating a prominent human rank saint-grade martial tactic, even with top-notch comprehension, it's impossible for you to cultivate it to its peak without years of hard work, Wang Ba scoffed. But, of course, if you really manage to cultivate it to its peak, it'll be a piece of cake for you to kill that woman today, to the extent that a single arrow alone could kill her in one blow. A primitive human rank saint-grade martial tactic isn't comparable with a prominent human rank saint-grade martial tactic, Wang Ba proceeded. With a first-level martial emperor stage cultivation base, an arrow alone would be enough to kill a powerhouse above the 5th-level martial emperor stage in one blow. Following the iron law of the Cloud continent, his full-strength attack and the boost from a royal-grade spirit weapon were not comparable to Martial Emperor Yuhan, who possessed a cultivation base above the 5th-level martial emperor stage. Even without any spirit weapons and martial skills, Martial Emperor Yuhan's strength alone was enough to kill him despite having cultivated a variety of heaven-rank advanced martial skills to perfection. Naturally, it was the iron rule of the Cloud continent. The saint-grade martial tactic was not from the Cloud continent, which was why it could go against the iron rule of the Cloud continent. My current ability is on the 1st-level martial emperor stage with the comprehension of the 5th-level fused profundity and the 5th-level emperor stage sword profundity. My 1st-level martial emperor stage cultivation base with full-blown origin energy is similar to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. No matter my 5th-level fused profundity or my 5th-level emperor stage sword profundity, each of them is similar to the strength of 6 ancient black dragons. To put them together, that would be a total of the power of 17 ancient black dragons. The Royal Grade Spirit Weapon gives a 120% boost to my origin energy. The explosion of my origin energy is similar to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. That means that the boost of my origin energy would be similar to the force of 2 ancient black dragons and 4,000 ancient horned dragons. Thus, the most powerful strength that I can exert now would be the equivalent to 19 ancient black dragons and 4,000 ancient horned dragons. That's less than 20 ancient black dragons. Duanling Tian understood the strength that he could use at that moment. Martial Emperor Yuhan's current cultivation bases at least on the 5th-level Martial Emperor stage. Together with the profundities that she's comprehended, an ordinary 5th-level Martial Emperor powerhouse would be able to display the strength of at least 15 ancient black dragons, with an origin energy that's as strong as 6 ancient black dragons. A 5th-level Martial Emperor powerhouse's strength is at least above that of 21 ancient black dragons. That's without using any spirit weapons. Her strength surpasses mine without using any spirit weapons. I'd be completely crushed as soon as she uses a spirit weapon.
Of course, the Martial Emperor's ability isn't comparable to an ordinary 5th-level Martial Emperor powerhouses. All else aside, my speculation from the rebirth Martial Emperor's life memories and experience says that her ability without any spirit weapons would at least be above the strength of 25 ancient black dragons.
However, despite such a powerful person, her heaven and earth wipeout was crushed by my colossal aerolite arrow. I have a feeling that the colossal aerolite arrow I've mastered is powerful enough to get a strength boost of more than 4 to 5 ancient black dragons.
Duan Lingtian's emotions stirred as he thought about this.
A boost of 4 to 5 ancient black dragon strength.
How mind-blowing was that? This is just the power of the colossal aerolite arrow that I've cultivated at the preliminary stage. The Saint-grade martial tactics definitely astounding and full of surprises, Duan Lingtian mumbled softly. My cheapskate father's finally doing it right this time. I can't believe he left behind such a powerful Saint-grade martial tactic for me.
With this Saint-grade martial tactic, I'm afraid I'll be powerful enough to rule the Cloud Continent and even this overseas Saint Island soon. He was absolutely confident about it. The more he thought about it, the more he was amazed by the colossal aerolite arrow's power. At the same time, he worked even harder on his cultivation. He did not plan to rest and conserve his energy for the Hidden Fog martial competition on the Hidden Fog Island that was happening the next day.
All that remained in his world at that moment was the colossal aerolite arrow. Meanwhile, Kuer and Li Fei realized that they were not qualified to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow just yet, so they proceeded to work on their own cultivation. The peace was broken as the morning light illuminated the Hidden Fog Island. The island became crowded as it was the day of the Hidden Fog martial competition. It was the day that everyone had been waiting for.
Considering the destruction that would be the result of the powerhouses who participated in the Hidden Fog martial competition, the battle did not take place on the island itself. Instead, it was held on the ocean far away in the north of Hidden Fog Island. The 3 Hidden Fog Island masters hosted the competition themselves. As the managers of the entire island, rumor had it that they were the 3 most powerful individuals on the Hidden Fog Island. Not many people knew if they were really mighty, as not many people had actually seen them fight. However, just like the saying, there are no waves without wind, whether it was the residents of the Hidden Fog Island or outsiders, not many people doubted the 3 Hidden Fog Island masters' abilities. However, there was still the minority who did not believe how strong they were.
Some of the skeptics went to the eastern island of the Hidden Fog Island in confidence in an attempt to challenge the 3 island masters. They wanted to uncover the 3 island masters' disguise to show to the world that they were frauds.
They were like carps swimming across the river as they headed towards the eastern island of the Hidden Fog Island to challenge the 3 island masters.
Nobody knew what the outcome would be.
However, the one thing that everyone was sure of was that they had never seen those who left for the east of the Hidden Fog Island ever since. It was like they had vanished from the world completely. As more and more people disappeared, fewer people dared to challenge the Hidden Fog Island masters. Eventually, not many people doubted their abilities again.
The reason most of them speculated about the disappearance of the people who left to the eastern island was related to the 3 Hidden Fog Island masters. Most of them even speculated that the 3 island masters might kill them if they fought. Everything made sense if that were the case. As the Hidden Fog martial competition took place on the ocean, there was no restriction on who could attend it.
Therefore, almost everyone from the Hidden Fog Island made it. No matter men or women, young or old, everyone was there. The young ones who could not fly came with the adults, while those who were old and too weak to fly came with the young and strong.
In a nutshell, the Hidden Fog martial competition was a sensation on the entire Hidden Fog Island. It was so significant that every store in the Hidden Fog City was closed. The sea of people that usually crowded the Hidden Fog City were nowhere to be seen. The city became dead overnight.
The ocean where the Hidden Fog martial competition was held was filled with people early in the morning. All of them were anticipating the commencement of the competition.
They're here. They're here. As a martial emperor powerhouse appeared with his 10 disciples behind him, an uproar broke among the bevy of people above the ocean. Their emotions stirred as if they were the ones participating in the Hidden Fog martial competition.
More and more Martial Emperor and Demon Emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent showed up one after another. A party of 10 followed behind each of them. Yuhan, you're early. A Martial Emperor powerhouse greeted Martial Emperor Yuhan, who had just arrived. Lei Ming. It's been a while. Martial Emperor Yuhan responded calmly, like she was not interested. The Martial Emperor who had greeted Martial Emperor Yuhan was the Martial Emperor powerhouse from the Thundercloud Peak from the Cloud Continent. He was the owner of the Thundercloud Peak, Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Among the Martial Emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent, both Martial Emperor Lei Ming or Martial Emperor Yuhan ranked in the top 3. They had similar abilities which earned them the second and third place at a tie. Even they could not tell who was second, as none of them had the confidence to defeat each other even if they were to fight. There was only one Martial Emperor powerhouse who ranked above them. Naturally, they were compared with Martial Emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent alone, excluding the Demon Emperor powerhouses. Due to the ranking, Martial Emperor Yuhan and Martial Emperor Lei Ming despised each other from the beginning of time. They were not acquaintances, let alone friends. Typically, Martial Emperor Lei Ming's initiative to greet Martial Emperor Yuhan was not merely a simple greeting. Martial Emperor Lei Ming glanced behind Martial Emperor Yuhan and pretended to be surprised and exclaimed, "Yuhan, did you only bring 8 Yuhan Valley disciples with you? It seems like there's really no one left in your Yuhan Valley." TSK, that's so sad to hear. Is Yuhan Valley going downhill under your reign? Martial Emperor Yuhan seemed to be mentally prepared for that retort, so she showed no distress about what he said. Meanwhile, her most powerful direct disciple, Su Rong, who was leading the Yuhan Valley disciples behind her, was glaring at Martial Emperor Lei Ming in rage. "Yuhan, it seems like the rules at your Yuhan Valley's still loose. Look at your group of female disciples. It's all right if they didn't greet me as their senior, but really, how dare they?" TSK. Martial Emperor Lei Ming snickered in mockery. "Our pleasure to meet you, Junior Uncle Yuhan." Just as soon as Martial Emperor Lei Ming was done speaking, the 10 Thundercloud Peak disciples behind Martial Emperor Lei Ming bowed to Martial Emperor Yuhan at the same time. They seemed very courteous, which caused the 8 Yuhan Valley disciples to look disgusted. The actions of the people from Thundercloud Peak was undoubtedly a slap to their faces and to Yuhan Valley too. No matter how strong Martial Emperor Yuhan's willpower was, she could not help but scoff in anger after being mocked by Martial Emperor Lei Ming a few times and sensing the judging eyes around her. Naturally, she might be able to take it a little bit more if she was her usual self. The thing was that Martial Emperor Yuhan had just been defeated the day before. Her mood was ruined up till now, so it made sense for her to get mad easily. Watching Martial Emperor Yuhan leave with the 8 Yuhan Valley disciples in a fit, Martial Emperor Lei Ming finally had a smile across his face. It was the smile of victory. Their rivalry had been going on for over 10 years, and it had yet to come to an end until now. To him, to be able to defeat Martial Emperor Yuhan verbally today at such an occasion was undoubtedly something to be pleased about. "Let's go." Martial Emperor Lei Ming commanded the 10 Thundercloud Peak disciples behind him while everyone was watching. They proceeded to walk while looking for a suitable place to settle in. There were a young man and a young lady who followed closely behind him while the remaining 8 persons accompanied behind them. There was a mix of young, middle-aged, and old men among the 8 of them. "So, he's Martial Emperor Lei Ming from the Cloud Continent? I've heard about him. He's the owner of the Cloud Continent's Thundercloud Peak. He's definitely in the top 3 among the Martial Emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent. Did you just find out about it now? It appears that you've no idea about the woman who argued with him earlier. She's the person who ranks the same as him. She's the owner of the Cloud Continent's Yuhan Valley, Martial Emperor Yuhan." That woman was Martial Emperor Yuhan, the astounding female peak-level powerhouse renowned on the Cloud Continent. As Martial Emperor Lei Ming and his people moved to look for a suitable place to settle in, many of the Hidden Fog Island people who were watching discussed among themselves with enthusiasm coloring their voices. Naturally, most of them were exclaiming how powerful Martial Emperor Yuhan was. No matter whether it was on the Hidden Fog Island or the Cloud Continent, females were innately much weaker than men in general. It was difficult for men to cultivate to the level Martial Emperor Yuhan was on, not to mention the fact that she was a woman. Therefore, compared to Martial Emperor Lei Ming, Their admiration for the female martial emperor powerhouse was infinitely higher.
A female whose ability was powerful enough to be ranked top 3 among other martial emperor powerhouses on the Cloud continent was mind-blowing. As the people from the Hidden Fog Island were whispering and discussing among themselves, Martial Emperor Lei Ming heard every single word that they said. His face turned solemn.
Now, some of them were even talking about how he lost to a woman and that he should be ashamed to be a man. Having gone through a lot throughout the years, he found this incredibly humiliating. However, he could not argue with them. Their gender difference aside, age-wise, he was a few years older than Martial Emperor Yuhan. The tall, young man who followed closely behind Martial Emperor Lei Ming was Zhou Yi. He said to the young lady next to him after hearing what the people around were whispering, "Senior Sister Bai, I think you're the only one who can win Master's dignity back from such embarrassment." The young lady was Martial Emperor Lei Ming's first direct disciple, Lan Bai. She was a female Martial Emperor powerhouse just like Martial Emperor Yuhan. Naturally, it was impossible for her current ability to be on par with Martial Emperor Yuhan's. However, she had the advantage of youth and still had a shot to surpass Martial Emperor Yuhan in the future. Martial Emperor Yuhan. Hearing what Zhou Yi said, Lan Bai looked at the back of the woman who had gone far away immediately while a gleam sparkled in her eyes. She had become Martial Emperor Lei Ming's disciple before Zhou Yi did, so she felt the pain from the whispers around. Just like what Zhou Yi said, she was the only one who could clear her master's name from such embarrassment. As soon as she defeated Martial Emperor Yuhan and became a notorious Martial Emperor powerhouse on the Cloud continent or even the overseas Saint Islands, she would definitely win back her master's dignity that he had lost that day. By then, nobody would say that her master had lost to a woman. Instead, they would gush about how her master taught a female disciple who defeated Martial Emperor Yuhan. When the time came, it would be clear who emerged as the winner. Although Zhou Yi was speaking to Lan Bai softly, Martial Emperor Lei Ming had exceptional hearing, so he heard everything loud and clear. At that moment, the agitation in him was replaced with pleasure. This Zhou Yi isn't too shabby. Not only he's low-key and modest, but he's always considerate towards me. I've lived a decent life for having direct disciples like him and Bayer. The more Martial Emperor Lei Ming thought about it, the more pleased he was. Zhou Yi. Just when Martial Emperor Lei Zhong was indulging in his delight, an explosive, raging scream broke the air. While shock flitted over his face, Martial Emperor Lei Ming's face shifted to become solemn. He could tell that the person had ill intentions from just his voice before even seeing his face. It was aimed towards his direct disciple Zhou Yi. However, he saw a rather familiar silhouette when he turned around. The person approached with 10 people who were marching in majestically. It was the leader who had screamed earlier. Martial Emperor Shiqi? Martial Emperor Lei Ming recognized the leader in just a glance. It was the owner of the Cloud Continent's Lost Stone Forest, Martial Emperor Shiqi. As a Martial Emperor powerhouse from the Cloud Continent himself, he had seen Martial Emperor Shiqi a couple of times before. Martial Emperor Shiqi was humble when they had met earlier, but today he was fierce and ignored Martial Emperor Lei Ming completely. At that time, all Martial Emperor Lei Ming could feel was the raging fire rumbling in him that could explode anytime. Never did Martial Emperor Shiqi expect to see Zhou Yi the traitor at the Hidden Fog martial competition that he had brought his 10 disciples to. Although it was just the outline of his silhouette far away, he recognized that the figure belonged to Zhou Yi right away. Zhou Yi was his direct disciple who he once cherished the most, but turned his back on him. At that moment, rage filled Martial Emperor Shiqi's eyes as he glared deadly at Zhou Yi. At that very moment, Zhou Yi seemed to be the only thing in his world. He even ignored Martial Emperor Lei Ming, who had turned around upon hearing his fierce scream and stood before Zhou Yi now. Junior brother Zhou Yi? I think he's Martial Emperor Shiqi from the Lost Stone Forest. Did you offend him? Lan Bai, who was next to Zhou Yi, recognized Martial Emperor Shiqi as soon as she turned around. As Martial Emperor Lei Ming's favorite direct disciple, she always followed him everywhere, and she had seen Martial Emperor Shiqi once, so she recognized him. There was a gleam of fear that flashed deep within Zhou Yi's eyes as he faced Martial Emperor Shiqi, who was glaring at him in wrath and might attack him anytime. However, the gleam of fear vanished immediately and was replaced with calmness.
In the blink of an eye, Zhou calmed down entirely as he looked into Martial Emperor Shi-Chi's eyes neutrally. "It's you, Senior Shi-Chi." Zhou nodded at Martial Emperor Shi-Chi and greeted him calmly.
Senior Shi-Chi? Martial Emperor Shi-Chi was stunned to hear how Zhou addressed him. Even the couple of Lost Stone Forest disciples who knew Zhou were stunned as they stood behind him.
Soon, something dawned on Martial Emperor Shi-Chi.
It was clear that Zhou had someone backing him up. Otherwise, he would not be this calm facing him without an ounce of fear.
At that moment, Martial Emperor Shi-Chi looked away from Zhou and glanced around him. He seemed to be looking for the pillar of support that made Zhou so bold. Martial Emperor Lei Ming.
He saw Martial Emperor Lei Ming, who was standing behind Zhou immediately. He realized that was how Zhou managed to keep his composure. "Zhou, you're pretty capable. It's only been a while since you betrayed my Lost Stone Forest, and you found yourself a pillar of support now." Martial Emperor Shi-Chi mocked Zhou again after taking a deep breath in. Betray the Lost Stone Forest? Martial Emperor Shi-Chi's accusation made everyone gasp. The 9 Thundercloud Peak disciples, including Lan Bai, were staring at Zhou with distrust at that moment. Was Zhou a traitor to the Lost Stone Forest? Besides the Thundercloud Peak disciples, even the owner of Thundercloud Peak, Martial Emperor Lei Ming, was observing Zhou at the moment. He seemed intent on verifying if what Martial Emperor Shi-Chi said was the truth. His instinct told him that everything Martial Emperor Shi-Chi uttered might be valid.
"What? Dare you admit the fact that you've betrayed my Lost Stone Forest?" Martial Emperor Shi-Chi mocked as Zhou appeared to be ignoring him.
Then, he solemnly said, "Martial Emperor Lei Ming, I've no idea why would the traitor of the Lost Stone Forest come to Thundercloud Peak. But I must warn you about him. Zhou's not worthy of your trust and protection.
He betrayed my Lost Stone Forest, and he'll betray your Thundercloud Peak too." Now, Martial Emperor Shi-Chi was almost sure that Zhou became a Thundercloud Peak disciple to seek the protection of Martial Emperor Lei Ming. He knew very well that he could not compare to Martial Emperor Lei Ming's powerful ability.
He would have to play it smart instead of fighting if he wanted to punish the treacherous Zhou under Martial Emperor Lei Ming's watch, and even take back the mysterious tablet that Zhou had swapped and stolen from him. "I betrayed the Lost Stone Forest?" As soon as Martial Emperor Shi-Chi was done speaking, Zhou asked incredulously before Martial Emperor Lei Ming managed to respond. He lifted his head slowly and glanced at Martial Emperor Shi-Chi calmly. "I admit I used to be your direct disciple, Martial Emperor Shi-Chi. But are you sure that I left the Lost Stone Forest by betraying you, or was it because you didn't want me there?"
"I didn't want you there?" Martial Emperor Shi-Chi, who was taken aback by Zhou's intimidating comeback, reacted immediately and smirked.
However, when he opened his mouth and was about to say something, he snapped it shut obediently in an odd way.
At that moment, the smirk on his face was completely frozen now.
Out of the blue, he had heard a voice in his ears that was spoken through voice transmission. "Shi-Chi, if you dare to say I'm a traitor of the Lost Stone Forest traitor again, I'll hand the tablet to Martial Emperor Lei Ming now. By then, it'll be impossible for you to take it back." The voice was Zhou's.
It was a threat. An obvious threat.
Zhou managed to get Martial Emperor Shi-Chi to shut his mouth easily with his words. He was hitting him below the belt. Naturally, the reason why Zhou's threat was effective was that Martial Emperor Shi-Chi did not want to give up on the tablet that had been stolen.
He knew that Martial Emperor Shi-Chi's biggest goal was not to punish him as a traitor, but to get his hands on the tablet. Compared to the tablet, his betrayal was not worth mentioning. You bastard!" Hearing Zhou's threat, Martial Emperor Shi-Chi was enraged. However, there was nothing that he could do apart from cursing Zhou via voice transmission. He was really worried that Zhou would hand the tablet over to Martial Emperor Lei Ming.
There was still hope if the tablet remained in Zhou's hands. However, if it got to Martial Emperor Lei Ming, retrieving it was almost hopeless.
Comparing both situations, it was only logical that he hoped to get the tablet from Zhou rather than having it end up with Martial Emperor Lei Ming.
He had no doubts if the tablet was still with Zhou at all. Judging from Zhou's greed, unless he was faced with a life-or-death situation, it was impossible that he would have handed the tablet to someone else. "What? Have you nothing to say now? Was whatever I said right?" Zhou taunted Martial Emperor Shi-Chi, who was furious, but could not speak as everyone was staring at him. Zhou Yi, what exactly happened? At that moment, Martial Emperor Lei Ming finally spoke. His voice was intense and nobody could discern his emotion in his tone. Master, it's a fact that I used to be a Lost Stone Forest disciple, and even Martial Emperor Shi Qi's direct disciple. But I left the Lost Stone Forest after he raped and killed my sister who came to visit. In his rage, Zhou Yi clenched his teeth when he spoke to Martial Emperor Lei Ming.
Martial Emperor Shi Qi accused me of betraying the Lost Stone Forest so that he could get rid of me. Tears were pouring from Zhou Yi's twisted face as he spilled the beans.
What Zhou Yi said made everyone gasp.
Including the Lost Stone Forest disciples, almost everyone had their eyes set on Martial Emperor Shi Qi now. There was disdain, mockery, and fury in those eyes. Although a couple of Lost Stone Forest disciples present had heard about Zhou Yi betraying the Lost Stone Forest, none of them knew the true reason behind it.
To them, it was a mystery that was difficult to be explained. Today, the mystery seemed to be resolved. No matter if it were people from the Hidden Fog Island or the Martial Emperor disciples from the Cloud Continent, they stared at Martial Emperor Shi Qi with disdain while whispering to one another. They shot him their most disgusted look. This Martial Emperor Shi Qi's a notorious Martial Emperor powerhouse on the Cloud Continent. I can't believe he did such things. Disgusting.
That's right. He even did it to his direct disciples' family. Is there anything that he can't do? I thought of going to the Lost Stone Forest to become Martial Emperor Shi Qi's disciple back then. Now that I think about it, I feel fortunate that I changed my mind.
As opposed to Zhou Yi, you made the right decision.
At that moment, even the 10 Lost Stone Forest disciples behind Martial Emperor Shi Qi felt embarrassed.
If not for their fear of Martial Emperor Shi Qi lashing out at them, they would have run as far as they could. They would run so far away from Martial Emperor Shi Qi and even pretend not to know him. Many of the Thundercloud Peak disciples, led by Lan Bai, glared at Martial Emperor Shi Qi in anger while sympathizing with Zhou Yi. Martial Emperor Shi Qi looked terrible. He looked gravely frightened now. Never had he thought that Zhou Yi would turn the tables on him. All he could feel now was that he had been wronged. Deep inside, he was dying to reveal the truth and tell everyone what had exactly happened.
However, could he do that?
As soon as he did that, he would undoubtedly agitate Zhou Yi and the mysterious tablet might end up in Martial Emperor Lei Ming's hands.
That was not the outcome he wanted. Martial Emperor Shi Qi did not fight back as he faced Zhou Yi's accusation and the contempt from the crowd.
At that moment, everyone believed Zhou Yi over Martial Emperor Shi Qi. Humph! Suddenly, an explosive scoff was heard. It was so deafening that everyone's ears were hurt. As they snapped back to their senses and turned to the source of voice in an attempt to find out who had scoffed, a loud thud resounded.
Bang! A gush of majestic shockwave swept across and diverted everyone's attention.
Subsequently, most of them noticed that Martial Emperor Shi Qi had disappeared. Only some of them whose cultivation base was slightly higher clearly saw that Martial Emperor Shi Qi had not disappeared. Instead, a powerful energy had smacked into him, severely injuring him.
Among the crowd, Martial Emperor Lei Ming was the fastest to react. Before anyone could realize it, Martial Emperor Lei Ming stood before Zhou Yi. It was him who had attacked earlier. He had always been pleased with Zhou Yi as his direct disciple. However, someone had accused Zhou Yi today. The person made him suspect Zhou Yi's behavior for a second. At that moment, all he could feel was a raging fire that was coming out of him. As a result of his wrath, he attacked Martial Emperor Shi Qi directly.
Martial Emperor Shi Qi, I don't want to see you ever again. I'll kill you in 3 breaths if you dare to come within my sight. As most of the people snapped back to their senses and had their eyes on Martial Emperor Lei Ming, he spoke slowly. His tone was firm and filled with terrifying brutality. At that moment, Martial Emperor Shi Qi, who had just consumed a healing medicinal pill, had a drastic change of expression. He escaped immediately without even waiting for his body to heal. He was faster than lightning, not appearing like a person who had just been injured. At that moment, peace was recovered on the vast ocean. The Martial Emperor's disciples from the Lost Stone Forest glanced at each other. They were in a pickle whether they should leave or stay. On the other hand, Duanling Tian, who immersed himself in comprehending the Saint-grade martial tactic Colossal Arrow Light Arrow, took a while to wake up.
It was the day of the Hidden Fog Island's Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Therefore, the people of Ling Xian Peak departed late as they waited for him. Whoosh! 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 Martial Emperor Ling Xian Yang Hui led the people from Ling Xian Peak. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian walked next to Yang Hui together with the two ladies. They attracted a lot of attention along the way. Naturally, most of them had their eyes on the two ladies. Brother Ling Tian, Hidden Fog Island has invested a lot in this Hidden Fog Martial Competition. The champion of this competition will obtain 10 Saint Stones. Yang Hui said giddily to Duan Ling Tian along the way.
10 Saint Stones. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. The reason why he was interested in Hidden Fog Island's Hidden Fog Martial Competition was the Saint Stone, as it could boost his cultivation base. Now that he had entered the Martial Emperor stage and the medicinal efficacy of Rebirth Pill was wearing off, it was challenging for him to cultivate even though his talent was at the peak level on the Cloud Continent. However, it would be a different story if he possessed Saint Stones. His cultivation base would be elevated and would skyrocket with the Saint Stones.
Soon, Duan Ling Tian and the rest reached the ocean and headed far north of the Hidden Fog Island where the Hidden Fog Martial Competition was held.
Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's pupils shrunk out of nowhere as if he had noticed something. A silhouette was dashing towards them at lightning speed. It was coming from far away and getting closer by the second. Duan Ling Tian's face turned solemn as the person got closer. Martial Emperor Shi Qi. The person who was hurtling towards them seemed like he was running for his life. He was the owner of the Cloud Continent's Lost Stone Forest, Martial Emperor Shi Qi. It only took Duan Ling Tian a glance to recognize Martial Emperor Shi Qi. However, by the time he did, Martial Emperor Shi Qi had already passed by them far away. Including Martial Emperor Ling Xian Yang Hui. Everyone from Ling Xian Peak did not react to his appearance.
Yang Hui did not recognize him as he was in such a rush. He then proceeded to speak with Duan Ling Tian, but the latter interrupted him. Please go ahead. I've something to deal with, so I'll catch up with all of you later, Duan Ling Tian said to Yang Hui and the two ladies via voice transmission. He left like a gust of wind without waiting for them to respond to him. He vanished before everyone including Yang Hui.
Yang Hui raised his eyebrows lightly just when he wanted to turn around to look at him leaving in a rush. Duan Ling Tian had left him behind with the team once again. At that moment, however, Yang Hui could faintly tell that he was dealing with something complicated. Although he had no idea what it was, he was sure of one thing. Duan Ling Tian wanted to solve it himself without the help of the others. After taking a breath in, Yang Hui called out to Li Fei and Kuer and subsequently commanded the bunch of Ling Xian Peak disciples to proceed with their journey. At that time, Li Fei and Kuer heard the voice transmission coming from Duan Ling Tian. They relieved their hanging hearts after hearing his message. They had no idea what was happening when he had said that he was leaving earlier. Now that he had informed them what was happening, they were relieved and were no longer worried about him. As Yang Hui, Li Fei and Kuer left with the rest, Duan Ling Tian flew to chase Martial Emperor Shi Qi at his full speed. He was getting closer and closer to Martial Emperor Shi Qi. At his current level of ability without his spirit weapon, he was simply no match for Martial Emperor Shi Qi. Martial Emperor Shi Qi was on the 4th level Martial Emperor stage after all. As opposed to Duan Ling Tian, who relied heavily on the profundities that he comprehended, apart from just profundities, Martial Emperor Shi Qi relied more on his origin energy. That was the most important part of his strength. If they were to use spirit weapons unless he used the colossal aerolite arrow, Duan Ling Tian did not have full confidence to defeat Martial Emperor Shi Qi. Martial Emperor Shi Qi was not using any spirit weapons as he sped ahead like he was running for his life. Although Duan Ling Tian did not use any spirit weapons either, he was already powerful, so he beat Martial Emperor Shi Qi's pace. It'll take me a while to catch up to him at this speed. Flying at his full speed, he began to frown. He seemed to be unsatisfied with his current speed. Since he felt that he was slower, he needed a way to solve the issue of his pace. After thinking about it, he took action. Suddenly, he extended both his arms. A black bow appeared in his left hand, and one could tell the bowstring was extraordinary. Meanwhile, a completely black arrow appeared in his right hand. It was the Royal Grade Spirit Archery set that he had crafted not too long ago. Bend, draw, and release. The rather simple movements came easily to Duan Ling Tian. As he released the arrow in his hand, the inky black arrow looked like it turned into a lightning bolt as it tore forward at a terrifyingly fast speed. Naturally, that was just its starting pace. The arrow needed buffering time to accelerate even faster. Just when the arrow shot out, Duan Tian finally made his move during that critical moment. He shot out like a cannon, heading towards where the arrow was going. As the arrow was just picking up acceleration, its speed was not considered extremely fast. Therefore, it was a piece of cake for Duan Tian to catch up with it.
After catching up with the arrow, Duan Tian did not put it away. Instead, he landed stably on it.
At that moment, his feet seemed to be sprouted on the arrow where he was stuck on. Whoosh! The arrow was still accelerating. It was moving faster and faster with Duan Tian surfing on it.
Out of the blue, a 5-colored light shield appeared around his body.
It was the defensive martial skill 9 Dragons barrier that he had performed. It blocked out the terrifyingly strong wind that was bearing against him. The arrow continued accelerating with him standing on it. Against the acceleration, the strong wind that was rushing at him was as sharp as a blade. He would not have been able to block it out without performing his defensive martial skill. Not long after that, Duan Tian caught up with the Martial Emperor on the dashing arrow as easy as pie. He not only caught up to Martial Emperor Shi, but he actually surpassed him.
Martial Emperor Lei Ming? Martial Emperor Shi heard a whistling that passed by and surpassed him before arriving before him and blocking his way. His expression changed drastically when he managed to clearly see who it was.
He thought that it was Martial Emperor Lei Ming who had changed his mind and chased him in an attempt to kill him. However, as he stopped in his rush, he realized that it was not Martial Emperor Lei Ming who was blocking his way. It was someone else. "It's you!" Martial Emperor Shi had a drastic change of expression again as he gaped at the purple-clad young man before him as if he had just seen a ghost. "It seems like you still remember me, Martial Emperor Shi." At that moment, Duan Tian put the arrow under his feet away and hovered in the air. With ridicule filling his tone, he looked at Martial Emperor Shi and said calmly, "It's definitely my pleasure." Martial Emperor Shi's lips twitched when he heard what he said. It was impossible for him to forget the purple-clad young man before him. He remembered everything about the fight they had more than a year ago. Duan Tian had managed to challenge him with the help of a secret technique from a tablet. He even performed a level of strength that was more powerful than Martial Emperor Shi's later on. Fortunately, Duan Tian lost his mind after that. Otherwise, Martial Emperor Shi might have turned into dust on the Cloud Continent.
Seeing the man appear before him, the first thing Martial Emperor Shi did was to look around.
He wanted to be sure of one thing. He wanted to ensure that the 2 young misses who had created anarchy at his Lost Stone Forest were not there.
He was no match for even the weaker of the 2 young misses. Naturally, Duan Tian had no idea what Martial Emperor Shi was thinking about. He asked in his deep voice while a gleam flashed in his eyes, "Is Tian Wu still at your Lost Stone Forest?" Pain and concern seared his gut when he thought about Feng Tianwu. Back then, he had lost his mind before he managed to rescue Feng Tianwu from the Lost Stone Forest. According to Wang Ba, he had left the Lost Stone Forest right after he lost his mind and left Feng Tianwu behind.
Tianwu had gone to the Lost Stone Forest willingly for the sake of his sect, but he had left her behind during such a critical time. Although he had done so because he lost his mind, he still felt guilty. Now that he was confronting Martial Emperor Shi again, all he could think about was Feng Tianwu, not the Devil Seal tablet that he had lost. Martial Emperor Shi did not respond to Duan Tian. Instead, a glow burned in his eyes while he exclaimed coldly, "I'd never have imagined that you'd have such a major elevation of your abilities throughout the year. With the help of a spirit weapon, you're even faster than I am without a spirit weapon." The will to kill was rumbling deep in his eyes.
He was sure of one thing from what the purple-clad young man's question. He was sure that Duan Tian had yet to see the lady in yellow and the girl in black.
Otherwise, it was impossible that he had no inkling about Feng Tianwu's whereabouts. "I'm asking you, is Tianwu still at your Lost Stone Forest?" Duan Tian's voice went deeper upon realizing that Martial Emperor Shi had ignored him. If something were to happen to Tianwu, Duan Tian will end your lost stone forest. The purple cloak around Duan Tian fluttered as he growled. At the same time, he gripped the royal grade spirit archery set even tighter. 5 colored flashes of lightning surrounded his body like countless electric snakes slithering around his body rapidly. It only took a glance to bedazzle anyone watching him.
"End my lost stone forest?" Duan Tian's threat stunned Martial Emperor Shi at first, and he then laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with disdain. "Do you really think you can do that?" He might have been frightened if Duan Tian had either the young lady in yellow or the girl in black with him.
However, he was fearless of the man alone despite his terrifying speed with the help of a spirit weapon. After all, he did not have that mysterious tablet to depend on now. As soon as Martial Emperor Shi was done speaking, the ferocious gleam that was sparkling in Duan Tian's eyes appeared to shoot out like electric snakes. At the same time, his hands were moving at lightning speed.
He picked up the bow, drew the string, and got ready to release. The entire flow of his movements was so smooth.
5 colored flames rumbled around his body all of a sudden. As the flames spread to the royal grade spirit archery set in his hands, most of the sparks gathered at the tip of the arrow. The energy was getting more and more condensed. Later on, it seemed like it had turned into a tiny ball of a sun that was so bright that it could hurt one's eyes.
A terrifying aura subsequently emanated out.
At that moment, the smile on Martial Emperor Shi's face faded. A 7-foot spear appeared in his hand. It was his quasi-royal grade spirit weapon spear. Energy swept across his body as he brandished the spear, while the energy around it was like pythons slithering rapidly, ready to attack any time. Having confidence is a good thing, but it's bad when it turns into arrogance. You managed to escape the other day, but you won't be that lucky today. The murderous intent grew in Martial Emperor Shi as he wanted nothing more than to kill Duan Tian. He had to kill him.
If he did not, he would be dead if Duan Tian met the 2 young misses one day. He shuddered internally when he recalled the lady clad in yellow and the girl in black. If he could, he hoped that he would never see them again in his life. "You want to kill me?" "That depends if you, Martial Emperor Shi, are capable of doing that." Duan Tian smirked.
When he was done speaking, a loud twang reverberated and the air vibrated with a tremor. Circles of waves rippled in the air. The loud twang had come from the bowstring in Duan Tian's hand.
At the same time the twang rang out, the arrow was released. Colossal Aerolite Arrow.
The arrow in Duan Tian's hand shot out like a bolt of lightning. It was so fast that Martial Emperor Shi could not react in time. Whoosh! Pooh!
Humph! The sound of the arrow shooting out before it pierced something and a low moan of pain were heard almost simultaneously.
Martial Emperor Shi, who did not react in time, held the arrow that was shot out in his hand. His hand that was pierced by the arrow had a terrifying and bloody wound. Fresh blood was spurting out of the wound continuously. His hand was wounded by the arrow. Whoosh! 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 Martial Emperor Shi's expression changed drastically due to his fear of Duan Tian's arrow's lightning speed and power. At the same time, Duan Tian shot the arrow another 3 times consecutively.
The arrow was the same arrow that he had initially shot out.
He shot 4 times, and the arrow returned to him 4 times. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. Pooh! 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 Martial Emperor Shi's other arm and both legs had terrifying and bloody wounds. His face had turned gravely pale. You! His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Duan Tian in pain. He did not expect the purple-clad young man would become so powerful. It had only been over a year since they last met.
Even without the help of the mysterious tablet, his ability had already surpassed him now. He was shot by the first arrow because he did not manage to react in time.
Later on, Duan Tian shot the arrow 3 times consecutively. Although he attempted to dodge the arrow as soon as it was shot out, the arrow seemed to have eyes, pierced through both his arms and legs. The terrifying and powerful arrow skill caused fear that came from his core to rise. He knew the purple-clad young man before him was a changed man. He was not a match for Duan Tian. How did you become so powerful? It has only been over a year. Although Martial Emperor Shi was afraid, he also felt unwilling. The person who was like an ant compared to him when he was not using the tablet a year ago had defeated him with his own ability now. Martial Emperor Shi felt as though he had wasted his life. Duanling Tian ignored Martial Emperor Shi and enunciated each word with a cold expression on his face. I'm going to ask you one last time. Is Tian Wu still at your Lost Stone Forest? A hint of killing intent was evident on his face as he asked his question. He had made up his mind. He would not hold back if Martial Emperor Shi failed to cooperate with him. She's not. Martial Emperor Shi replied immediately as soon as Duanling Tian was done speaking. He was scared now that he had witnessed Duanling Tian's current ability. She's not there. Duanling Tian's face turned cold as energy began to rumble on his body again. 5 colored bolts of lightning ran rampant on the bow in his left hand and the arrow in his right hand. They were exuding a terrifying aura.
Shihua took her away, Martial Emperor Shi said immediately as he shuddered. At this moment he had lost all image of a martial emperor powerhouse. He looked more like a wounded dog. Shihua? Duanling Tian frowned.
Shihua is Hidden Fog Island's first revered elder. His position is just below the 3 island masters on Hidden Fog Island. Back then, he came to Lost Stone Forest as Hidden Fog Island's messenger to inform me that the Hidden Fog martial competition would be brought forward, Martial Emperor Shi said. At that time, he saw your partner's talent and brought her with him. If everything went as planned, your partner should be in Hidden Fog Island now. Tian Wu, she's in Hidden Fog Island. When Duanling Tian heard Martial Emperor Shi's words, he turned solemn. He asked with his deep voice, "Are you telling the truth? If you don't believe me, I'm willing to take the 99 heavenly tribulation oath. If I lie, I'll be killed by the lightning penalty," Martial Emperor Shi said. Duanling Tian finally believed him. He felt relieved after hearing his words.
Tian Wu was fine.
Moreover, he believed he would meet Tian Wu soon as long as she was still on the Hidden Fog Island.
This was good news to him.
I haven't told Kuer and Little Feyer about Tian Wu. Kuer should be fine with it, but I'm not sure if Little Feyer will get angry. Duanling Tian felt troubled when he thought about Li Fei who might get jealous.
He knew very well what he meant to Tian Wu. He had feelings for Tian Wu too after years of being together. He realized Tian Wu had occupied a portion of his heart that was the same amount as Kuer and Li Fei without knowing when. Meanwhile, Martial Emperor Shi was hovering in the air. He had recovered much after consuming a healing medicinal pill.
However, it would take some time for his pierced limbs to fully heal. The healing medicinal pill he had just consumed was just a grade 1 life recovery pill after all. If he had Duanling Tian's royal grade resurrection pill, such minor injuries would heal in just a blink of an eye. Although Martial Emperor Shi had recovered a little, he did not dare to leave. He had a complicated expression on his face when he looked at the purple-clad young man. He was filled with fear. A year ago, this purple-clad young man could fight him with the help of the secret technique from the mysterious tablet. A year later, he did not need any secret techniques and defeated him with his ability alone.
Soon after, Duanling Tian regained his senses. He looked at Martial Emperor Shi and asked in his deep voice, "Where's my Devil Seal tablet?"
Devil Seal tablet. When Martial Emperor Shi heard Duanling Tian's words, his heart jolted and was filled with bitterness. The thing he was most worried about had finally happened. Initially, he thought if he survived, he would obtain the mysterious tablet from Zhou if Duanling Tian did not remember the tablet. However, things did not go as he wished. Duanling Tian remembered the mysterious tablet. So, it's called the Devil Seal tablet. Martial Emperor Shi sighed. The Devil Seal tablet isn't with me. Martial Emperor Shi forced a smile as he faced Duanling Tian who was glaring at him. It's not with you? Duanling Tian smirked. Naturally, he did not believe Martial Emperor Shi's words.
What kind of joke was that?
Martial Emperor Shi was Lost Stone Forest's owner. He had found out about the shocking secret hidden in the Devil Seal tablet when they fought previously. He had left the Devil Seal tablet behind at the Lost Stone Forest.
Now Martial Emperor Shi said the tablet was not with him?
Who would believe that? It's really not with me. Martial Emperor Shi had a forced smile on his face. He could guess the thoughts in Duan Ling Tian's mind. I admit the Devil Seal tablet was in my possession when you left back then. However, while I was studying the tablet, I was deceived by Zhou Yi. He had replaced the real Devil Seal tablet with a fake and took the real one away. I can swear on the 99 Heavenly Tribulation as well. There was a hint of killing intent in Martial Emperor Shi eyes when he spoke. Naturally, it was not aimed at Duan Ling Tian. The killing intent was directed at his traitorous direct disciple, Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi? Duan Ling Tian frowned. He was the one who took Tian Wu to your Lost Stone Forest? Isn't he your direct disciple? He was my direct disciple. However, from the moment he deceived me and took the Devil Seal tablet away, he's no longer my direct disciple. He doesn't belong to the Lost Stone Forest anymore, Martial Emperor Shi said. Did you manage to find him? Duan Ling Tian asked with his deep voice.
I looked for him, but it was to no avail. However, I saw him today, Martial Emperor Shi said honestly.
He could guess Duan Ling Tian's purpose of being here. He must be here for the Hidden Fog martial competition. Duan Ling Tian would meet Zhou Yi even if he did not disclose this information to him. Therefore, he decided to tell him. He might be able to curry favor with Duan Ling Tian this way. Who knew? Duan Ling Tian might spare his life. You saw him today? He's on Hidden Fog Island. Duan Ling Tian asked as his eyes lit up. He was a little surprised. Yes. Martial Emperor Shi nodded. He's on Hidden Fog Island. He's here for the Hidden Fog martial competition with a Martial Emperor powerhouse from Cloud Continent. You didn't manage to regain the Devil Seal tablet? Duan Ling Tian frowned. The Martial Emperor with him is much more powerful than I am. Martial Emperor Shi disclosed everything, including Zhou Yi's threat, his plan, and his fear toward Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Martial Emperor Lei Ming? Duan Ling Tian nodded and casually glanced at Martial Emperor Shi. Since you're being so cooperative, I won't kill you today. I hope you won't offend me again.
Otherwise, I won't show you any mercy. After finding out Tian Wu and the Devil Seal tablet's whereabouts, Duan Ling Tian was eager to head over to the Hidden Fog martial competition's venue.
He was sure the Devil Seal tablet was there. However, he had speculated differently for Tian Wu. Since Tian Wu was taken away by the Hidden Fog Island's first revered elder, even if she's not participating in today's Hidden Fog martial competition, she would definitely be there, Duan Ling Tian speculated.
However, what he did not know was not only Feng Tian Wu but even Hidden Fog Island's first revered elder Qi who had left the island due to certain reasons. Duan Ling Tian prepared to leave.
Wait! At this moment, Martial Emperor Shi stopped Duan Ling Tian. Is there anything else? Duan Ling Tian frowned.
I owe you one since you didn't kill me today. There's something that I must tell you, Martial Emperor Shi said.
He proceeded to speak as Duan Ling Tian looked at him curiously. Actually, 2 powerful demon emperor powerhouses came to my Lost Stone Forest not too long ago. What does that have to do with me? Duan Ling Tian's frown deepened. He did not have time to listen to Martial Emperor Shi's nonsensical babble. They were there for you. However, what Martial Emperor Shi said next stunned Duan Ling Tian. They were there for me? Who are they? 2 demon emperor powerhouses. From what he recalled, it seemed like he did not know any demon emperor powerhouses.
I don't know who they are. It was a young lady and a girl. The young lady wore yellow and looked about 15 or 16, while the little girl wore white and looked mischievous.
Yellow-clad girl? Mischievous. A familiar figure instantly emerged in Duan Ling Tian's mind after he heard Martial Emperor Shi's words. Han Xuanai.
Xuanai's back. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. It was not difficult for him to guess that the yellow-clad girl was most likely Han Xuanai. He looked at Martial Emperor Shi and asked, what about the white-clad little girl?
Are there any distinctive features? How did the yellow-clad girl address her? Martial Emperor Shi took a while to remember before he finally said, the yellow-clad girl called her Little White. Little White. Duan Ling Tian was shaken. He was just guessing earlier that the yellow-clad girl was Han Xuanai. However, he was certain now.
Was Little White not the little white python from back then?
It seems like Little White managed to transform into a human, and she took the form of a little girl. A slight smile hung on the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. The little thing from back then had already grown so much, he could not help but feel a little sentimental.
Xuanai brought Little White. I wonder if Little Black and Little Gold came along. Duan Ling Tian could not help but think of the other two little fellows when he thought about Xuanai and Little White.
The two little fellows were naturally the little black python and the little gold mouse. Back then, the three little fellows were left with Xuanai. They had been away for so many years. After Duan Ling Tian heard that they were back, the memories hidden deep in the recesses of his mind resurfaced. After we're finished with the matters on the overseas Saint Islands, I'll bring Kuer, Little Feier, and Tianwu back to Cloud Continent. After so many years, I really do miss them. Duan Ling Tian planned in his heart. Han Xuanai's figure and the figures of the three little fellows flashed in his mind one after another. According to Martial Emperor Shi Qi's words, it seems like Xuanai is still the same. As for the three little fellows, I'm afraid I won't be able to recognize them now since they've transformed into humans. Duan Ling Tian's heart pounded when he thought of this. You said they're Demon Emperor powerhouses? Duan Ling Tian recalled Martial Emperor Shi Qi's earlier words and looked at him.
The yellow-clad girl was the leader of the duo. The white-clad little girl easily defeated me.
With her strength, she could have killed me if she wanted to. Martial Emperor Shi Qi smiled bitterly and said, What are they if they aren't Demon Emperor powerhouses? Although human martial artists might be able to maintain their appearance after breaking through to the martial monarch stage, the yellow-clad girl only looked about 16 or 17 years of age.
Was it possible for one to break through to the martial monarch stage at 15 or 16 years old and maintain her youthful looks?
As for the white-clad little girl, she did not look like she was older than 10 years old. It was even more unlikely for one to break through to the martial monarch stage before the age of 10. That was why he was certain they were demons who had transformed into humans. Little White is so strong? Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard Martial Emperor Shi Qi's words. He did not expect the little white python would become so powerful.
In his excitement, Duan Ling Tian left Martial Emperor Shi Qi and turned around to catch up to the people from Lingshan Peak. That's surprising. Even Little White broke through to the Martial Emperor stage and became a Demon Emperor powerhouse.
It would presumably be the same for Little Black and Little Gold. They should have become Demon Emperors as well. And Xuanai too. Duan Ling Tian felt a bit sentimental when he thought about that mischievous yellow-clad girl.
He still remembered he met Han Xuanai at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 7-Star Sword sect. At that time, he had guessed that Han Xuanai was probably a young miss from a rich family and a powerful force in Dark Han Dynasty.
Later, he discovered Han Xuanai was not from the Dark Han Dynasty. Then, he speculated that Han Xuanai was from Cloud Continent's ancient Han clan. But that did not seem like it. Xuanai shouldn't be from Cloud Continent. There are only two possibilities. She's either from the overseas Saint Islands or the Dao Martial Saint Land.
Between the two possibilities, Duan Ling Tian preferred the latter. Han Xuanai was from the Dao Martial Saint Land.
Dao Martial Saint Land. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, it was a strange place filled with the unknowns.
There were many powerhouses there. Even Cloud Continent's Martial Emperor powerhouses were only equivalent to an innate void restoration stage martial artist there.
The innate void restoration stage was nothing in the Dao Martial Saint Land.
Duan Ling Tian was familiar with some things on Dao Martial Saint Land thanks to Wang Ba's soul that was hidden in his body. Wang Ba claimed he was a saint stage powerhouse.
Duan Ling Tian's heart was as calm as the sea he was currently flying across. He did not catch up to the people from Lingshan Peak because the people from Lingshan Peak had already arrived at the venue of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. It was held at a vast and calm area of the sea. Currently, the sky above that area was filled with people. It was densely packed. Duan Ling Tian could not help but wonder if everyone from the Hidden Fog Island was here.
Duan Ling Tian quickly found the two women and the people from Lingshan Peak and flew over to them. You've resolved it? Yang Hui asked with a smile.
Duan Ling Tian nodded. Meanwhile, at a place close to them, Zhou Yu, who was standing behind Martial Emperor Lei Ming and the group of people from Thundercloud Peak, suddenly changed his expression. Why's he here? Zhou Yi's expression turned gloomy as he stared at the purple-clad young man in the distance. He was naturally familiar with that purple-clad young man. Duanling Tian was the one who had broken into Lost Stone Forest and tried to save Feng Tianwu, whom he had kidnapped.
The sect leader of Ling Tian's sect, Duanling Tian.
When he saw Duanling Tian, he immediately thought of the fierce battle between Duanling Tian and Martial Emperor Shi.
Right? His stone tablet is already in my hands. He can no longer rely on the stone tablet. I have nothing to be afraid of.
Soon after, Zhou Yi calmed down. Put aside the fact that his opponent could no longer rely on the mysterious stone tablet and use the secret technique, his strength was not what it used to be. Currently, he had broken through to the Martial Emperor stage. His strength had improved a lot compared to the past. I've studied the stone tablet for so long, but I still can't figure out its secrets. It seems like even the gods are helping me by leading him to me. Zhou Yi's gaze on Duanling Tian suddenly brightened as though he saw an extremely precious treasure.
Previously, he had witnessed the purple-clad young man using the secret technique from the stone and the power it granted him.
Therefore, he concluded that his opponent knew how to use the stone tablet.
Once I learn how to use the stone tablet and the secret technique, coupled with my current cultivation, even Martial Emperor Lei Ming won't be a match for me. Zhou Yi could not help but feel excited when he thought of this. While Zhou Yi was staring at Duanling Tian with glowing eyes, Duanling Tian was also looking at him. However, Duanling Tian merely glanced at him before he turned to look at the old man standing in front of him. He's the master of Thundercloud Peak, Martial Emperor Lei Ming?
Brother Yang. Duanling Tian looked at Yang Hui and asked through voice transmission. That Martial Emperor Lei Ming, is he very strong? Very strong.
Although Yang Hui did not know why Duanling Tian was suddenly interested in Martial Emperor Lei Ming, he still responded. Among all the known Martial Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent, Martial Emperor Lei Ming's strength is on par with Martial Emperor Yuhan. Both of them are ranked top 3 among the strongest Martial Emperors.
So strong.
Duanling Tian was shocked when he heard that.
He had witnessed Martial Emperor Yuhan's strength. She was very powerful. With his current strength, even if Martial Emperor Yuhan did not utilize her spirit weapon and presented him with an opportunity to use the colossal aerolite arrow, he would be at most evenly matched with her. He managed to break Martial Emperor Yuhan's heaven and earth wipeout with his arrow previously because Martial Emperor Yuhan was unprepared. If he had aimed his arrow at Martial Emperor Yuhan, she would have regained her senses in time and utilized her spirit weapon to block that shot. Once Martial Emperor Yuhan utilized her spirit weapon, killing him would be easy. His current strength was equivalent to the strength of Martial Emperor Yuhan when she was not using her spirit weapon. He was stronger than a 4th-level Martial Emperor stage martial artist but weaker than an ordinary 5th-level Martial Emperor stage powerhouse. It seems that my only hope is to wait for the Hidden Fog martial competition to begin so that I can fight this Zhou Yi. Only then will I have the chance to kill him and snatch the Devil Seal tablet. Duanling Tian secretly thought.
With Martial Emperor Lei Ming there, he could not fight them directly. Otherwise, he might die.
Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was also thinking about how he could find a chance to threaten Duanling Tian, so he would reveal the secrets of the mysterious stone tablet. So.
Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling came from the distance. 6 figures were flying toward them from the distance, getting closer and closer.
Among the 6 people, a young man dressed in a green robe was in the lead. He was holding a folding fan in his hand and wore a silk kerchief on his head. He looked exactly like a scholar, radiating a gentle and suave demeanor.
An old man, a middle-aged man, and 3 young men followed behind him. The 6 of them looked mighty and gave off a strong sense of oppression when they approached. Many people were overwhelmed to the extent that they could not breathe.
5 Martial Emperor stage powerhouses? Duanling Tian stared at the 5 people behind the young scholar in surprise. The 5 of them deliberately did not weaken their aura and their cultivation base at the Martial Emperor stage. As long as one was above the Martial Emperor stage, they would be able to sense it. Something's wrong. There should be 6 of them.
Soon, Duanling Tian's eyes landed on the young scholar at the lead who was surrounded by the 5 Martial Emperor powerhouses. He must also be at the Martial Emperor stage.
Moreover, he was definitely stronger than the 5 martial emperor powerhouses. He's the Hidden Fog Island's 3rd island master? Duan Ling Tian guessed inwardly.
Based on what he knew, the Hidden Fog martial competition today was hosted by the Hidden Fog Island's 3rd island master.
At this moment, a voice filled with admiration was clearly heard by Duan Ling Tian. Martial Emperor Qing Xian.
The voice filled with admiration was from Martial Emperor Ling Xian, Yang Hui.
Martial Emperor Qing Xian? When Duan Ling Tian's gaze landed on the young scholar again, he suddenly realized the opponent was not the 3rd island master of Hidden Fog Island.
However, someone whom Yang Hui admired could not be as simple as he appeared to be.
It should be noted that even when Yang Hui faced Martial Emperor Lei Ming or Martial Emperor Yuhan, he did not reveal such an expression. He could see that Yang Hui truly admired Martial Emperor Qing Xian from the bottom of his heart. However, there was one thing that Duan Ling Tian was not privy to. Even the word Xian, from Yang Hui's honorific title, Ling Xian, was taken from Martial Emperor Qing Xian's honorific title. Ling Xian and Qing Xian only differed in one word. It represented Yang Hui's admiration for Martial Emperor Qing Xian.
Greetings, Lord Qing Xian.
Shortly after, Duan Ling Tian witnessed a shocking scene. He saw that most of Cloud Continent's Martial Emperor powerhouses, including Yang Hui, Martial Emperor Ling Xian, bowed and greeted the young scholar. Even Martial Emperor Lei Ming and Martial Emperor Yuhan were no exception. They also bowed at the young scholar.
This scene shocked a lot of people.
This Martial Emperor Qing Xian, who's he exactly? Their hearts were shocked.
Naturally, there were some who had heard of Martial Emperor Qing Xian. Martial Emperor Qing Xian is the #1 Martial Emperor on Cloud Continent.
He represents the peak of humanity on Cloud Continent.
The #1 Martial Emperor on Cloud Continent?
Many people were shocked again as someone introduced Martial Emperor Qing Xian. It turns out that he's the #1 Martial Emperor on Cloud Continent, Martial Emperor Qing Xian. I've heard some of Cloud Continent's Martial Emperor powerhouses mentioned him before. His cultivation base is above the 7th level Martial Emperor stage. A Hidden Fog Island's martial artist said. 7th level Martial Emperor stage? Does that mean he's comparable to our Hidden Fog Island's 3rd island master? Many of the Hidden Fog Island's martial artists asked in surprise. There was a rumor on the Hidden Fog Island that all 3 island masters were above the 7th level Martial Emperor stage. Their strength was truly profound. I really can't tell. A seemingly weak young scholar is actually Cloud Continent's #1 Martial Emperor. A group of Hidden Fog Island martial artists was whispering among themselves. Their faces were filled with shock.
#1 among all the martial emperors?
When Duan Ling Tian heard the whisperings around him, his eyes widened in shock as he stared at the young scholar, Martial Emperor Qing Xian, who was smiling at all the Martial Emperor powerhouses. This Martial Emperor Qing Xian is the #1 Martial Emperor on Cloud Continent? Does that mean his current status on Cloud Continent is equivalent to the rebirth Martial Emperor 20,000 years ago? Duan Ling Tian felt astonished in his heart. Haha, Qing Xian, you came early. Before Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, a hearty laughter that sounded like a resonating bell came from afar. It was as loud as thunder. Many of the Hidden Fog Island's martial artists with lower cultivation base instantly changed their expressions. Some even ruptured their eardrums, blood spilling out of their ears.
Who?
When the laughter that sounded like a resonating bell stopped, a gust of strong wind blew past. A figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a burly man with a curly beard who wore a bronze armor. His face was grim, his hips were as strong as a bear, and his back was as supple as a tiger. He stood there like an iron tower and gave off a sense of oppression. Those with lower cultivation base found it hard to breathe. After the burly man with a curly beard's appearance, 10 more people appeared behind him. 3 of them stood slightly to the front while the remaining 7 stood behind. It distinctively showed their identities and statuses. Man Wu, Martial Emperor Qing Xian nodded in greeting at the burly man with a curly beard. The burly man with a curly beard who was known as Man Wu said bluntly, Qing Xian, I lost to you 3 years ago. I think I've improved a lot during this 3 years. When will we battle again? I still want to defeat you and redeem myself." After he spoke, the group who had just learned about Martial Emperor Xianxia, including Duan Tian, could still maintain their composure. However, the others were stunned. The shock was apparent on the faces of the other Martial Emperor powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses, including Yang Hui, Martial Emperor Lei Ming, Martial Emperor Yuhan, and Martial Emperor Qiuli, who had known about Martial Emperor Qin Xian's background. Demon Emperor Man Wu, the #1 Demon Emperor on Cloud Continent. He lost to Lord Qin Xian 3 years ago. Many people were shocked. Even the 10 people standing behind Demon Emperor Man Wu looked shocked. It was obvious this was the first time Demon Emperor Man Wu had spoken about it. It seems that only Martial Emperor Qin Xian and Demon Emperor Man Wu knew about it. However, Demon Emperor Man Wu seemed to be a genuine person since he could speak about it so candidly in front of so many people. After a while, Duan Tian understood the situation. "Man Wu, I merely won by a small margin in that battle 3 years ago. If you want to fight again, I'm more than willing to oblige. However, it'll have to wait until the Hidden Fog martial competition is over." Martial Emperor Qin Xian was still smiling even when faced with Demon Emperor Man Wu's challenge. "All right." Demon Emperor Man Wu nodded quickly before he and his 10 disciples stood to the side. "Lord Man Wu. Lord Man Wu." At this time, the Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent bowed toward Demon Emperor Man Wu. Demon Emperor Man Wu's status among the demons on Cloud Continent was equivalent to the status of Martial Emperor Qin Xian among the humans on Cloud Continent. A Martial Emperor powerhouse from Cloud Continent who came to cultivate on the Hidden Fog Island exclaimed, "I didn't think Lord Qin Xian had defeated Demon Emperor Man Wu 3 years ago. Does that mean Lord Qin Xian is more than the #1 Martial Emperor on Cloud Continent? He's actually the #1 person on Cloud Continent right now. #1 on Cloud Continent." For a time, not only did the group of people from Cloud Continent looked at Qin Xian in admiration, but even the people from Hidden Fog Island looked at Qin Xian in admiration. This Martial Emperor Qin Xian is really low-key. Even the 5 people behind him didn't know he had defeated Demon Emperor Man Wu. Duan Tian had long noticed the shocked expression on the faces of the 5 Martial Emperor powerhouses standing behind Martial Emperor Qin Xian. It was obvious they were shocked by this revelation as well. At this time, apart from the 10 people from Lost Stone Forest who left with Martial Emperor Shi Qi, almost everyone from Cloud Continent who came to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition was here. Now, we just have to wait for the 3rd Island Master. The Hidden Fog martial competition will officially begin once the 3rd Island Master arrives. Many Hidden Fog Islands martial artists said. "It seems that our Hidden Fog Islands core disciples haven't arrived yet." Someone seemed to have noticed this. There are quite a number of Inner Island disciples and Outer Island disciples who came to watch, but we haven't seen any of the core disciples. The Hidden Fog Islands disciples were separated into 3 groups. They were the core disciples, Inner Island disciples, and Outer Island disciples. They could be identified by the order token that they carried around on their waists. There were a lot of Inner Island disciples and Outer Island disciple, but none of the core disciples could be seen. "They're here!" Someone yelled before the sound of wind whistling in the distance was heard. Along with the sound of wind whistling, a few figures traveling at lightning speed appeared. In just a blink of an eye, the figures arrived. All these people had one thing in common. All of them had an order token on their waists that was carved with the word core. It was obvious they were the Hidden Fog Islands core disciples. One of the core disciples' eyes lit up as though he had discovered something. So, following that, he arrived before the group of people from Yuhan Valley and looked at Martial Emperor Yuhan. He said with a smile, "Senior Yuhan." "Young Master Chun," Martial Emperor Yuhan said. She was extremely courteous when she spoke to that Hidden Fog Islands core disciple. This was because he had another shocking identity. Apart from being a Hidden Fog Islands core disciple, he was also the only son of the 2nd Island Master. Moreover, the 2nd Island Master only had him when he was old. As such, the love the 2nd Island Master of Hidden Fog Island had for his son was very obvious. "Senior Yuhan, where are the 2 junior sisters?" The person who stood in front of Martial Emperor Yuhan was Hidden Fog Island's core disciple, Chunji. Among the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples, Chunji might not be the strongest, but he was definitely the most lecherous. Ever since Chunji discovered that Yuhan Valley had two extremely beautiful female disciples, he had lusted after them. As for the fiancée of the two female disciples, he was not bothered about it. In his opinion, he could just kill him. When Chunji spoke, he began to search for the women behind Martial Emperor Yuhan. However, there were only 8 people standing behind her, and all of them looked mediocre to him. They did not interest him at all. Young Master Chen, I'm afraid I can't fulfill the promise I made that day. Martial Emperor Yuhan sighed. Chunji's expression changed dramatically. Senior Yuhan, what do you mean? Are you regretting your decision? Back then, Chunji had immediately gone to Martial Emperor Yuhan and asked for their hands in marriage once. He heard there were 2 extremely beautiful women under Martial Emperor Yuhan. Martial Emperor Yuhan had made him a promise, but now, she was saying she could not fulfill the promise? I don't regret it. My disciples got carried away and ran away with a boy from Lingshan Peak. They had deserted Yuhan Valley. I can no longer decide these things for them. As Martial Emperor Yuhan spoke, she looked at the people from Lingshan Peak. Chunji followed Martial Emperor Yuhan's line of sight. With one look, he was dumbstruck. God! There were such beauties in this world? 2 graceful figures appeared before Chunji's eyes. He was completely stupefied. One of the women wore a lavender blouse. She had long, flowing hair and a jade belt wrapped around her slim waist. Although her slender legs were covered, it could not hide her peerless beauty. Her almost perfect face, in particular, was dazzling. A pair of curved eyebrows, expressive eyes, tall and straight nose, and a cherry-like mouth. All of it attracted Chunji. Chunji's breathing quickened as he reluctantly shifted his gaze away from the purple-clad woman to the other woman standing next to her. This woman had a hint of girlish innocence on her face and the obedience of a pretty girl from a humble background. People could not help but adore her for it. She had a pretty face, and flaws were difficult to be found on her face. The best! The best! Chunji's eyes were glowing. At this moment, he was just short of drooling. Chunji gulped and asked hastily, Senior Yuhan, is that them? That's right. That's them. The purple-clad youth beside them is their fiancé, Duan Ling Tian. Martial Emperor Yuhan said unhurriedly as she nodded. It was as though she was not worried even if the world was in chaos. Who? When Martial Emperor Yuhan finished speaking, Chunji disappeared like a gust of wind. When he reappeared, he stood before the group of people from Lingshan Peak. More accurately, he appeared in front of Kuer and Li Fei. "2 junior sister, your master has given your hand in marriage to me. Just wait for a few days for my father to come out from his closed-door cultivation, and we can get married," Chunji said to Kuer and Li Fei with what he thought was a dazzling smile. When Kuer and Li Fei heard Chunji's words, they could not help but feel stunned. They simultaneously looked at Martial Emperor Yuhan standing at the distance and realized that Martial Emperor Yuhan was also looking at them. Martial Emperor Yuhan's eyes were filled with indifference. Kuer and Li Fei's faces immediately sank. "You have the wrong person. Sister Kuer and I do have a master, but she died a few years ago," Li Fei said faintly to Chunji. "Your junior sister Li Fei, aren't you?" Chunji's eyes were passionate as he sized Li Fei up. As the saying goes, once a master, forever a parent. It's unwise for you to sever your relationship with your master for a trash. Trash? Li Fei's face turned cold when she heard Chunji's words. How could someone else insult her man? Kuer's face also darkened as her eyes gleamed coldly. Every dragon had a reverse scale. Touch it and one would die. Duan Lingtian was undoubtedly their reverse scale. When the 2 women were about to attack, a tall figure stood in front of them like a mountain and shielded them behind him. It gave them a sense of security. That person was none other than Duan Lingtian. "Get lost," Duan Lingtian said slowly as he coolly glanced at Chunji. At this moment, the smile on Chunji's face was completely frozen. As a core disciple of Hidden Fog Island and also the son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island, even the Hidden Fog Island's elders had to show him respect, let alone the other core disciples, inner island disciples or outer island disciples.
For the first time in his life, someone dared to ask him to get lost.
Boy, do you know who I am? Chunji stared at Duanling Tian with a darkened face. I don't care who you are, Duanling Tian said coolly. When he was done speaking, his arms moved, and he attacked as fast as lightning. In just a blink of an eye, a five-colored force left his arm and landed on Chen Ji. Bang!
A loud noise sounded and the unguarded Chen Ji was blasted away.
Puff! Wah!
Chen Ji flew back like a shot arrow, blood spurting out. The blood splattered everywhere like blooming roses. It was so red that it was almost purple.
It was obvious that he was suffering from a serious internal injury. Silence. The entire place was silent. Even the Hidden Fog Island's disciples who usually hung out with Chun Ji were so shocked that it took them a while to check on Chan Ji's injury.
Well. The first to react was Martial Emperor Yuhan. Martial Emperor Yuhan looked at Duanling Tian and repeated the word well 3 times before she added, getting angry because of your women. How bold of you, Duanling Tian.
Thanks for your compliment, Martial Emperor Yuhan. Duanling Tian glanced at Martial Emperor Yuhan indifferently. He had long guessed that Chun Ji would come to find fault with him because of Martial Emperor Yuhan's instigation. However, did Martial Emperor Yuhan really think a mere second-level Martial Emperor stage martial artist could threaten him?
Maybe his background is not simple. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Duanling Tian's mind.
However, his face remained calm without the slightest hint of fear. If he allowed the other party to disrespect his women because he was afraid of the other party's identity and background, then he was not a man of integrity. Senior Brother Chun. At this time, many Hidden Fog Island's disciples finally regained their senses and flew toward Chun Ji. Although Chun Ji's personality was objectionable, and most of the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples were dissatisfied with him, no one was willing to offend him because of his status. Therefore, many people rushed over to fawn over him because of his status. This was the best opportunity to do so. Many Hidden Fog Island's disciples set off and rushed to Chun Ji like a group of dogs fighting over a bone. It looked very exaggerated. Duanling Tian? No one noticed that Martial Emperor Xianxia had lifted his eyebrows and glanced at Duanling Tian, while Martial Emperor Yuhan was speaking to Duanling Tian. He shifted his gaze after a glance, but there was a hint of surprise in the depth of his eyes. So he's Duanling Tian, Martial Emperor Xianxia muttered.
It was as though he knew Duanling Tian. When the Hidden Fog Island's martial artists came to their senses, they looked at Duanling Tian and whispered, "This young man's so bold.
He dared to hurt Chen Ji." Without exception, all of their eyes were filled with pity when they looked at Duanling Tian, as though he would suffer from a revenge and die immediately. Chun Ji is the only son of the second island master, not to mention that he might not be a match for Chun Ji. Even if he could win Chen Ji, the second island master wouldn't let him go, someone said. In most people's opinion, Duanling Tian only managed to injure Chen Ji earlier because he launched a sneak attack. If they were fighting properly, he might not be able to defeat Chen Ji.
That person is the son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island?
Moreover, he's the only son. Many Martial Emperor's disciples and Demon Emperor's disciples from Cloud Continent were shocked. They did not expect this. At once, their gaze toward Duanling Tian held a little more pity.
Yang Hui's face changed dramatically.
He naturally knew what being the only son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island meant. The second island master of Hidden Fog Island. I heard he's at the 8th level Martial Emperor stage. Even Lord Xianxia might not necessarily be his match. Yang Hui was in despair. He immediately turned to Duanling Tian and urged him through voice transmission. Brother Ling Tian, you should quickly escape with your wives. You've injured the son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island. It's equivalent to offending the second island master of Hidden Fog Island. He won't let you get away with this. Yang Hui's tone was filled with anxiety. Both Kuer and Li Fei also changed their expressions as they looked at Martial Emperor Yuhan coldly.
At this moment, they were finally aware that everything was part of Martial Emperor Yuhan's plan. Martial Emperor Yuhan wanted to harm their man.
Escape! Duanling Tian shook his head after listening to Yang Hui's words. He suddenly turned and looked in the distance. An old man surrounded by a young man and a young woman were heading toward them. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived at the venue of the Hidden Fog martial competition.
The old man wore a bronze robe. His long hair was tied up with a hairband. His white eyebrows were raised. Somehow he managed to look imposing without looking fierce.
Although he had white hair and white eyebrows, his face was that of a middle-aged man. He did not look like an old man at all. The saying, "one with white hair and a youthful face," described him perfectly.
As for the young man behind the old man, he looked handsome and had a bit of similarity to the old man. On the other hand, the young woman looked like the living dead. Her eyes were dull and her pale face made her look even creepier. Unlike the handsome young man, the young woman looked ordinary. If one were to put her in the crowd, one would have a hard time picking her out from the crowd.
Although her appearance was ordinary, her creepiness was very unique. "Greetings, Third Island Master."
"Greetings, Third Island Master." After the appearance of the bronze-clad old man, a group of Hidden Fog Island's core disciples took the lead and bowed at him.
The remaining Hidden Fog Island's inner island disciples, outer island disciples, and the other Hidden Fog Island's martial artists followed suit. They did not dare to be negligent. Among everyone from the Hidden Fog Island, there was only one person who did not bow and greet the bronze-clad old man. That person was Chun-Ji.
Most of Xianxia's injuries were healed after he consumed some healing medicinal pills. He glared at Duan Lingtian, completely disregarding the third island master of Hidden Fog Island who had just arrived. He said coldly, "You dare to sneak attack me?" However, Duan Lingtian ignored him. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the third island master of Hidden Fog Island.
He knew that the arrival of the third island master of Hidden Fog Island meant that the Hidden Fog martial competition was about to begin. However, he did not know whether the third island master of Hidden Fog Island would speak up for Chun-Ji or not.
"I won't kill you immediately. I'll leave your life hanging on a thread and slowly torture you." Chun-Ji flew out. It seemed as though he had transformed into a sharp arrow as he charged at Duan Lingtian with a great momentum. In his opinion, he was injured by Duan Lingtian's attack earlier because Duan Lingtian had launched a sneak attack and caught him off guard. If he had been alert, he would not be hit. He was confident that he was stronger than Duan Lingtian.
When the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body stirred, and he was about to attack Chun-Ji, a light reprimand suddenly sounded.
"Enough." It stopped Chun-Ji. "Third Island Master. He had hurt me earlier. I must seek revenge." Chun-Ji said in a low voice as he looked at the Third Island Master.
Obviously, the person who stopped Chun-Ji was the Third Island Master of Hidden Fog Island. The Hidden Fog martial competition is about to begin. You'll have plenty of opportunity for revenge later. Now, stop embarrassing the Hidden Fog Island. The Third Island Master of Hidden Fog Island said sternly in a deep voice. His gaze was cold. HPMH. Chun-Ji seemed to be afraid of the Third Island Master of Hidden Fog Island. He glanced at Duan Lingtian and snorted. "I'll allow you to stay alive for a little while longer. During the Hidden Fog martial competition, I'll definitely kill you and let you die without a burial place. I'll wait and see." Duan Lingtian calmed the origin energy in his body and glanced at Chun-Ji indifferently. He looked relaxed as though he did not fear Chun-Ji at all.
Naturally, he was really not afraid of Chun-Ji.
The Third Island Master of Hidden Fog Island seems to hate Chun-Ji. Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. Moreover, he also noticed that the young man standing behind the Third Island Master of Hidden Fog Island had also looked at Chun-Ji with flashing eyes. It seems like Chun-Ji's relations on the Hidden Fog Island are not good. However, Chun-Ji's father is the second island master of Hidden Fog Island. Logically speaking, they should be close to the third island master of Hidden Fog Island. Why does the third island master hate Chun-Ji so much? Duan Lingtian was puzzled.
What Duan Lingtian did not know was the third island master of Hidden Fog Island once had a naturally gifted female direct disciple whom he favored. However, she had chosen to commit suicide after she was raped by Chun-Ji.
If it was not for the second island master's protection and the first island master's interference, he would have killed Chun-Ji long ago. Although many years had passed, his hatred for Chun-Ji did not lessen. He had promised the first island master that he would not kill Chun-Ji, but he could not help but pull a long face whenever he encountered Chun-Ji. The young man standing behind the third island master was the third island master's grandchild. The third island master's direct disciple who was raped by Chun-Ji was not only his senior sister, but she was also engaged to him. His fiancée was raped and committed suicide because of that. His hatred for Chun-Ji was obvious. Chun-Ji, I'll kill you one day and avenge Kair. The young man glared at Chun-Ji with a cold killing intent. However, he knew that he was not a match for Chun-Ji with his strength. Among the people who were watching, Martial Emperor Yuhan's face sank. She did not expect the third island master of Hidden Fog Island would appear in that moment and completely disrupt her plan. Originally, according to her plan, Duanling Tian would kill Chun-Ji. Once Chun-Ji died, she would kill Duanling Tian and snatch his spatial ring. Since he's the third reincarnation of the rebirth Martial Emperor, he must have a lot of rare treasures in his hands. She wanted to wait until Chun-Ji was killed because she was worried the Hidden Fog Island's powerhouse from the other day would save Duanling Tian again. In her opinion, once Duanling Tian killed the only son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island, Chun-Ji, the Hidden Fog Island's powerhouse would not save Duanling Tian again. Currently, she had given up hope on enslaving Duanling Tian. She just wanted the spatial ring in Duanling Tian's hands. However, the timely appearance of the third island master of Hidden Fog Island had completely disrupted her plan. Meanwhile, the third island master of Hidden Fog Island began to announce the rules of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition after he greeted the Cloud Continent's Martial Emperor powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses. In the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, only those who are ranked in the top 30 will advance to the next round. Those who advanced will be rewarded, especially those who are in the top 10. The people who recommended them will get a bonus reward, the third island master of Hidden Fog Island said. Instantly, many pairs of eyes lit up. The Hidden Fog Martial Competition was organized by the Hidden Fog Island. Therefore, the rewards could not be terrible. There was a flash in Duanling Tian's eyes. Naturally, he knew the bonus reward the third island master of Hidden Fog Island spoke of was none other than the Saint Stone. After the Hidden Fog Martial Competition ended, the Cloud Continent's Martial Emperor powerhouses or Demon Emperor powerhouses who recommended the person who ranked first would obtain 10 Saint Stones. Second place and third place would obtain 5 Saint Stones respectively. The fourth, fifth, and sixth place would obtain 3 Saint Stones each. The 7th to 10th place would only obtain 1 Saint Stone. He had learned all of these from Martial Emperor Xianxia. Apart from that, once the Hidden Fog Martial Competition begins, it's a fight until death unless one surrenders. Once someone surrenders, the other party may not continue their attacks. I'll interfere if there's anyone who disregards the rules. The third island master of Hidden Fog Island continued to speak. Fight till death. At once, some of the Martial Emperor's disciples with lower cultivation base changed their expressions slightly as they became a little heavy-hearted. They reminded themselves to surrender immediately if they were to encounter an opponent they could not defeat. When the third island master of Hidden Fog Island finished speaking, Duanling Tian could clearly feel a violent and vicious gaze on him. He could guess to whom the gaze belonged to without even having to look. Chun-Ji. Soon after, the third island master of Hidden Fog Island continued speaking. The Hidden Fog Martial Competition officially begins. The rules of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition were simple. Participants would be eliminated until only 30 remained. These 30 people would advance to the next round. That would be the end of the first round. During the second round, the 10 strongest participants would be chosen. After that, the rankings of the 10 participants would be determined during the third round. Following the explanation of the rules, they had to draw lots. After every participant had gotten a number, the Hidden Fog Martial Competition officially began. Time passed by silently. Duanling Tian gradually began to suspect that the third island master of Hidden Fog Island had tampered with the lots. It was too coincidental that no Martial Emperor met another Martial Emperor in the first round. All of the Martial Emperor's opponents were merely martial monarchs. Could that be possible if they had drawn the lots normally? Duanling Tian believed that even if the third island master of Hidden Fog Island had checked their cultivation base with his powerful spiritual energy, they would not notice it since the gap between their cultivation base was too wide. The battles were one-sided after the lots were drawn. Martial Emperor stage versus Martial Monarch stage. One could imagine the results. After a while, the results of the 30 participants who had successfully advanced to the next round were out. 26 of them were at the Martial Emperor stage, and 5 of them were under Martial Emperor Xianxia.
However, the number was still inferior to the number of Hidden Fog Island's Martial Emperor stage core disciples. There were 7 Hidden Fog Island's Martial Emperor stage core disciples including Xianxia. The young woman standing behind the third island master of Hidden Fog Island was also a Martial Emperor stage core disciple.
There was also another young man. He was not at the Martial Emperor stage but at the peak of the Martial Monarch stage. Among the 30 participants who advanced to the second round, 26 of them were Martial Emperor powerhouses, and only 4 were at the peak of the Martial Monarch stage. It was equivalent to having 1 foot in the Martial Emperor stage. The grandson of the third island master of Hidden Fog Island was one of them.
For Lingxian Peak, only Duan Lingtian and Zhou Di managed to advance to the second round. The other 8 were eliminated.
As for Yuhan Valley, only Su Rong Along managed to advance to the next round. Both Lan Bai and Zhou Yi from Thundercloud Peak also managed to advance. There were also some disciples of the other Martial Emperor powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent, and almost all who managed to advance to the second round were at the Martial Emperor stage. There were only 2 at the peak of the Martial Monarch stage. The final martial artist at the peak of the Martial Monarch stage, who managed to advance to the next round, was also a Hidden Fog Islands core disciple. In other words, there were 10 Hidden Fog Islands core disciples who participated in the Hidden Fog martial competition, and 9 of them managed to advance to the second round. Only 1 person did not make the cut. For a time, the group of Hidden Fog Islands core disciples became the center of attention. That's amazing! They're worthy of being the core disciples of the overseas Saint Islands, Hidden Fog Island. 10 people participated in the Hidden Fog martial competition, and only 1 was eliminated after the first round. It's such a coincidence. None of the martial emperors were matched with another martial emperor in the first round.
When they drew lots earlier, the third island master must have done something.
Actually, that's understandable. They must save the best for last in order to make the others look forward to it.
You're right.
There was a buzz among the onlookers. They had high expectations for the second round of the competition.
They were certain there would definitely be matches between martial emperors. These battles were what they were most excited about and had anticipated to watch. This Zhou Yi actually broke through to the martial emperor stage. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Yi, who was standing in the distance with a look of surprise on his face that he could not conceal.
Although Zhou Yi did not unleash his full strength in the earlier battle, he could clearly sense that Zhou Yi had broken through to the martial emperor stage.
This female disciple from Thundercloud Peak is even stronger than Zhou Yi. Duan Lingtian's gaze shifted from Zhou Yi to the woman next to him.
That woman was in no way inferior to the other men. Her strength was far superior compared to Zhou Yi. The woman whom Duan Lingtian was staring at was Martial Emperor Lei Ming of Thundercloud Peak's favorite direct disciple, Lan Bai. All 5 of the people that Martial Emperor Xianxia brought managed to advance to the next round. However, that's not unusual considering they're all at the Martial Emperor stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes continued to sweep past the 5 people who came with Martial Emperor Xianxia. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's eyes landed on Martial Emperor Qiuli. To be precise, his eyes were trained on Dong, who was standing beside Martial Emperor Qiuli. He was no stranger to him. They had even fought before. You're lucky in the first round of the martial competition. In the second round, you won't be as lucky. Chunji stood at a distance and glared at Duan Lingtian. One could see the overwhelming anger rising in his eyes. However, Duan Lingtian did not bother with him from the beginning until the end.
That only served to make Chunji angrier.
The second round of the martial competition will now begin. The second round of the Hidden Fog martial competition officially began after the third island master spoke. Many spectators who were originally sleepy became awake instantly as though they were on steroids. They stared in anticipation, waiting for the second round to begin. The second round began as scheduled. Finally, there were fights between martial emperor powerhouses. The ferocity of the battle was beyond comparison to the first round.
In just a short period of time, 2 martial emperors had already died.
Duan Ling Tian's first opponent in the second round of the martial competition was the last person he wanted to meet. Thundercloud Peak's Lan Bai.
Both of them are Thundercloud Peak's disciple. Zhou definitely has a profound understanding of Lan Bai's strength. If I defeat Lan Bai, I'm afraid he'll surrender immediately before I even attack if he's matched with me. Duan Ling Tian was somewhat upset.
Originally, he planned to kill Zhou Yi during the Hidden Fog martial competition and retrieve the Devil Seal tablet that originally belonged to him. However, things had turned a little tricky now. Lan Bai was the direct disciple of Cloud Continent's martial emperor Lei Ming, master of the Thundercloud Peak. According to Yang Hui, she was at the second-level martial emperor stage and was extremely strong. She was definitely more powerful than Zhou Yi. Naturally, such strength was nothing to him. He could defeat her without even using the colossal aerolite arrow or any other martial skill. Never mind, I'll let her win so I can obtain the Devil Seal tablet. Shortly after, Duan Ling Tian made up his mind.
Following that, the battle between Duan Ling Tian and Lan Bai merely lasted around 10 breaths' time under everyone's watchful eyes before he was completely defeated.
It seemed as though he could not retaliate at all when they fought.
On the surface, it was flawless. Almost no one, including Lan Bai, realized that Duan Ling Tian had deliberately lost the battle. Congratulations, senior sister Bai.
After Lan Bai won, Zhou Yi was the first to congratulate her. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as his eyes gleamed coldly. Although Duan Ling Tian has broken through to the martial emperor stage like me, he merely lasted around 10 breaths' time with senior sister Bai. His strength is far inferior compared to mine. A few days ago, Zhou Yi had just sparred with Lan Bai.
Lan Bai could not beat him within 20 breaths' time.
Due to this reason, he concluded that Duan Ling Tian was not his match. Brother Ling Tian. Yang Hui was stunned. Regarding Duan Ling Tian's defeat, it was nothing out of the ordinary for those who did not know his strength. However, for Yang Hui, Ku'er, and Li Fei who knew his strength, they were all looking at him in confusion. They did not understand why Duan Ling Tian would let her win. All of them could see that Duan Ling Tian had held back earlier and deliberately lost to Lan Bai. I didn't want to arouse any suspicion. Duan Ling Tian replied leisurely when he heard the voice transmission from Yang Hui and the 2 women.
Did not want to arouse any suspicion? The 3 of them looked around after hearing those words, but they did not find anything amiss.
He dares to join the Hidden Fog martial competition with such strength? Chun Ji could not help but sneer when he saw how easily Duan Ling Tian was defeated.
He could see through Lan Bai's strength from the beginning until the end. Although their cultivation base was almost similar, her strength was no match for his. Now, Duan Ling Tian had been defeated by Lan Bai.
If he dares to fight me, I won't give him any chance to surrender. Chun Ji swore to himself as he stared at Duan Ling Tian coldly.
If there was another person at the scene that could see the abnormality of the battle apart from Yang Hui, Ku'er, and Li Fei who knew Duan Ling Tian's strength, Martial Emperor Yuhan was undoubtedly one of them.
She had fought with Duan Ling Tian before. Although they only exchanged a blow, she was certain Duan Ling Tian's strength was definitely not any lesser than the 4th-level Martial Emperor stage.
He doesn't seem to know that female disciple from Thundercloud Peak but still deliberately lost the battle. He must be plotting something. There was a glint in Martial Emperor Yuhan's eyes as she speculated inwardly. However, she could not guess what the other party was trying to do.
In addition to Martial Emperor Yuhan, there was another person who noticed the abnormality. It was Martial Emperor Qin Xian.
Martial Emperor Qin Xian glanced at Duan Ling Tian. His eyes glinted before he averted his gaze. The thoughts running through his mind remained a mystery.
That's his strength.
If that's his full strength, he'll certainly die if he meets Qinji.
Unless he surrenders immediately, it won't end well for him. A lot of Hidden Fog Island's core disciples were whispering among themselves as they looked at Duan Ling Tian standing in the distance.
Shen Shi's face sank when he heard the whisperings of the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples. He was afraid Duan Ling Tian would be scared off by the core disciples' chatter and immediately surrender when they meet.
That was not what he wanted. However, he had overthought things. As time passed, The 4 martial artists at the peak of the martial monarch stage were eliminated consecutively. Some of the martial emperor powerhouses were also eliminated, and 3 were killed.
One of the martial emperor powerhouses who was killed was a man under martial emperor Xianxia. The other 2 martial emperors who were killed were core disciples from the hidden fog island.
The situation was getting intense. Swish! Crack! Suddenly, a piercing sound reverberated in the air. The clear sound of something clawing into a body followed soon after. It made everyone's blood curdle. The pale young woman had used a type of claw martial skill and clawed into her opponent's chest. Her pair of hands seemed boneless as it forcefully tore into her opponent's chest.
After a few moments, she ripped out a beating heart.
Snapped!
As the martial emperor powerhouse whose heart was ripped out stopped breathing and fell to the ground, the young woman clenched her hand and crushed the heart in her hand. Blood splattered everywhere. It was a dazzling yet spine-chilling sight.
Gory.
Too gory. Many people's faces were distorted because of the scare.
So strong. She has already broken through to the 3rd level martial emperor stage. Duan Lingtian looked at the young woman. He was shocked. That pale young woman remained expressionless from the very beginning, just like the living dead. She was none other than the young woman who came with the 3rd island master of Hidden Fog Island. Unlike most people's expressions that looked horrible, the 3rd island master of Hidden Fog Island looked pleased.
This was because, apart from being a core disciple of Hidden Fog Island, she was also his direct disciple.
It did not take long until it was Duan Lingtian's turn again.
This was his final battle in the 2nd round of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. If he won, he would be ranked in the top 10 of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. He would then compete with the others for the exact ranking in the later round.
However, so far he still had not encountered Joey. When Duan Lingtian entered the battlefield, his opponent followed and confronted him.
Do you think he'll surrender? A lot of people were looking at Duan Lingtian as they discussed among themselves.
I think he'll definitely surrender. After all, he can't even win against that female powerhouse, and she had lost to Chun-Ji. Some of them talked while looking at the people from Thundercloud Peak. Their eyes landed on Lan Bai. Lan Bai had previously lost to Chun-Ji. I was wondering when they'll meet. I didn't think they would meet in the 2nd round. Most of the people watching looked like they were on steroids.
Currently, the person who stood opposite him was none other than Chun-Ji.
Chun-Ji, the one who was blasted away and was seriously injured by Duan Lingtian not too long ago. The only son of the 2nd island master of Hidden Fog Island. Seems like God is also giving me his blessing. Chun-Ji stared at the purple-clad young man before him excitedly.
In his opinion, he would be able to kill him and redeem himself from the embarrassment earlier now that he met him. Moreover, if he killed his opponent's women would become his.
Chun-Ji was excited when he thought about the 2 peerless beauties. The thing he was most worried about now was Duan Lingtian surrendering.
If that happened, he would lose his chance to seek revenge. It was not what he wanted.
When Chun-Ji looked over, Duan Lingtian was also looking at Chun-Ji. His eyes were as cold as ice.
I didn't expect to meet him so soon. I won't hand over the victory just like that. I must win this battle, I can't lose. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes glinted.
At this moment, he could no longer worry about Zhou Yi finding out about his true strength.
He could not be bothered even if Zhou Yi became wary of him because of his subsequent attacks or if he surrenders when they meet.
He only knew he could let anyone but Chun-Ji win. Moreover, he also wanted to teach Chun-Ji an unforgettable lesson.
Boy, I'll kill you soon. After I kill you, your fiancés will be mine. When Chun-Ji spoke, he pointed toward Kuer and Li Fei to intentionally provoke Duan Lingtian.
Duan Lingtian was indeed angered. Want to kill me? I want to see which one of us will die. Duan Lingtian responded indifferently, not wanting to show any weakness.
Don't have to think about it because it won't be me. Chun-Ji sneered as his robe fluttered even though there was no wind. A vast milky white flame rose along with energies in various colors. It was Chun-Ji exerting his origin energy and profundities. Chun-Ji's strength was considered at the top among the few 2nd-level martial emperor stage martial artists. He might even be a match for an ordinary 3rd-level martial emperor stage martial artist.
He attacked as quick as a lightning and headed straight for Duan Lingtian like a tiger charging down from a mountain. It was as though he would not rest until he tore Duan Ling Tian into pieces. The purple-clad young man is going to die soon. He can only be considered unlucky for meeting Chun Ji. In that split second, many people were whispering among themselves. All of them thought Duan Ling Tian was going to die in Chun Ji's hands.
After all, they had seen Duan Ling Tian defeated by Lan Bai and she was defeated by Chen Ji.
For a time, apart from those people who knew of Duan Ling Tian's strength, most people, including the third island master of Hidden Fog Island, thought that Duan Ling Tian would definitely be defeated or even killed. What's the matter, Qing Xian?
You have faith in this fellow? Without knowing when, Demon Emperor Man Wu had arrived next to Martial Emperor Qin Xian. He realized Martial Emperor Qin Xian's eyes were trained on the purple-clad young man when he followed his line of sight. More than 90% of them had a feeling the purple-clad young man would lose. You must have misjudged the situation this time. Demon Emperor Manchu did not wait for Martial Emperor Qin Xian to respond before he shook his head and said, "This fellow's at the first-level Martial Emperor stage while that Hidden Fog Island core disciple's at the second-level Martial Emperor stage. Judging from the ability he displayed earlier, he's comparable to a third-level Martial Emperor stage martial artist. It's a piece of cake for him to defeat this purple-clad young man at the first-level Martial Emperor stage," Demon Emperor Man Wu said.
"Just watch." Martial Emperor Qin Xian smiled lightly as he looked at the purple-clad young man, who was none other than Duan Ling Tian, in the distance. He seemed to have full confidence in him. "Seems like God's blessing me with another opportunity." There was a hint of greed sparkling in the depth of Martial Emperor Yuhan's eyes. In her opinion, as soon as Duan Ling Tian killed Qin Ji, and as long as that Hidden Fog Island's powerhouse stopped helping Duan Ling Tian, it would be easy for her to kill him and snatch his spatial ring away. She had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's ability previously. She was certain he was capable of killing Chun Ji. "I've decided not to kill you. I'll sever your dantian and your limbs instead. You'll watch as your two fiancés have fun on my crotch." Chun Ji grinned and dashed out. He seemed to have turned into a lightning bolt as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian.
Without knowing when, a sword appeared in his hand.
It was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword that gave a 100% boost.
In just a glance, Duan Ling Tian recognized it was another quasi-royal grade spirit sword that the Rebirth Martial Emperor crafted. It must have been left behind by the Rebirth Martial Emperor 10,000 years ago. After all, a quasi-royal grade spirit sword would not deteriorate over time. They were left behind and ended up in the hands of powerhouses. Every time a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon appeared, they would catch the attention of many people. Duan Ling Tian's face turned grave when he heard Chun Ji's barbaric words. Killing intent flashed in the depth of his eyes. On the other hand, Li Fei and Kur's expression did not look too good. Chun Ji's words had undoubtedly humiliated them. At this moment, Yang Hui's expression changed drastically. He immediately advised Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. "Brother Ling Tian, please don't be impulsive. Just pretend he's a dog barking. Don't take it seriously. No matter what, he's the only son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island. If you kill him, you and your two fiancés would be in danger." This was not his first time meeting Duan Ling Tian.
However, this was the first time he saw Duan Ling Tian so enraged. It seemed as though he would not give up if he did not kill Qin Ji.
He's still unwilling to yield? The people from Thundercloud Peak were standing not far away. Zhou Yi's face turned solemn as he watched Duan Ling Tian's back. Just like everyone else, he did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat Qin Ji.
He could also tell Qin Ji really wanted Duan Ling Tian dead. However, if Duan Ling Tian was killed, the secret hidden in the tablet would die with him.
This was something he did not want to see happen. The only thing he wished for was that Duan Ling Tian would surrender so his life would be spared. Then Duan Ling Tian could solve the mystery of the tablet for him.
Whoosh! 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 Chun Ji dashed toward Duan Ling Tian as he swung the sword in his hand like a flowing dragon. Countless sword rays swept across the sky like a meteor shower.
The terrifying sound of sword whistling echoed and the air vibrated in his wake. It was followed by the faint sound of air explosion. "Die!" Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to Duan Ling Tian, Qin Ji shouted suddenly. His eyes were cold. He pointed the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand at Duan Lingtian as though he had divine help.
At this moment, everyone who was watching could not help but inhale sharply. Most of them were looking at Duan Lingtian sympathetically.
In their opinion, judging by the situation, it was too late for Duan Lingtian even if he wanted to surrender now. Many of them seemed to be certain about Duan Lingtian's outcome in the next moment. The fellow's surprisingly calm. I wonder if he's really capable. Demon Emperor Man Wu was a little surprised.
He clearly saw the purple-clad young man did not only remain motionless when facing the terrifying attack, but even his facial expression remained unchanged. Looking at Chen Ji, who was charging toward him, Duan Lingtian's eyes remained calm. It was as though he would remain motionless even if Mount Tai were to collapse before his eyes. Just as Chen Ji's sword arrived near Duan Lingtian, Demon Emperor Man Wu's eyes lit up. His eyes lit up because he clearly saw the purple-clad young man had moved.
His speed was even faster than Shinji.
So he had hidden his ability earlier. That was all Demon Emperor Man Wu could think of at this moment. Although Duan Lingtian's speed was fast, it was nothing to Demon Emperor Man Wu, who was at the 7th level Demon Emperor stage. When he looked closely, Duan Lingtian's movement was much slower in his eyes. Naturally, Chen Ji's movement was even slower. He clearly saw a sword appearing out of thin air in the hands of the purple-clad young man who had hidden his ability earlier. A 5-colored sword ray subsequently shone on the sword.
He shook the sword in his hand. In the next second, there were 2 swords in his hand. Demon Emperor Man Wu could not help but feel shocked by the speed of the sword. That sword speed. I'm afraid only powerhouses above the 4th level Martial Emperor stage are able to display such sword speed.
Ah! When Demon Emperor Man Wu was lost in his own thoughts, a devastating scream resounded in the air. It was extremely ear-piercing.
Many people from Hidden Fog Island who had a lower cultivation base changed their expressions immediately. Some even ruptured their eardrums, causing fresh blood to leak out of their ears.
The scream snapped everyone back to their senses. Subsequently, everyone clearly saw the purple-clad young man who was standing still earlier had vanished at some point. He was now hovering high in the sky. He stood there as his purple robe fluttered in the wind. He looked majestic. Soon after, they noticed someone whose look was contradictory to the purple-clad young man's majesty. The Hidden Fog Island's core disciple, Chen Ji, whom they were certain would win the fight, looked wretched. He had lost the ferocious stance he had earlier.
At this very moment, Chen Ji covered his mouth with one hand while the other hand was covering his crotch between his legs.
The 2 spots were spurting fresh blood continuously at this moment. The blood spurted across the sky like striking red roses. Many of them had goosebumps at this moment. They finally reacted when they discovered why Chen Ji was screaming so wretchedly. His mouth and crotch were crushed into a mess. Judging from Chen Ji's mouth that was spurting blood and the injury on his crotch, it was clear that the 2 spots were useless now. They were injured beyond help. As Chen Ji screamed, he glared at Duan Lingtian with his bloodshot eyes. It was as though he was glaring at an enemy who had killed his father and took his wife away.
It was difficult for him to accept the fact since he was a womanizer. He was injured by Duan Lingtian and he was now a eunuch. Moreover, he was a mute eunuch. He was filled with resentment.
Although he resented Duan Lingtian, there was nothing he could do.
You're dead. You're so dead.
My father won't let you go. My father won't let you go. While Chen Ji glared at Duan Lingtian, he did not stop threatening Duan Lingtian through voice transmission.
At this moment, the people who were watching finally reacted.
An uproar erupted just as expected. I can't believe Chen Ji's no match for him.
Seems like he hid his ability earlier. Oh God!
Did he intentionally hide his ability just for this?
If that's the case, did he lose to Thundercloud Peak's Lan Bai earlier on purpose? Isn't that obvious? Lan Bai couldn't defeat Chen Ji. How's it possible that she's more powerful than the person whose ability is obviously higher than Chen Ji? He's so cruel though. He didn't only injure Chen Ji's mouth but his manhood as well.
I can understand why he injured Chen Ji's manhood, but why did he injure Chen Ji's mouth as well? The spectators discussed among themselves. Many of them were confused. They wondered why Duanling Tian had injured Chunji's mouth as well. His abilities so powerful. Meanwhile, on Thundercloud Peak side, Lan Bai's expression changed drastically. She was sweating profusely. She knew very well that she might have been killed if the purple-clad young man did not intentionally lose to her when they fought earlier. He could kill her in just a blow if he had wanted to. But why did he deliberately lose to me?
Is it all to hide his ability from Chunji? Lan Bai could not understand that. It puzzled her.
Chunji did not know about her ability in the beginning. Even if Duanling Tian had defeated her when they fought, it still would not alarm Chunji. Although Lan Bai could not figure it out, Zhou could. This Duanling Tian must have lost to Lan Bai on purpose so that he could bait me to kill me. Zhou Yi's face turned solemn. He figured out the reason why Duanling Tian lost to Lan Bai on purpose. He was undoubtedly aiming at him. Naturally, Zhou Yi had no idea that Duanling Tian knew the Devil Seal tablet was with him.
He thought Duanling Tian just wanted to take revenge.
Fortunately, he fought Chunzi first. Otherwise, I would definitely die if we were to fight. Zhou Yi was sure of that. At this moment, Zhou Yi worriedly looked at Chunji, whose mouth and manhood was injured. I should thank Chunji then. I'm dead?
Your father won't let me go. Duanling Tian smiled when he heard Chunji's threat. His smile was charming. At the same time, he slowly flew closer to Chunji. He hovered before Chunji as his smile widened. Too bad you won't be able to see that happen. What? What are you trying to do? Although Chunji's mouth was smashed into a bloody mess now, not being able to speak did not mean he could not use voice transmission.
While he was speaking to Duanling Tian through voice transmission, he had fear written all over his face. How could he behave arrogantly earlier? Duanling Tian did not speak. Instead, he responded to Chunji with his action. Whoosh! He swung 4 swords simultaneously. It was so fast that most of the people present only heard the fleeting sound of sword whistling. Only a few of them heard the sound of all 4 swords whistling. Pooh! Pooh! Pooh!
Pooh! Pooh! Blood spurted from Chunji's body. Terrifying bloody wounds appeared on both of his arms and legs at the same time. This scene caused chills to run up everyone's spines. Meanwhile, Chunji's devastating scream reverberated in the air over and over again.
However, his scream sounded strange since his mouth was destroyed.
One could imagine the pain he was going through from his shuddering and his terrified face. The pain was unbearable. Although he hated Duanling Tian, he was no longer glaring at him like before.
He was only left with one thought at the moment. I don't want to die.
Chunji was suffering from unimaginable pain. He looked at Duanling Tian and said through voice transmission, I surrender. I surrender.
I surrender. However, Duanling Tian did not seem to hear him as he lifted the sword in his hand slowly. There was a cold gleam in his emotionless eyes.
Why isn't Chunji surrendering? Many of the spectators were shocked.
The outcome was clear, but why was Chunji not surrendering? Was he asking for death? That's not right.
Chunji's mouth is destroyed. It's impossible even if he wants to surrender.
That's right. Even if he surrenders to Duanling Tian through voice transmission, Duanling Tian can still kill him and pretend like he didn't hear him.
Many people reacted soon after. At this moment, they came to a realization. No wonder he destroyed Chunji's mouth. He didn't want Chunji to surrender. He could have killed Chunji in the beginning if he wanted to. It's obvious that he wants to torture Chunji slowly now and kill him later. He must be worried that Chunji might surrender. That's the reason why he destroyed his mouth.
Many of them managed to figure it out. They felt a chill from the bottom of their feet that rushed straight to their heads as they thought to this point.
There was fear on their faces and eyes when they looked at Duanling Tian again. Their words entered Chunji's ears, causing him to regain his senses.
At this moment, Chunji turned his head strenuously to look at the third island master of Hidden Fog Island. He said through voice transmission while he endured the unimaginable pain, Third Island Master, save me. Please save me. I surrender.
I surrender. Chunji continued to speak through voice transmission. His voice was laced with anxiety. Whoosh! When Chunji was calling out for help from the third island master, a sword ray fell from the sky and sliced him into 2.
The entire process was very neat. Meanwhile, The sky above the vast ocean fell silent. Although there was a crowd, it was as quiet as the still ocean.
Plop! Plop! The spectators regained their senses when Qin Ji's body that was sliced into two fell into the water.
Before that happened, Duanling Tian remembered to collect the rewards. He put away the spatial ring and quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Chun Ji's hand without leaving anything behind. Chun Ji must have possessed something good, since he was the only son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island. The third island master looked deep into Duanling Tian's eyes.
Although he did not plan to respond to Qin Ji's call of distress through voice transmission, the speed in which Duanling Tian killed Qin Ji was faster than the time it took for him to react.
Even if he wanted to save Qin Ji, which he did not want to, it was too late. He's really daring. He even dares to kill the second island master's only son. The third island master was shocked as he studied Duanling Tian. Although he was shocked, he was a little happy because he had long wanted Qin Ji to die. He could not do anything to Qin Ji due to the promise he made to the first island master back then. Naturally, he was happy that somebody killed Qin Ji now. The young man, the third island master's grandson, revealed a charming smile on his face as he stood in the distance. His smile turned a little maniacal. Qin Ji's dead. Qin Ji's dead. Qin Ji's finally dead. Kyer. Did you see that? Duanling Tian entered the top 10 after killing Qin Ji. When Duanling Tian returned to the people from Lingxian Peak, he looked at the third island master of Hidden Fog Island and asked, "Third island master,
your Hidden Fog Island has a rule that says killing is allowed during the Hidden Fog martial competition. I know Qin Ji is the second island master's only son. I presume there won't be anyone trying to seek revenge from me due to his death."
"Of course not." The third island master shook his head. "Life and death are meaningless in the Hidden Fog martial competition.
Even if my grandchildren and my direct disciples were to die in the Hidden Fog martial competition, I won't look for trouble with the person who killed them."
"That's great then." Duanling Tian nodded lightly. Fwa! At that same time, an uproar erupted among the crowd as expected.
"He really killed Qin Ji."
It's true he's allowed to kill Qin Ji in Hidden Fog martial competition. However, even if the second island master of Hidden Fog Island can't kill him publicly, he'll definitely kill him secretly to avenge his son. This Duanling Tian has gone insane.
Everyone looked at Duanling Tian one after another. There were shock and sympathy in those eyes.
In their opinion, the fact that Duanling Tian dared to kill the only son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island was akin to asking for death. It was impossible that Duanling Tian would live. However, had Duanling Tian really gone insane?
Naturally, he had not.
There are so many people here. Even if that second island master of Hidden Fog Island heard about this, it'll definitely be difficult for him to attack me. I'll leave with Kur and Little Fayer after obtaining the 10 Saint Stones. As long as I stay far away from this Hidden Fog Island, why should I be afraid of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island? Duanling Tian made up his mind. He was not a hasty person. Since he decided to kill Qin Ji, he already had a plan. Naturally, this was just his current plan.
I can't believe he really killed Qin Ji. In that case, it's impossible for that Hidden Fog Island's powerhouse to help him. I'll follow him and kill him after the Hidden Fog martial competition ends. A cold gleam flashed in Martial Emperor Yuhan's eyes.
And I'll also kill that two bitches around him. Could that fellow be a demon emperor?
This doesn't seem like something a timid human Martial Emperor is capable of doing, Demon Emperor Man Wu speculated, shocked.
Demon emperors were demons.
A demon's nature was that of a demon beast.
Compared to humans, demon beasts had an irascible temper. Although they possessed intelligence that was on par with humans, their temper was not as restrained as humans. This was why Demon Emperor Man Wu came to his conclusion. He's a martial emperor. Martial Emperor Xianxia said calmly at this moment.
He's a human? Demon Emperor Man Wu was shocked.
He's not just a human. He's an extraordinarily talented human, Martial Emperor Xianxia said.
Xianxia, do you know him? Demon Emperor Man Wu was stunned.
Martial Emperor Xianxia smiled. He did not respond to Demon Emperor Man Wu. Damn it! How did this Duanling Tian become so powerful? Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, who was at Thundercloud Peakside, had an extremely terrible expression on his face. With his ability, it's impossible for me to pressure him into telling me about the secrets of the mysterious tablet. I can get Martial Emperor Lei Ming to help me in other matters. But this is about the mysterious tablet. It's impossible to ask for Martial Emperor Lei Ming's help. Zhou Yi knew that very well. If Martial Emperor Lei Ming found out about the amazing things the mysterious tablet in his hand was capable of, he would definitely take it for himself.
That was something he did not want to see happening. Oh well, I'll have to give up. Zhou Yi made a hard decision.
His current situation was like a beggar who had not eaten for days and had suddenly found a fragrant roasted chicken out of nowhere. However, just as he was about to eat the roasted chicken, somebody told him the roasted chicken was poisoned. He would die if he ate it. Naturally, he would have to give up eating it. Brother Ling Tian, you are too impulsive, Yang Hui said with a forced smile. Nobody's allowed to humiliate my women, Duan Ling Tian said calmly as his eyes gleamed. The tone in his voice brooked no argument.
Kuer and Li Fei's beautiful eyes were gentle like flowing water when they heard what Duan Ling Tian said as they stood next to him.
They leaned on Duan Ling Tian's sides and held his arms.
They were willing to be with their man whether in life or in death.
The Hidden Fog martial competition will resume. At this moment, the voice of the third island master of Hidden Fog Island resounded in the air. He announced that the Hidden Fog martial competition would carry on. Perhaps the gory scene earlier had affected the people. The participants in the next match did not hold back as they attacked at full strength and used killer moves as soon as the match began.
Soon after, a few martial emperor powerhouses had fallen.
Innate ability. Someone suddenly shouted and woke Duan Ling Tian, who was resting with his eyes closed. When Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, he saw a black lotus shooting out from between a black-clad young man's eyebrows. It was headed toward his opponent. The black lotus did not stop spinning as it shot out.
Facing the ferocious black lotus, a blue-clad middle-aged man, the black-clad young man's opponent exerted his energy to block it. However, the defensive shield formed from his energy could not block the black lotus at all. The black lotus pierced through the defensive shield without any resistance. Although the defensive shield remained, the black lotus pierced through the blue-clad middle-aged man's body. He shook from the attack even though there were no apparent wounds on his body. In the next second, he fell silently with his eyes open. It's a soul attack innate ability. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted.
The Black Lotus was the black-clad young man's innate ability that was mobilized with his spiritual energy. It was a spiritual energy attack, and it was also a soul attack.
It was difficult for an ordinary martial emperor powerhouse to attack another martial emperor powerhouse with soul attack unless one specially cultivated soul attack. Meanwhile, people who possessed soul attack innate ability were different as their own spiritual energies were used as tools to mobilize their innate ability.
Soul attack innate ability was powerful and strange. As soon as it was mobilized, it would be almost impossible for the opponent to escape death unless the opponent had a higher cultivation base and spiritual energy. Most importantly, soul attack could not be defended against by origin energy and profundity because they were of different natures.
Soul attack was more illusory while origin energy and profundity were substantive power.
Both of the second-level martial emperor martial artists were evenly matched at the beginning. However, as soon as the black-clad young man used his innate ability, he killed his opponent in just a blink of an eye.
What a terrifying innate ability.
It's a soul attack innate ability. It's unavoidable. Unless his spiritual energy is higher than him, it would be difficult for him to escape death facing such an attack. Even if his opponent's spiritual energy is higher, he could use his innate ability to injure his opponent's soul. If his opponent's spiritual energy is not much higher, he could defeat his opponent when his opponent is in a daze.
The people who finally snapped back to their senses discussed among themselves while they looked at the black-clad young man with fear in their eyes.
Just like what they had said, during the match to qualify into the top 10 of the Hidden Fog martial competition, the black-clad young man encountered a third-level martial emperor powerhouse. Although he did not manage to kill his opponent with his innate ability, he managed to affect his opponent. When his opponent's soul was affected, the black-clad young man attacked. He injured and defeated his opponent. He really lives up to his reputation as a variant, Duanling Tian exclaimed. I wonder where Martial Emperor Xianxia found such a disciple. Since the Hidden Fog martial competition began, there are 3 other variants. However, their innate abilities aren't comparable to his. Yang Hui could not help but exclaim.
Zhou Yi. Soon after, Duanling Tian saw that it was Zhou Yi's turn.
However, Zhou Yi's opponent was at the 2nd-level Martial Emperor stage, so his opponent defeated him easily. Zhou Yi, why didn't you use your quasi-royal grade spirit weapon? Zhou Yi returned to Martial Emperor Lei Ming's side after losing his qualification to enter the top 10. Martial Emperor Lei Ming was displeased. In his opinion, Zhou Yi did not give his all because he did not use his quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Master, I'm no match for him even if I used my quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Zhou Yi forced a smile on his face. Naturally, it was just an excuse. He did not use the tablet that was comparable to a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon because he was worried Duanling Tian might see it. He did not want Duanling Tian to find out the tablet was in his possession before discovering the mysterious tablet's secret.
Duanling Tian was more powerful than him. It would be easy for him to snatch the tablet back. It did not matter if he had Martial Emperor Lei Ming's support. If he provoked Duanling Tian, he might tell Martial Emperor Lei Ming that the tablet was in his possession. He might even disclose the tablet's secret to him.
At that time, Martial Emperor Lei Ming would definitely take the tablet away from him. He did not want to see that happen.
He did not hope to see the tablet that he had obtained with great effort benefiting Martial Emperor Lei Ming. He was the only one who knew the price he had to pay for that tablet. After a period of time had passed, the Hidden Fog martial competition's top 10 ranking was finally out. Duanling Tian was in the top 10. On Lingxian Peak's side, Zhou Di, Yang Hui's first direct disciple, did not make it into top 10. He would not be able to fight for the Saint Stones.
Although Martial Emperor Lingxian was a little disappointed, he did not blame Zhou Yi since there were too many participants at the Martial Emperor stage in the Hidden Fog martial competition.
Therefore, Duanling Tian was the only one from Lingxian Peak who entered the top 10 ranking.
It was the same case for Martial Emperor Qiu Li's disciples. Among the people from Qiu Li Mountain, only one of them managed to enter top 10. It was none other than Dong Hu. Meanwhile, Su Rong was the only one from Yuhan Valley who managed to enter the top 10. It was the same for Thundercloud Peak. Lan Bai was the only one who managed to enter the top 10. On Martial Emperor Qing Xian's side, 2 of his disciples successfully entered the top 10. One of them was the black-clad young man who possessed soul attack innate ability.
There were a total of 6 human martial artists from Cloud Continent who successfully made it into the top 10.
Naturally, there was another human martial artist who made it into Hidden Fog martial competition's top 10. It was a violent, pale young lady. She was the direct disciple of the 3rd island master of Hidden Fog Island.
The remaining 3 in the top 10 ranking were Demon Emperor powerhouses. One of them was from the Hidden Fog Island and the remaining 2 were from Cloud Continent. One of the Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent was Demon Emperor Man Wu's direct disciple.
The Hidden Fog martial competitions coming to an end, the top 10 rankings will be decided during the 3rd round of the competition. It's also the final round, the 3rd island master of Hidden Fog Island said. His words fired up the crowd. Many of them had their eyes wide opened as they waited anticipatorily for the 3rd round of the competition to begin. The 3rd round of competition would be brutal. Soon after, the participants ranked in the top 10 of the Hidden Fog martial competition each took 9 specially made tokens from the 3rd island master of Hidden Fog Island.
The rule for the final round of the competition was simple.
The participants could challenge any of the other 9 participants. If they were victorious, they would win a token from their opponent. The participant who obtained 9 tokens and had a total of 18 tokens would be ranked number 1 in the Hidden Fog martial competition.
Also, the remaining 8 participants are prohibited to challenge the 2 participants who had just ended their match. This is the rules of the 3rd round, the 3rd island master of Hidden Fog Island said.
There's something I forgot to say. Nobody is allowed to kill in the 3rd round of the competition. All you have to do is defeat your opponent without killing them. I'm sure it's not difficult given your abilities.
Any participants who kill would not only be disqualified from the Hidden Fog martial competition, their cultivation base would be destroyed as well. I hope none of you will make that mistake, the third island master said. There was a hint of threat in his tone when he spoke. The third and also the final round of the Hidden Fog martial competition began as everyone looked on. The 10 participants, including Duan Ling Tian, stood rooted to their spots as their eyes gradually turned cold. Nobody made a move even after a while. Many spectators gradually became a little impatient. Why isn't anyone moving? Won't they be able to rest after this match? Why aren't they more enthusiastic about it? Quick! The sun is going to set if all of you continue to delay this. More and more people began to urge Duan Ling Tian and the other participants. Although Duan Ling Tian heard their urgings, he ignored it completely, as though it was just wind blowing past his ears. However, one of them could not take it anymore and made a move. Whoosh! A strong-looking silhouette flew out and entered the ring. It was Dong Hu, the direct disciple of Qiu Li Mountain's martial emperor Qiu Li. He had previously fought with Duan Ling Tian and was defeated. Therefore, he did not even look at Duan Ling Tian when he entered the ring. Eventually, his eyes landed on Su Rong, martial emperor Yuhan's direct disciple. She was the only Yuhan Valley's direct disciple at the martial emperor stage. Dong Hu was the only one at the first-level martial emperor stage among the top 10 participants. This was a testament to his powerful ability. This Su Rong, she's great with the Han Bing's divine sword technique that she has cultivated. If she fights with Dong Hu, he won't be able to last more than the span of 30 breaths. Duan Ling Tian had seen Su Rong fight earlier. That was why he knew the level of her ability. He had also fought Dong Hu previously, so he knew even more about his ability. As someone who had inherited the rebirth martial emperor's memory from both his lives, Duan Ling Tian's judgment was extraordinary. Just as he had expected, Su Rong defeated Dong Hu after over 20 breaths' time. She took one of Dong Hu's tokens and became the first to possess 10 tokens. Dong Hu was sad that he had lost a token and was left with only 8 at the moment. Judging by the current situation, it seems like I might really rank last among the 10 participants. Dong Hu's smile was forced. Although he felt a little helpless, he knew he had no choice but to accept this fact. The second match began after Su Rong defeated Dong Hu. Dong Hu took the initiative to issue a challenge earlier. In the second match, another person also took the initiative to issue a challenge. It was one of the 2 participants under Martial Emperor Xianxia who had entered the top 10. It was the black-clad young man who possessed Soul Attack innate ability. The black-clad young man chose Thundercloud Peak's Lan Bai as soon as he entered the ring. Lan Bai's expression turned ugly when she was chosen by him, since she was not confident she could win if he was her opponent. Fortunately, killing was prohibited in the third round of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Otherwise, she would not dare to fight the black-clad young man because all of his opponents were killed in the previous rounds. Those who were weak were killed by his origin energy and profundity, while the more powerful ones were killed by his soul attack innate ability. When Lan Bai entered the ring, she was instantly affected by the black-clad young man's innate ability before she could even do anything. At that moment, when she was still in a daze, he attacked and injured her. Naturally, the black-clad young man obtained a token from Lan Bai. Just like that, the Hidden Fog martial competition continued on. The next one to enter the match was the direct disciple of the third island master of Hidden Fog Island. It was the young lady who fought brutally since the beginning. She had killed all her opponents previously. However, killing was prohibited in this round of the competition. She would not kill anyone unless she wanted her cultivation base to be destroyed. Duan Ling Tian was surprised when he noticed the young lady's eyes had landed on him. She wants to challenge me first? Duan Ling Tian instantly became alert. However, the young lady's eyes shifted away soon after and landed on the other direct disciple of Martial Emperor Xianxia. Her eyes were fixed on him as she decided to challenge him. Although they were both at the third-level Martial Emperor stage, the results were clear as soon as they fought. The young lady fought as though her life was on the line every time she attacked. It caused Martial Emperor Xianxia's direct disciple to constantly step back. He was eventually injured and defeated. The last round of the Hidden Fog martial competition became even more intense. After a while, somebody finally took the initiative to challenge Duan Ling Tian. A total of 3 people were the most intimidating among the top 10. They were the young men clad in black under Martial Emperor Xianxia, the direct disciple of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island and Duan Lingtian. For this reason, few people dared to take the initiative to challenge them. However, the young man in black and the direct disciple of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, the young girl, often took the initiative to challenge their opponents much more frequently than Duan Lingtian did. Because of this, Duan Lingtian did not really have a chance to perform, but eventually, somebody made the choice for him and he did not have any other option. Dong, who had now lost to 6 people. The rest of the 3 were top 3 intimidating people, including Duan Lingtian. Although the cultivation base of the young man in black who was under Martial Emperor's command was not terribly impressive, his soul attack technique, which was his innate ability, was extremely mysterious and profound. It was able to take his opponents by surprise. The young girl who was a direct disciple of the Hidden Fog Island master was efficient at attacking. She was strong and was on par with an ordinary 4th-level Martial Emperor. Up till now, the 2 of them had never lost before. As for Duan Lingtian, he had never taken the initiative to enter the ring and nobody had chosen to challenge him before, so he had never suffered any defeat before either. Now that Dong who was challenging him, it was his first time somebody was confronting him. This Dong who is really bold. That's right. He dares to even challenge Duan Lingtian from Lingxian Peak. He's really digging his own grave. The scene of how Duan Lingtian killed Chen Ji in a compelling manner was still vivid in their minds. Therefore, many people felt that Dong who was merely digging his own grave by challenging Duan Lingtian. Perhaps Duan Lingtian would not kill him according to the rules of the last round, but he would definitely not have a good ending. However, the next thing that happened following Dong whose challenge took everybody by surprise before he could even make his move. Just a moment before, Dong who had said that he wanted to challenge Duan Lingtian. Yet a second before the latter entered the ring, he had instantly declared, "I admit defeat." This was the first time such a scenario had taken place in the last round of the Hidden Fog martial competition, whereby the challenger admitted defeat in a casual way. Right away, some people criticized Dong who as a coward, but some also praised him for being able to read the situation accurately. No matter what, Duan Lingtian was considered the winner. He obtained 1 order token, increasing the order tokens in his hand to 10. At the same time, a few others among the remaining 8 could only challenge Duan Lingtian. Just like Dong Hu, they had no other option. The second person who challenged Duan Lingtian was Lan Bai, the female disciple from Lei Yun Peak. Lan Bai had a cultivation base on the 2nd-level Martial Emperor stage. Before this, she had battled it out with Duan Lingtian before, and because he had deliberately given in a little, she eventually emerged as the victor. Glaring at Duan Lingtian, Lan Bai said in a deep voice, "I hope that you'll devote your efforts to the battle this time." The fact that he could have easily killed her opponent, who had once defeated her before yet, had purposely conceded to her elicited gossip that enraged her. Despite being aware that she was no match for Duan Lingtian, she still hoped that she would be defeated in a dignified and imposing manner. After all, she had her own dignity too. Devote my efforts? Raising his brows, Duan Lingtian took a good look at her, and when he saw the seriousness in her eyes, he nodded. "I will." He gave her enough respect this time. Without any spirit weapon, he mustered all his strength, and before Lan Bai could realize what was happening, he sent her flying in the air. Sustaining severe injuries, she was defeated in a clean and fast manner. The third island master of the Hidden Fog Island and the group of elders from the Hidden Fog Island who were there to watch the fun could see Duan Lingtian's actions clearly. Other than them, among the crowd, only the group of martial emperors and demon emperors from the Cloud Continent could notice his actions. Did this little guy actually show some mercy when he battled Chen Ji just now? Martial Emperor Man Wu was shocked to the core. Contrary to Martial Emperor Man Wu's bewilderment, Martial Emperor Xianxia was much more collected, as he watched the entire thing with a cool look from the beginning till the end. "Thank you." Even though Lan Bai was severely injured and defeated by Duan Lingtian, she did not have any resentment towards him at all. She then retreated right away. How could Duan Lingtian be so strong now? Horror dawned on Zhou Yi's face. As a disciple from Lei Yun Peak as well, he knew Lan Bai's strength. Yet,
Someone as strong as Lan Bai was not even a match for Duan Tian? At once, Zhou Yi felt a chill rising from the bottom of his feet all the way to his head.
He was even more glad that he had not gone against Duan Tian before Qianxi had. Otherwise, he would have definitely been killed.
Brother Ling Tian's strength. Yang Hui was taken by shock. Even though he knew that Duan Tian was strong, he thought that he had already exerted all his might when he was fighting Qianxi. However, it seemed like he actually had shown some mercy then. As Yang Hui's heart jolted, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. The moment this thought rose up, it could not be suppressed anymore. Brother Ling Tian's strength is most likely on par with mine.
How long has it actually been?
Brother Ling Tian has actually grown to such a level. Yang Hui's heart was filled with shock.
Other than Kuer and Li Fei, among those present, only Martial Emperor Yuhan did not feel surprised by Duan Tian's strength.
With his strength, only that variant under Martial Emperor Qin Xian and the direct disciple of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island can pose a threat to him. The day before, Martial Emperor Yuhan and Duan Tian had battled it out.
Therefore, she had a certain understanding of his strength.
Of course, had she known that the person who had broken the heaven and earth wipeout that she cast was not that old man in the red robes but Duan Tian instead, she would not have thought that way anymore. After defeating Lan Bai, Duan Tian returned beside the two girls. Suddenly, as though he was reminded of something, he sighed without warning.
After battling with Lan Bai, her valiant and heroic bearing reminded him of Feng Tianwu right away. Wasn't Tianwu brought away by the first revered elder of the Hidden Fog Island already? Now that the Hidden Fog Island is holding such a bustling venue, she should be here. To his chagrin, from the beginning until the end, he did not see her at all.
Looking at Yang Hui, Duan Tian asked, "Brother Yang, do you know the first revered elder of the Hidden Fog Island?" "Of course I do." Yang Hui nodded. The first revered elder of the Hidden Fog Island used to be a well-known martial emperor of the Cloud Continent too. His honorary title is Qihua and he's usually called Martial Emperor Qihua. He can be said to be one of the older powerhouses.
When he was still well-known in the Cloud Continent, I had just only made a breakthrough to the Martial Emperor stage. Why did you suddenly mention him? Yang Hui asked curiously.
Have you seen him before? Duan Tian asked again.
Only once, Yang Hui acknowledged.
Is he one of the Hidden Fog Island's elders watching from there? Duan Tian's eyes lit up right away as he asked in anticipation. Even though Yang Hui did not know what he was planning, he still glanced at the group of Hidden Fog Island elders standing in the distance and cast a lingering glance at them one by one. No, in the end, Yang Hui shook his head. Duan Tian became disappointed right away. It looks like Tianwu really didn't come. Or perhaps, she's currently in the midst of closed-door cultivation. Duan Tian speculated to himself.
The last round of the Hidden Fog martial competition continued. Since the other contestants no longer had any options, they could only continue to challenge Duan Tian. He did not turn them away and defeated them one by one. In just the blink of an eye, he obtained another 5 pieces of order tokens. Adding those to the order tokens from Dong Hu of Chioli Mountain and Lan Bai of Leiyu Peak, he had a total of 7 pieces now. With the addition of 2 more order tokens, he would become the champion of the Hidden Fog martial competition. At the same time, the young man in black under Martial Emperor Qin Xian's command and the direct disciple of the Hidden Fog Island Master had each obtained 7 pieces of order tokens too. In the last round of the martial competition, 2 participants would only get 1 chance to battle it out with each other. Therefore, the fact that the 3 of them had obtained 7 pieces of order tokens meant that they had each defeated 7 people. The top 3 of today's Hidden Fog martial competition is now evident. Many people were watching with anticipation to watch the top 3 to battle it out with one another. The 4th to the 10th ranking had also been released. However, only when the Hidden Fog martial competition ended and when they had each handed the order tokens in their hands up could they list out the exact ranking. The group of onlookers by the side made a circle in the air while the trio standing in the middle of the air formed a triangle. Standing there, the 3 of them appeared calm as though they would not even budge even if a mountain crashed in front of them. The smell of gunpowder permeated the air. Finally, the direct disciple of the Hidden Fog Island Master,
The young girl, who moved in an unrefined manner, took a stride forward, and her gaze was locked on Duan Ling Tian instantly. Does she want to challenge Duan Ling Tian? At once, many people's hearts raced as they speculated. However, Duan Ling Tian did not feel that the young girl would challenge him first because he did not see any battle intent in her eyes.
I'm thankful that you helped to avenge my junior sister, and although I won't show you any mercy, I can choose not to challenge you first for the time being. Get ready, and by the time I've defeated him, I'll come and battle it out with you. He suddenly heard a cold voice transmission in his ears.
Her voice was so strange that it was enough to make goosebumps rise. However, he did not reveal any strange expression and merely nodded at the young girl. Of course, it was only his facial expression that remained unchanged. His heart, on the other hand, was filled with shock. Right then, he finally understood why the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island was not enraged, but was open and poised instead after witnessing how he had killed Chun-Ji with his own eyes. It turned out that Chun-Ji had taken advantage of the female disciple under his command before. The moment he remembered Chun-Ji's fame on the Hidden Fog Island, he could easily guess what the man had done. Then, in this case, I really have avenged him, he thought to himself. At the eastern island of the Hidden Fog Island,
an anxious voice resonated from the sky and broke the silence in the valley. I want to see the second island master. The second island master is in the midst of his closed-door cultivation right now. Just tell me if there's anything you need. An aged voice reverberated, and an old man emerged before blocking the anxious middle-aged man who was making his way downward. The middle-aged man had an order token carved with the word core hanging from his waist.
He was a Hidden Fog Island core disciple. On the calm surface of the sea, an aloof, young girl was glaring at the young man in front of her before announcing by way of introduction, Lang Yun. The fact that she introduced herself meant that she had acknowledged the opponent in front.
So, she's Lang Yun. Many people from the Cloud Continent understood right away. Lang Yun was the direct disciple of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island. She had slashed her way into the top 3 of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Anyone whose age was tested by the age measuring pearl could join the Hidden Fog martial competition.
The age measuring pearl could test the age of those below 70 years old. As was common knowledge, once any human martial artist reached the martial monarch stage, he could remain youthful forever, hence assuming one's age from appearances was unreliable. The demon emperor was even worse. Once a demon beast had made a breakthrough to the void transformation stage and became a demon, he could transform into a human of any age, even a 3-year-old kid. The young man who was the strongest person under Martial Emperor Qin Xian's command introduced himself as a response to Lang Yun, Wang Yu. The moment Wang Yu's words left his mouth, Lang Yun had already made her move. Under Duan Ling Tian's watchful gaze, she decided to strike to gain the first mover's advantage. Not only did her entire strength blast to its maximum, but the quasi-royal grade spirit sharp claws appeared in a flash as they clasped onto her hands tightly. Swish! 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 Wherever Lang Yun passed, Duan Ling Tian could only hear a series of ear-piercing slicing sounds. The sharp claws on her hand shot out streaks of sharp rays that transformed into boundless claw shadows. In just the twinkling of an eye, she appeared in front of Wang Yu as the sharp claws on her hands struck down with a short whistle furiously and menacingly as though it was reveling in the splendor of slicing through the sky. As a person who was on the 3rd level Martial Emperor stage, Lang Yun's power was far stronger than Wang Yu, who was only on the 2nd level Martial Emperor stage. If it were not for the fact that he was a variant who possessed an innate ability, he would not have made his way to the top 3 of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Facing Lang Yun, whose strength was greater than his and was charging towards him at full fury, he appeared to be strangely calm. Just as she made her move and was rushing out like a tapered arrow that pierced through the sky, he stayed still in the same spot with no intention to dodge at all. His eyes narrowed without warning. Innate ability. At that second, when Lang Yun got near to him, his spiritual energy activated his innate ability instantly. The strange, demonic, Black Lotus materialized once again and faced Lang Yun, who was bearing down like rushing water. When she appeared in front of Wang Yu, the Black Lotus was only a foot away from her. Lang Yu squinted right away. Right then, She had the confidence that she would be able to inflict severe injury on Wang Yu the second the Black Lotus entered her body. However, because killing was forbidden, she had no confidence of robbing Wang Yu of the chance to defeat her after she had severely injured him. Therefore, she chose to dodge instead.
She's going to lose. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He had observed the situation that she was in. If her attack had landed earlier, she could have definitely injured Wang Yu severely and even make him lose his combat ability.
However, due to her fear of Wang Yu's innate ability, she had chosen to dodge instead.
The innate ability isn't something that you can easily dodge just because you want to. Duan Lingtian was extremely clear about this because according to the memory of the rebirth Martial Emperor's 2 reincarnations, he had met variants who possessed innate abilities whereby they could use the soul attack more than once.
As a result, he knew just how horrifying the innate ability was. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, after Leng Yun gave up on attacking Wang Yu and dodged him deliberately, she regretted it instantly. She understood that, in addition to getting faster and faster, that Black Lotus had turned to become like cancer that kept clinging on to her. No matter where she escaped, it kept following her closely. Space-ripping onyx claw.
Soon, Lang Yun also realized that if this continued to go on, she would end up in a disadvantageous position, so she quickly rectified her error and charged towards Wang Yu again.
Her sharp claws tore the sky and the boundless claw shadow whistled loudly. Unfortunately, this time, Wang Yu had swiftly dodged, rendering her attack useless.
At this time, the speed of the Black Lotus had started to catch up to Lang Yun. In fact, its speed still kept increasing.
This was also the amazing feat of the innate ability. Once it was cast, its speed was so fast that it even surpassed that of the person who cast it.
Unless her strength was much greater than the variance, she would be unable to avoid the innate ability that he cast. Duan Lingtian learned about this from the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, so he was confident that Lang Yun would be defeated.
Just because of her single mistake in the step that she took, she was eventually defeated. After the Black Lotus sped up a few times, it finally caught up to her and merged into her body, causing her to become dazed right away. Just when she fell into a stupor, Wang Yu made his move in time and defeated her. Wang Yu had won.
Is this the power of the innate ability, the soul attack?
What a horrifying innate ability.
It's on a whole other level compared to the other variants' innate abilities that are merely assistive.
Of course, of all the variants, only Wang Yu has made it to the top 3 and possesses an innate ability. After Wang Yu defeated Lang Yun, many people discussed among one another and mused just how horrifying Wang Yu's innate ability was.
Master, I've let you down. Lang Yun returned to the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island and lowered her head regrettably.
It's also because I didn't warn you in the first place, but once bitten twice shy. I hope you can remember today's lesson. The soul attack of the innate ability isn't something that you can easily dodge, said the 3rd island master with no intention of blaming Lang Yun at all. At the same time, he announced loudly in a boisterous voice, "Let's take a 15-minute break. After that, the last round of the martial competition will resume again. Brother Ling Tian, are you confident? Even if I faced Wang Yu myself, I wouldn't dare say that I'd be able to defeat him," Yang Hui asked Duan Ling Tian. A look of dread could be seen on his face.
Duan Lingtian smiled. Continue to watch and you'll soon find out.
Wang Yu, Duan Lingtian isn't a simple guy. If you use the same method you used with Lang Yun on him, you'll definitely lose. A clear voice transmission suddenly entered Wang Yu's ears as he stood by the side resting. He could tell that this was the voice of his master, Martial Emperor Xianxia. "Master, I understand," Wang Yu quickly responded. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, he muttered, "Don't ever lose to Lang Yun, otherwise, I'll be disappointed." 15 minutes quickly went by.
This time, the person who took the initiative to enter the ring was Lang Yun again. After the break, her injuries had fully recovered.
At that point, Lang Yun could only choose Duan Lingtian as the opponent. Facing Duan Lingtian, who swept out and stood at a stalemate with her, Lang Yun gradually announced, "Lang Yu, Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian responded in time. "Duan Lingtian, I won't show you any mercy even though you've helped to avenge my junior sister," Lang Yun told him via voice transmission.
With a smile on his face, Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly, "As you wish." His indifference infuriated Lang Yun right away, causing anger to rise in her eyes. In the next instance, without any hesitation, she pounced forward using her movement martial skill. The quasi-royal grade spirit sharp claws in her hands tore through the sky as she cast the space-ripping onyx claws once again. The space-ripping onyx claws was a set of heaven-rank advanced defensive martial skills that she had cultivated to the perfection stage. With this skill, she could forcefully tear a person's heart from his chest barehandedly. Right then, with her quasi-royal grade spirit sharp claws, the power of the space-ripping onyx claws increased to whole other level. Swish! 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 Lang Yun charged towards Duan Lingtian like a gigantic falcon that soared downward. A boundless claw shadow that seemed to want to rip him apart forcibly accompanied her. The sharp claws tore through the sky and set off gushes of sharp wind chi that swept out in an overwhelmingly as it enveloped towards him. The purple robe on his body fluttered loudly in the wind. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian merely stood right there without moving an inch in the face of Lang Yun's attack. With the martial emperors and demon emperors who were just as powerful looking on, he casually took out a sword, and in the blink of an eye, that sword separated into 9 swords that whirled around his body. Without any warning, the 9 swords that were whirling non-stop around his body suddenly swept out all at the same time. 9 Tribulation Sword Control Technique. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. In the face of the shadow of the claws that was formed from the space-ripping onyx claws cast by Lang Yun and seemed to be able to tear through everything, Duan Lingtian instantly cast 2 sets of heaven-rank advanced defensive martial skills in a heartbeat. Any one of the 2 sets of heaven-rank advanced defensive martial skills were in no way inferior to Lang Yun's space-ripping onyx claws. Boom! 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 Without warning, a series of loud booms reverberated so loudly that it was deafening. Just as Duan Lingtian and Lang Yun's attack clashed together and elicited a series of loud booms, gushes of rolling impact waves swept out all over the place tyrannically. At once, the onlookers on the side could only feel a hurricane blowing towards them. Some of the people whose cultivation base were much weaker were even sent flying away. Many people were driven away until they had to retreat one by one. What a brilliant technique! The 2 sets of martial skills that Duan Lingtian cast resulted in the 9 swords charging out at the same time and transforming to become 81 divine dragons before shooting out 162 extreme radiant rays. This entire scene took the group of martial emperors and demon emperors by shock. Bang! Soon, a loud crash resonated and attracted the attention of everybody. Many martial emperors and demon emperors could clearly see that after Duan Lingtian had blocked the space-ripping onyx claw that Lang Yun cast, he had sent out his sword with a flick of his hand. As though a deity aided it, the sword smashed into Lang Yun like a gigantic collapsing mountain. Lang Yun could not respond in time. After the energy of the sword hit her, a loud blast echoed, and she was sent flying away pathetically like an arrow leaving a bow. Barf! When Lang Yun was sent flying, she spat out a huge mouthful of blood, and her originally pale face turned even paler. The results were obvious now. From the very beginning till the end, from Duan Lingtian being locked in a stalemate with Lang Yun to defeating her, he stood in the same spot, never even moving an inch at all. This also shocked the group of onlookers inexplicably. Wang Yu. After Lang Yun was defeated and before the onlookers could snap back to reality, Duan Lingtian looked straight towards Wang Yu as his 9 swords merged to become one before falling into his hand. He was aiming to become the first. Standing in the same spot without moving an inch, he exerted his sword technique using his spiritual energy and defeated Lang Yun, who was on the 3rd level martial emperor stage, in just one blow. Duan Lingtian's strength had taken everyone by surprise again. His strength is most likely already on par with an ordinary 4th level martial emperor's. Of course, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Lang Yun in such a short period. Blazing gazes that were filled with shock and astonishment descended on Duan Lingtian. However, soon these gazes transformed to become anticipatory. The 3rd place of the Hidden Fog martial competition today belongs to Lang Yun. Right now, all that's left is the last battle between Duan Lingtian and Wang Yu to decide who the champion is.
The champion of the Hidden Fog martial competition was going to be revealed soon. Everyone was itching with anticipation. Amazing! Amazing! Demon Emperor Man Wu mused with a sigh before looking at martial competition Xianxia. Xianxia, Wang Yu is the direct disciple that you're proudest of. Do you think he'll be able to defeat Duan Lingtian? It's hard to say. Xianxia shook his head. You mean even you don't have faith in Wang Yu? Demon Emperor Man Wu was taken aback. I'd have faith in him if he were going against someone else. But this is Duan Lingtian we're talking about. When Martial Emperor Xianxia reached the end of the sentence, he stopped. However, the gaze with which he looked at Duan Lingtian seemed to have an additional hint of complication and dread. He could not see through this purple-clad young man at all. Everyone had their attention on the two young men who were staring at each other. With a calm expression, Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Yu, the variant who possessed the soul attack innate ability. Somehow, a bow had appeared in his hand. It was entirely black like ink, while the bowstring was crimson in color. Gushes of crimson mist enveloped its surroundings as it emitted gales of bloody aura. Looking at Duan Lingtian, who was holding the bow in his hand, Wang Yu thought to himself, I deduced that he's not that skilled in sword but in archery instead. Somehow, Duan Lingtian had already raised his right hand with milky white origin energy pulsating from it. The energy transformed into a spray of 5 colors in just the blink of an eye as a series of intense aura emanated from it. In the next instant, the 5-colored energy solidified into an arrow that possessed a threatening sword aura, as though it was a sharp sword instead of a mere arrow. Looking at Wang Yu, Duan Lingtian said in a collected tone, "Let's start." Right then, the energy on Wang Yu's body had already skyrocketed and his movement was just as fast as Duan Lingtian's. He nodded and his eyes that were solemn now gleamed with a peculiar demonic luster. At the same time, the 5-colored arrow that solidified in Duan Lingtian's right hand had also docked on the sturdy bow in his left hand before it slid perfectly onto the bowstring. Creak, creak, along with strange sounds that reverberated in the air, Duan Lingtian stretched the bowstring into the shape of a full moon as his eyes glared straight at Wang Yu. Without warning, his eyes squinted. Innate ability. With a sharp light flashing across Wang Yu's eyes, a black lotus materialized out of nowhere. As though it transformed into a black lightning bolt, it charged towards Duan Lingtian with breakneck fury. In just a heartbeat, the black lotus had already traversed more than half of the distance and was getting closer to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's narrowed eyes became even smaller as he released the arrow that his energy solidified. Colossal aerolite arrow. With a clang, as the bowstring trembled, the airwaves around it quivered like ripples in a calm lake that had a stone thrown in. Whoosh! The 5-colored arrow soared through the sky and exuded a powerful, tyrannical aura that swept out. Just as the arrow soared through the sky, only 3 people could see the arrow's trajectory clearly. The first thought that appeared in the minds of 2 out of the 3 of them was, is he crazy? These 2 were the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island and Demon Emperor Man Wu. As for the third person, it was none other than Martial Emperor Xianxia. The reason the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island and Demon Emperor Man Wu lost their cool and questioned Duan Lingtian's sanity was that the arrow that he released was not aiming towards Wang Yu. The target of the arrow that soared through the sky was the black lotus, which appeared as dark as ink. It was also the innate ability that Wang Yu cast. Although the remaining group of martial emperors and demon emperors could not see the arrow trajectory distinctly, they could catch a small trace of it. They were certain that the arrow that shot out was the black lotus that was soaring towards him in the sky. In that instant, the same thought rose up in many people's minds. Doesn't he know that origin energy and profundity can't touch innate abilities? Crushing the innate ability will require really powerful spiritual energy. Only then will it work. Duan Lingtian really is crazy. Does he really think that he'll be able to destroy the innate ability like that? Inwardly, they were mainly mocking how naive Duan Lingtian was. Some people even had a sneer creeping up the corner of their mouths. However, these sneers on the corner of their mouths froze right away when they clearly saw that along with the flashing of the 5-colored arrow across the sky, the black lotus was actually struck and disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? At once, the group of people exclaimed in surprise.
How is this possible?
Even Wang Yu, who cast the innate ability to solidify into the Black Lotus, was stunned for a moment. He did not know what had just happened.
Originally, he had already thought of a plan to defeat Duan Lingtian. After he had cast his innate ability, he would instantly execute his movement martial skill when Duan Lingtian made his move and try to dodge his opponent's attack as much as possible.
When the innate ability achieved the desired result and he was still not yet beaten, he would maintain his undefeated position.
However, right now,
whoosh! As a wind gushed towards him from the front, horror dawned on Wang Yu's face immediately. The energy that had just recoiled into his body soared up once again. The first thing that he wanted to do now was to escape. Right at this moment, a voice entered Wang Yu's ears. It's too late. Although this voice was calm and emotionless, it sounded like a demonic voice when it entered Wang Yu's ears, sending chills up his spine.
Boom. In the next second, Wang Yu heard a loud blast followed by an intense pain that spread out from his chest all over his body.
All he could feel was that he was flying in the air as though he was treading on clouds. A coppery taste rose from his throat and rushed up as time went by, causing him to throw out a few mouthfuls of blood. It turned out that when Wang Yu was still in a daze, Duan Lingtian had cast out his movement martial skill, Dragon Soaring the Nine Heavens, as he appeared before him. His palm exploded forward before sending him flying away easily. Only when Wang Yu had flown up to 100 meters away did he finally come to a halt. With his entire body in an awful condition, his face was drained of color. By the time he took out a healing medicinal pill and consumed it, the results were already out. Duan Lingtian had won and obtained the honor of being the champion of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Commotion broke out right away, particularly among the group of people from Lingxian Peak who was under Yanghui Martial Emperor Lingxian. All of their faces were filled with grins of delight. No matter what, Duan Lingtian had represented Lingxian Peak to join the Hidden Fog martial competition, so they shared the honor together. After Duan Lingtian had defeated Wang Yu deftly, everybody's attention was now trained on him, causing him to become the spotlight of the entire competition. The group of onlookers by the side discussed amongst one another. Their topics slowly branched out from the strength that Duan Lingtian had demonstrated just now. Duan Lingtian is really a monster. That's right. He didn't take long to defeat both Lang Yun and Wang Yu. His strength is so powerful that it's far exceeded my imagination. And to think that Chun Zi actually planned to kill him, he really overestimated himself. Soon, a martial emperor was the first one to return to his senses as he said in a low voice, "I wonder how he actually destroyed the innate ability that Wang Yu cast. Oh yeah, until now, I still don't get what happened with that arrow at all. That arrow that crushed Wang Yu's innate ability was a stroke of genius. By right, the soul attack innate ability cannot be touched by origin energy and profundity, let alone be destroyed by them, but the arrow he released just now wasn't just a simple arrow at all." More and more people were shocked by Duan Lingtian's arrow. It was an extraordinary stroke of genius. Some of the people whose cultivation base was lower and originally could not see anything at all heard the conversation of many martial emperors. Then, they finally understood what Duan Lingtian had done before he defeated Wang Yu.
The archery skill that he cast earlier somehow seems a little bit familiar. Martial Emperor Yuhan frowned. Somehow, she kept feeling like the archery skill that Duan Lingtian had displayed was reminiscent of something, yet she could not recall it at all.
Of course, it was not that her memory had failed her. Instead, it was difficult for her to connect the arrow that had destroyed the heaven and earth wipeout that she cast the day before with the archery skill that he had demonstrated earlier.
This was because the arrow the day before was even more horrifying.
After all, Duan Lingtian had used the arrow that was on the royal grade spirit weapon level then. On the contrary, today, he had reserved some of his strength and only solidified his own energy to become an arrow for his attack. Just when many people had their attention on Duan Lingtian, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island suddenly announced boisterously, shifting the attention away from Duan Lingtian. Those martial emperors and demon emperors whose disciples are in the top 10 of the Hidden Fog martial competition, please come up and get your things. As for those who are in the top 30 in this competition, the rewards will be distributed at the same time 10 days later. Right away, the martial emperors and demon emperors whose disciples were in the top 10 of the Hidden Fog martial competition, each took a spatial ring from the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Our rewards will only be distributed 10 days later? One of the top 30 participants of the Hidden Fog martial competition asked unhappily with a frown. Just as the rest of the top 30 of the Hidden Fog martial competition were perplexed about this, Duan Ling Tian took the spatial ring that Yang Hui handed to him. After he carried out the blood ownership claim, he could see 10 little dazzling white stones lying inside quietly.
These are the saint stones? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. I remember that there were also 2 little stones like this before in the spatial ring that belonged to Chen Ji, the only son of the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island.
Who is it?
Who killed my son? Without warning, an enraged bellow suddenly resonated from a distance like a deafening thunder, cutting off Duan Ling Tian's train of thought.
Accompanying the thunderous bellow was an old man who was dressed in a silver robe. His eyes were majestic. Right at that moment, killing intent was clearly written all over his face. The moment the old man appeared, everyone could smell the gunpowder in the air immediately. When the group of core disciples and inner island disciples of the Hidden Fog Island saw the silver-robed man, they could not help but exclaim in low voices, "Second Island Master."
The second island master. The second island master of the Hidden Fog Island.
At once, the others from the Hidden Fog Island and everyone from the Cloud Continent instantly learned the identity of the newcomer. It was Chun Bei, the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island, who was also the father of Chun Ji, the core disciple of the Hidden Fog Island who was killed not long ago. The moment they thought of Chun Ji, many gazes instantly landed on Duan Ling Tian quietly, as he was the one who had killed him. You killed my son? As the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island, Chun Bei's observation skills were deadly accurate. In just the blink of an eye, following the gaze of the crowd, he noticed Duan Ling Tian. As he looked at the supposed murderer, his eyes were filled with an icy killing intent. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, appeared normal with a completely calm expression as though he was not surprised at all.
The group of people from Lingxian Peak who was led by Yang Hui, however, turned pale one by one.
Even Kuer and Li Fei could not help but be drenched in cold sweat for Duan Ling Tian's sake.
They were both certain that Chun Bei was resolved to die in his attempt to kill his son's murderer.
In the face of an infuriated Chun Bei, Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly with a calm look, "He wanted to kill me, so don't tell me that I can't kill him. When my son wanted to kill you, the wisest choice was to stretch your neck out for his sword. Then only you would have died.
Unfortunately, you've made the most foolish decision ever.
You killed my son, and I'll annihilate your entire sect." Chun Bei snarled coldly. "After killing you, I'll kill your family and even all of your friends." The moment Chun Bei's words left his mouth, the entire scene broke into an uproar.
Even the group of Hidden Fog Island people felt that Chun Bei was being ridiculous.
Because Chun Bei's son wanted to kill that person could only stretch out his neck for his son to kill?
What kind of logic was that? Duan Ling Tian's face finally revealed some changes as it darkened slowly.
Right at that moment, he deeply understood that the phrase, "the strong ones rule," did not only apply to the Cloud Continent.
Even after they had left the Cloud Continent and came to the overseas Saint Island, the phrase still applied there. Just as the murderous intent rose in Chun Bei's eyes and his silver robe fluttered in the wind while he advanced towards Duan Ling Tian, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island took a stride forward and blocked Chun Bei's pathway. Second island master.
Glaring coldly at the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island in front, Chun Bei asked coldly, "Fong Wan, are you trying to stop me?"
Fong Wan was the name of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island.
Ignoring the chilling gleam in Chun Bei's eyes, Fong Wan continued nonchalantly, "Second island master, I understand why you want to kill him, but I've got to remind you something. He's the champion of the Hidden Fog martial competition this time. You should know what this signifies."
"So what?"
"I only know that he killed my son, so he needs to pay me back with his life. Right now, I'm not killing him under the identity of the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Instead, I'm doing it as a father." The chill in Chun Bei's eyes gleamed even more intensely.
"I won't let anything happen to him with me here." Fong Wan shook his head.
In that case, I'll kill you together with him. Don't think that I've no idea that when he killed my son, the reason you didn't stop him is that you still haven't let go of your past enmity. The silver robe on Chen Bei's body fluttered even more vigorously. The tension soared from his body and skyrocketed to the sky. What a joke! In the Hidden Fog martial competition, other than the battle of the top 10, life and death isn't a concern at all. Your son Qinji wasn't the only one killed before the battle among the top 10 took place. Qinji was much weaker, and now that he's dead, what does that have to do with me? Fang Wen smirked. Boom! Just as Fang Wen's words left his mouth, Chen Bei's anger lost control and burst out right away. The silver robe on his body flapped crazily as though silver flames lit up around his body. Tremendous energy proceeded to soar upwards as it emanated gusts of blood-curdling aura. The group of powerhouses from the Cloud Continent, other than Martial Emperor Qin Xian and Demon Emperor Man Wu, turned pale right away. They could clearly sense Chen Bei's power. He must be on at least the 8th level Martial Emperor stage. Demon Emperor Man Wu thought to himself. If the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island makes his move, Duan Ling Tian will definitely die. However, now that he's here, it's kinda different from what I expected. Yeah, with the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island stopping him, he won't kill Duan Ling Tian for the time being. In that case, let me do the honors then. A greedy flame burned intensely deep in Martial Emperor Yuhan's eyes. She still had not forgotten about her target at all, the spatial ring in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Right now, his spatial ring contains more treasures that the rebirth Martial Emperor left behind during his second reincarnation. Just now, Martial Emperor Ling Xian also gave the spatial ring containing the Saint Stones to him. That spatial ring has also been stored in his own spatial ring. Perhaps nobody else had noticed this, but Martial Emperor Yuhan, who had been staring at Duan Ling Tian from the very beginning, knew this clearly. Originally, she had decided to wait until the crowd thinned down before she made her move to kill Duan Ling Tian and snatch the spatial ring off his hand. However, now that the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island was there, she had no choice but to bring her plan forward. Right then, she was waiting for the two island masters to battle it out with each other. Once they did, all of the crowd's attention would definitely be on them. Then, she would kill Duan Ling Tian and take his spatial ring away. The moment Martial Emperor Yuhan thought of this, she could not suppress her excitement. Chen Bei, do you really dare to attack? Don't forget the purpose of this Hidden Fog martial competition today. If you destroy the plan, the Great Island Master will never let you go. When Fang Wen saw how Chen Bei was starting to store his energy and was about to launch his attack, his face turned bitter right away. Whoosh! 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 The moment Fang Wen's words left his mouth, streaks of figures swept out and landed in front of Fang Wen, blocking Chen Wei's path altogether. This scene took everyone by surprise. The group of people blocking Chen Bei's pathway together with Fang Wen was none other than the group of elders from the Hidden Fog Island. Please think twice, Second Island Master. They cautioned Chen Bei in unison. Their voices gathered together like thunder. Just as many people were taken by bewilderment and confusion. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed without warning before he muttered to himself. As I expected, the Hidden Fog martial competition isn't as simple as it looks. Actually, long before he heard about the competition, he had already suspected this. Casting aside the rewards given to the participants who ranked highly, even the rewards that the Hidden Fog martial competition gave to referrals was also more than enough to raise Duan Ling Tian's suspicion. A Saint Stone could help a martial emperor raise his cultivation base, so one could easily imagine its level of preciousness. Yet, the Hidden Fog Island actually gives out the Saint Stones to lure the crowd of martial emperors and demon emperors of the Cloud Continent to bring people to join this Hidden Fog martial competition on the island. Who'd believe that the Hidden Fog Island has no motive after it has taken great pains to do all this? Duan Ling Tian could still remember the time when he was still at the southern outer land of the Cloud Continent. He had once worked hard for a few years to join the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and in the end, he finally obtained the honor of being the champion. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held by the Skywolf Fort of the Northern Desert, and it used a huge number of concept fragments to lure the young powerhouses from the 10 dynasties to join it.
The Skywolf Fort was willing to take the concept fragments to hold the martial competition of the 10 dynasties because of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Had it not been for the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, which hid the profundity fragments, the Skywolf Fort would not have held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties at all. Duan Lingtian, who had been through this, would know that there was no free lunch in this world. The Hidden Fog Island was like the Skywolf Fort last time, and the Hidden Fog martial competition today was like the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Just like the Skywolf Fort, the Hidden Fog Island must have some intention behind hosting the competition, thus he had not hesitated when he killed Chen Ji. Even when Chen Bei, the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island, came to seek revenge from him, he was not surprised at all. He had already been anticipating such a challenge to take place. However, he was not worried at all, for he knew that as long as he proved his own value in the Hidden Fog martial competition, he would no doubt be greatly regarded important by the Hidden Fog Island. By that time, his value and worth would be great to them. The Hidden Fog Island would never sacrifice him before they accomplished the purpose of holding the Hidden Fog martial competition. Therefore, becoming the champion of the Hidden Fog martial competition with his own strength was the best way of proving his worth. As a result, he was not worried that Chen Bei would kill him. Of course, even if the Hidden Fog Island protected him due to some reason, he was prepared to leave quietly and break free from its restraint once the competition ended. Somehow, he had no idea why, but he felt that the objective of the Hidden Fog Island was not as simple as Skywolf Fort's purpose the last time. He had a bad feeling that if he continued to stay on the Hidden Fog Island and just let them do whatever they liked with him, something terrible would definitely happen. Even if I leave the Hidden Fog Island and lose their protection, Chen Bei won't necessarily be able to find me, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This was his plan from the very start, so he had no doubts at all when he killed Chen Ji. He did not even have much emotional fluctuation. He had already long prepared his escape route. In the face of Fang Wen, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, and the group of Hidden Fog Island's elders who tried to stop him, Chen Bei narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, "Do all of you think that you can block me?" Just as Chen Bei was about to make his move on Fang Wen and the rest of the people, a cold snort resonated all over the place and entered everybody's ears, eliciting a sudden inexplicable shock in their hearts. Humph. That is... Duan Lingtian lifted his head slightly. When he saw who it was, his eyes narrowed as surprise crept upon his face. A gigantic human silhouette that stood right there like a small hill appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. The human silhouette was an old man dressed in a golden robe. He had a golden mole between his eyebrows that looked like a tiny sun radiating brilliantly. "They can't block you, but how about me?" As a glimpse flashed across the phantom eyes of the silhouette of the golden-robed old man. His sharp gaze that seemed to pierce through the air landed on Chen Bei at once. The moment his gaze landed on him, it was like a massive stone that crushed down onto Chen Bei till he turned pale right away. "Great Island Master." Taking a deep breath, Chen Bei took a deep bow towards the silhouette in the sky. A sense of dread appeared in his eyes as he replied anxiously, "I don't dare to." At the same time, Fang Wen, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, and the group of Hidden Fog Island elders and disciples each bowed towards the silhouette in the sky one by one. "Great Island Master." Hovering in the sky, he appeared extremely majestic. "He's the Great Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island? He doesn't seem to be a real person. I wonder what technique he's using. I've long heard that the Great Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island's strength is extremely deep and profound to the point that it isn't something that can be easily comprehended by an ordinary person. After witnessing it for myself today, he really does live up to his name. How terrifying! The real person isn't even here, and just a silhouette is already enough to pressure the others so forcefully." Everyone, including the martial emperors and demon emperors of the Cloud Continent, could now deeply sense the jaw-dropping power of the Great Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island. Looking at the human silhouette on the sky, Duan Lingtian could not help but mutter to himself, "He's the Great Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island? What kind of technique is this?" Other than shock, he felt nothing. This old man is a powerhouse at the peak of the innate stage. Just another step further and he'll be able to enter the mortal shedding stage. Right at that moment, a voice resonated inside Duan Lingtian's body. It was Wang Ba speaking.
The peak of the innate stage? Duan Tian's eyes narrowed at once.
That's right.
In the words of your mortal continent, it's the peak of the martial emperor stage. In the Tao martial saint land, he's already considered to be at the peak of the innate stage.
Just one more step and he'll go to the mortal shedding stage, Wang Ba continued. The technique he's using now is the innate illusory. All martial cultivators who have attained the peak of the innate stage can master it.
Innate illusory. Duan Tian nodded excitedly. What function does this innate illusory have?
In the Tao martial saint land, other than using it to confuse others, there's nothing much the innate illusory can actually do. However, in a place that's controlled by the mortals, it could be used to bluff people, just like now, Wang Ba added.
Ah, so that's how it works.
Duan Tian finally understood what Wang Ba was telling him. The innate illusory was very common in the Tao martial saint land, but it was extremely rare in a place that was ruled by mortals such as the Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands. However, when Duan Tian looked at the golden-robed old man's silhouette in the sky once again, his heart still surged with amazement.
The peak of the martial emperor stage. This old man in golden robes, the great island master of the hidden fog island, was actually at the peak of the martial emperor stage.
He's most likely the one controlling the hidden fog martial competition. He's already at the peak of the martial emperor stage, so what does he actually want us to do for him? Duan Tian was perplexed about his true intention.
Just like that time when the martial emperor's secret treasure was uncovered in the northern desert, forces such as the Skywolf Fort, the Blade Sect and the Five Elemental Sect had also mass-recruited young powerhouses just for the sake of the profundity fragments in the secret treasure. All of this was because all of the sect's own powerhouses were not able to access the martial emperor's secret treasure.
The martial emperor's secret treasure only allowed those below 40 years old to access it.
This time, the Hidden Fog Martial Competition also has the same age requirement for participants to be below 70 years old. Don't tell me that there's a trove like the Martial Emperor's secret treasure that's about to be opened too. The moment Duan Tian thought of this, he shook his head again. By right, there shouldn't be such a coincidence. Then, what exactly does a person as powerful as the great island master of the Hidden Fog Island want us to do? Duan Tian could not think of an answer at all.
Daren't you? Is there anything you don't dare to do, Chenbei? Right at this moment, the silhouette of the golden-robed man in the sky opened his mouth once again as he mocked Chenbei, the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island.
Taking a deep breath, Chenbei replied, "Great island master, I just want to kill the enemy who murdered my son personally. Chenbei, although you aren't the one in charge of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, I believe that you were present when I made the rules of the competition. Do you need me to repeat them for you again?" The old man asked, and his tone was cold as ice, especially with the last sentence. "Great Island Master, I'm sorry." Chenbei was seized with panic. At the same time, he lowered his head quietly like a kid guiltily admitting his fault in front of an adult. "You should know your priorities. Remember,
other than being Chenji's father, you're also the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island." With that, he disappeared right away. The human silhouette on top of the sky had vanished without a trace.
Then, most of the people finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although the appearance of the old man in the golden robes was merely a silhouette, his aura still crushed them until they barely could breathe.
"Second Island Master, do you still want to continue?" Looking at Chenbei, Fang Wen asked nonchalantly.
"Humph." Chenbei snorted before glaring at Duan Tian for a moment. After that, he suddenly pivoted on his heel and disappeared before everyone's eyes.
"It looks like Chenbei hasn't given up on his plans yet. I really can't stay on the Hidden Fog Island anymore. Now that the great island master of the Hidden Fog Island has appeared himself, I don't think he'll dare to kill me for the time being. However, once I'm no longer worthy of being used, even the third island master and the great island master of the Hidden Fog Island won't be able to protect me anymore. By that time, Chenbei will definitely make his move and kill me directly." Duan Tian's heart sank.
He decided to find an opportunity to leave within these few days. The great island master of the Hidden Fog Island is actually this horrifying.
Now that Duan Tian has obtained the first place in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, he's actually under his protection now.
It looks like I can only wait for a better opportunity to arise to make my move on him. Martial Emperor Yuhan's face darkened a little as dread could be seen in her eyes. She feared the great island master of the hidden fog island. At first, she thought that by killing Chunji, Duanling Tian would start on the wrong foot with the hidden fog island and would not fall under the hidden fog island powerhouse's protection. It was only until just now that she realized how wrong she was. It seems like the intention that the hidden fog island has to organize the hidden fog martial competition isn't that simple after all. Right at this time, Martial Emperor Yuhan also came to a conclusion. No matter what, the hidden fog martial competition was officially over now, so everybody began to disperse. 10 days later, they would release the rewards to the top 30 participants of the hidden fog martial competition. Other than Duanling Tian, the rest of the 29 people were looking forward to it. Brother Yang, here are 3 pieces of saint stones for you. On the way back, Duanling Tian handed Yang Hui a spatial ring that contained 3 pieces of saint stones with a lift of his hand. Other than the 10 saint stones that he had obtained from the rewards of the hidden fog martial competition, he had also obtained another 2 saint stones from Chan Ji's spatial ring, totaling up to a dozen pieces. Therefore, he decided to give 3 pieces to Yang Hui. No matter what, it was all thanks to Yang Hui that he could journey to the hidden fog island and join the hidden fog martial competition. Yang Hui naturally wanted the 3 pieces of saint stones, but he still refused out of good manners. However, after Duanling Tian constantly insisted on it, he finally accepted them and thanked Duanling Tian sincerely. Thank you, Brother Ling Tian. Imperceptibly, Yang Hui had turned much humbler in front of Duanling Tian, all because of the strength that he had demonstrated earlier on. If he had only been speculating by himself at first, right then, Yang Hui was certain that Duanling Tian's strength was definitely in no way inferior to his. If they battled it out to the death together, he might not even be his match. After going back to the southern island of the hidden fog island, Duanling Tian did not instantly bring Kuer and Li Fei away with him. Now that the hidden fog martial competition had just ended, leaving immediately would no doubt be an unwise choice. Kuer, little Feier, I'll bring you 2 away from the hidden fog island in 5 days and return to the cloud continent. After informing the 2 girls, he entered the room and continued to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Divine Dragon Form. The Divine Dragon Form was the 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. It was also the last form of the technique. According to the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, the Divine Dragon Form could be cultivated until the peak of the Martial Emperor stage. The Divine Dragon Form is a mental cultivation technique that I've been cultivating since the Martial Monarch stage. Even if I could cultivate it all the way to the peak of the Martial Emperor stage, what happens after the summit of the Martial Emperor stage then? The peak of the Martial Emperor stage is only the peak of the innate stage in Tao Martial Saint Land. There are still the Mortal Shedding stage and the Saint Rudiment stage after the innate stage. Not only that, but there's also the Saint stage following the Saint Rudiment stage. Previously, Duanling Tian still thought that the Martial Emperor stage was the highest peak attainable. However, his eyes were now open to the facts. His field of vision was much broader than before now. This Saint Stone. Raising his hand, Duanling Tian took a piece of Saint Stone out. He had long learned about the function of the Saint Stone from Yang Hui. Could rapidly raise one's cultivation base. With his hand holding onto the Saint Stone for cultivation, he activated the mental cultivation technique, the Divine Dragon Form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. He could clearly sense a gust of powerful energy surging out of the Saint Stone into his body. After what felt like a while, the single step away from the bottleneck of breaking through the 2nd-level Martial Emperor stage was obliterated with a crash. In just the blink of an eye, the origin energy in his body had undergone a transformation. His cultivation base had successfully climbed up to the 2nd-level Martial Emperor stage. Did I just make a breakthrough? Opening his eyes, Duanling Tian's expression was a little dazed. The breakthrough this time gave him a sense of surrealism. I feel like the progress that my cultivation base has made with the help of the Saint Stone is even more exaggerated than the rebirth pill. However, it depletes very fast as well. Only a short time has passed, yet half of it has already been used up. Duanling Tian could clearly see that when his cultivation base made a breakthrough to the 2nd-level Martial Emperor stage, the Saint Stone in his hand had also dimmed. In fact, its energy levels had depleted substantially. I wonder how long did I spend cultivating? It kind of feels like it's been a day or two. After he left the house, he finally learned from the two girls that he had been cultivating for 3 days. It's no wonder cultivating is said to be timeless. So, it's true indeed, Duan Ling Tian mused. After bidding his goodbye to the two girls, Duan Ling Tian left.
Zhou.
The group of Lei Yun Peak people stayed in the forest on the east side of the southernmost tip of the hidden fog island. They were staying in a spacious mansion erected in the middle of the forest. Their accommodation had been arranged by the hidden fog island.
Not far away from the west of the mansion, a figure hovered in the air and looked at the mansion far away with the forests in between.
Zhou. This person was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had just made his way over. He only had one purpose going there, that was to kill Zhou and take the Devil Seal tablet back from him.
The Devil Seal tablet was originally his anyway.
Had it not been for the fact that he had lost his consciousness and left the Devil Seal tablet in the Lost Stone Forest, the tablet would have still been in his hands right then. At this moment, all he wanted was to retrieve what was his. He was not fond of Zhou at all. If Zhou had not taken Tian Wu away, he would not have pursued him all the way to the Lost Stone 4 as well.
Had that not happened, he would not have used his Devil Seal tablet by force and activated the side effect of the tablet for the third time, which almost cost him his life as well. The moment he thought of this, a lingering fear bubbled in his heart.
However, after waiting for a long time, Duan Ling Tian realized that Zhou still had no intention of coming out.
Martial Emperor Lei Ming has a strength that is in no way inferior to Martial Emperor Yuhan's. Even though I've made a breakthrough to the second-level Martial Emperor stage now, I still don't have any confidence to go against him. Duan Ling Tian was very clear about that.
Otherwise, he would not have chosen to wait there. If he had the confidence to win against Martial Emperor Lei Ming, he would have long crashed into the mansion through the front door and dragged Zhou out before killing him. Then, he would snatch back the Devil Seal tablet that was originally his. After a while, he noticed that somebody had just come out of the mansion. After seeing who it was clearly, his eyes that had lit up turned dim again. This was because that this person was not Zhou. Instead, he was one of the 9 Martial Emperor's disciples that Martial Emperor Lei Ming had brought with him.
The moment he saw that this person was going to leave, a light bulb went off in Duan Ling Tian's mind right away. Waiting right here for Zhou isn't that great an idea. I guess it's better for me to just use this person.
Seeing the disciple about to leave, he went up to him quietly without any delay and blocked his way.
Duan Ling Tian? What do you want to do? The moment he saw Duan Ling Tian, the Lei Yun Peak disciple put his guard up instantly. Dread rose from the bottom of his heart upon facing this purple-clad young man who had obtained the first place in the Hidden Fog Martial competition 3 days ago.
As a flash of brilliance gleamed across Duan Ling Tian's eyes, he told the Lei Yun Peak's disciple, "I just want to make a deal with you."
What deal? Help me lure Zhou out, and once that's done, I'll give you 2,000 pieces of supreme-grade origin stones. Deal? Duan Ling Tian offered. 2,000 pieces of supreme-grade origin stones?
Upon hearing this, the Lei Yun Peak disciple's breathing turned rapid immediately. He was only a normal Martial Emperor's disciple under the command of Martial Emperor Lei Ming, and was not a direct disciple. To him, 2,000 supreme-grade origin stones was a great fortune.
Soon, the disciple's breathing turned calm again before he answered, Zhou is Martial Emperor Lei Ming's direct disciple. If I bring any harm to him, Lord Martial Emperor will not let me go. 3,000 pieces of supreme-grade origin stones? Duan Ling Tian cut him off halfway. As long as you lure him out without alerting anyone else, I'll kill him and avoid any future trouble.
By that time, he would already be dead and can no longer report you. So who'd know that you're the one who lured him out for me to kill? Duan Ling Tian continued. Deal. The moment the Lei Yun Peak disciple heard his promise to give him 3,000 pieces of supreme-grade origin stones, he no longer could suppress the avarice in his heart and made his decision right away. Actually, Zhou was someone that he was jealous of.
Now, since the opportunity to hurt him had arrived, he only stood to gain and would lose nothing.
These are 1,000 pieces of supreme-grade origin stones. You could say that this is a down payment. I'll give you the other 2,000 supreme-grade origin stones after the deal is done. A bit of a reminder though, don't think of deceiving me. Otherwise, I'll still be able to kill you even if you're under Martial Emperor Lei Ming's protection.
As Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he threatened, 3 days ago, I'm sure you've also seen just how much I mean to the Hidden Fog Island.
In order to protect me, the great island master of the Hidden Fog Island, who's at the peak of the Martial Emperor stage, has even made his appearance personally. The peak of the Martial Emperor stage? The Lei Yun Peak disciple's eyes widened as he was struck with panic. 3 days ago, although he could see that the great island master of the Hidden Fog Island had powerful strength, he did not expect him to be at the peak of the Martial Emperor stage. If that kind of powerhouse were to kill the Martial Emperor Lei Ming of Lei Yun Peak, he could easily do it in just the blink of an eye.
Go, Duan Lingtian instructed. After the disciple took the 1,000 supreme grade origin stones in his spatial ring and stored them away, he turned around and went back to the mansion that the people of Lei Yun Peak had inhabited ever since they arrived. As for Duan Lingtian, he followed the disciple from a distance and concealed himself at one side of the mansion.
After concealing himself behind the forest, Duan Lingtian watched the mansion from afar and muttered to himself, I hope that he can really lure Zhou out.
Not long after that, Duan Lingtian saw that the Lei Yun Peak disciple had come out. There was also someone else following him.
Just by looking at the silhouette, he could tell that this person was Zhou. After the two of them appeared, they left the mansion and headed north. After making sure that nobody else was following them from behind, Duan Lingtian began to make his move and trailed them from afar. Not long after that, he blocked their pathway in a forest far from the mansion. Zhou. After Duan Lingtian made his appearance, he looked at Zhou calmly with a cold gaze that was completely emotionless. Duan Lingtian. Horror dawned on Zhou, who never expected himself to be unlucky enough to meet the maleficent Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Right at that moment, he noticed a light ray shoot out towards him the moment Duan Lingtian.
At once origin energy and profundity soared from his body, trying to resist it. However, he was struck dumb in the next instance.
He noticed that after the Lei Yun Peak disciple reached out a hand to catch the light rays that he had thrown out, he flew far away and disappeared from his eyes in just the blink of an eye. When that light ray got near to him, he finally realized that it was a spatial ring. At that moment, he finally knew that he was being set up. Shit! I actually let my guard down around him.
He could already guess what was happening.
That Lei Yun disciple must have had received a bribe from Duan Lingtian and helped the latter lure him out. The moment he recalled the powerful strength that Duan Lingtian had demonstrated before his eyes 3 days ago, all Zhou could feel was a gust of cold that rushed up from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Duan Lingtian, the incident that happened the last time was all my fault. However, that was because Martial Emperor Shi told me to do so. He was the one who asked me to take Miss Tianwu back to the Lost Stone Forest. Taking a deep breath, Zhou looked at Duan Lingtian and pushed all the blame on Martial Emperor Shi. 3 days ago, before the Hidden Fog martial competition began, I already met with Martial Emperor Shi. His strength was much inferior to mine, and when his life was just hanging by a thread, he told me everything in order to beg for his life. Duan Lingtian cast an indifferent glance at Zhou, including why you betrayed the Lost Stone Forest.
Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, horror dawned on Zhou right away.
Flee! Without any hesitation, Zhou turned to escape. What a joke! Since Duan Lingtian had already found out about everything, then the reason he was there was not only to take revenge for Feng Tianwu whom he had kidnapped but for that mysterious stone tablet as well.
If he remained behind, not only would his mysterious stone tablet be snatched away, but even he would be killed as well.
However, would he be able to escape? In just the twinkling of an eye, Duan Lingtian appeared once again in the middle of Zhou's pathway and blocked him. Duan Lingtian, I can give you what you want. Horror dawned on Zhou once again.
At this moment, he also realized that he would not be able to escape from Duan Lingtian's sight, so right then he schemed an idea of taking the Devil Seal tablet out to beg for forgiveness from Duan Lingtian this time.
Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian did not have the intention to finish listening to his words as he cut him off right away. Stop the useless rants. Today you will die.
The moment his words left his mouth, he charged out, and as though he transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon that had its bloody mouth opened wide, he tore towards Zhou Yi, seemingly wanting to swallow him whole. "Nu!" Zhou Yi cried out shrilly in despair. Boom! Right at that moment, Zhou Yi cried out, and all he could hear was a loud sound by his ear. In the next instance, a gush of vast rolling impact waves crashed onto him and sent him flying away with a blast. Due to the reason that Zhou Yi thought that he would definitely die and that it would be useless even if he tried to defend himself, he did not deliberately block Duan Ling Tian's attack. This left him vulnerable and he was sent flying very far away. "I'm alive. I'm still alive." Not giving a damn about the intense pain that resonated throughout his entire body caused by the blast of the impact wave, Zhou Yi spat blood out while looking frenziedly happy. After being washed by a surge of joy, he began to slowly calm down again. "By right, Duan Ling Tian only needs one blow to blast me into a pile of mess in just one blow with his strength." But when Zhou Yi finally came to a halt and looked at the distance, he noticed that there was an additional figure blocking Duan Ling Tian's path. Even though it was quite a distance away and the silhouette was slightly blurry, he could still recognize in just a glance that this silhouette belonged to Martial Emperor Lei Ming. "I hope he'll be able to kill Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, if this Duan Ling Tian still survives, he'll only pose as a disaster to me," Zhou Yi thought to himself. However, right then, Zhou Yi did not go over. Instead, he only looked from a distance. Don't tell me that this Duan Ling Tian has actually concealed his real strength. The moment he recalled how Duan Ling Tian revealed his strength bit by bit 3 days ago and took him by surprise one after another, a sense of ominous premonition rose up in his heart. "No, I can't continue to remain here." Who knows whether Duan Ling Tian has really concealed his strength or not. If he really did indeed conceal his strength and that his real strength is actually powerful enough to defeat Martial Emperor Lei Ming, won't I be dead then? Flee! I must flee! I must flee from here just in case. The moment his train of thought reached here, Zhou Yi immediately turned around and escaped without any hesitation more. However, he had forgotten something. If Duan Ling Tian really did possess a strength that could defeat Martial Emperor Lei Ming, why would he deliberately find someone else to lure him out then? "Duan Ling Tian, what enmity does Zhou Yi have with you? Why do you want to kill him?" Martial Emperor Lei Ming asked in a deep voice. Duan Ling Tian did not reply Martial Emperor Lei Ming, for he had already seen Zhou Yi's silhouette leaving. Struck with panic, he anxiously inched forward to give chase to Zhou Yi. No matter what, he could never let Zhou Yi go. It was still okay if Zhou Yi escaped back to the mansion that the people of Leiyun Peak stayed in, but if he left the Hidden Fog Island, how was he able to find Zhou Yi in this huge world and snatch the Devil Seal tablet back? Unfortunately, the moment he twitched, Martial Emperor Lei Ming quickly blocked him. Scram! He was burning with anxiety now, only wanting to catch up with Zhou Yi and kill him before seizing the Devil Seal tablet. Forgetting that the person blocking him in front was Martial Emperor Lei Ming, he randomly drove a punch outward. Bam! The punch thrust out as if the hills were rending asunder and the earth was falling in. Duan Ling Tian's energy seemed to have transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon that sped out swiftly as it crashed into Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Unfortunately for him, despite the loud bam, Martial Emperor Lei Ming was still able to block his attack easily. Not only that, after Martial Emperor Lei Ming's energy crashed against Duan Ling Tian's, a huge part of his power remained behind and slammed down on the ladder. Boom! Duan Ling Tian was sent flying away without any difficulty. His vital energy and blood roared, and the intense pain all over his body caused him to snap back into reality immediately. Hastily, he took out a royal-grade resurrection pill and swallowed it. In just the twinkling of an eye, Duan Ling Tian's injury had recovered by more than half. Martial Emperor Lei Ming. After coming to a halt, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were filled with an extreme iciness. He would not allow anybody to stop him from killing Zhou Yi. Whoosh! A bow and arrow appeared in his hands out of thin air. It was his royal-grade spirit archery set. The moment the archery set appeared in his hand, he pulled into a full moon shape. Colossal aerolite arrow. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian's arrow that was as black as ink shot out like a midnight electric eel that soared through the sky. The speed was so fast that Martial Emperor Lei Ming, who had been calm, suddenly turned horrified right away. In a flurry, he took his own quasi-royal grade spirit weapon out and cast his most powerful technique. Luckily, he managed to block the arrow. However, the remnants of energy passed on by the royal grade spirit weapon still caused his body to quiver violently.
Didn't he actually use his full strength 3 days ago? When Martial Emperor Lei Ming glanced at Duan Lingtian once again, his face was solemn and his eyes were filled with dread and anxiety. Right at that moment, Duan Lingtian launched another arrow again. This arrow was the same as the one just now. The moment he retrieved the first arrow, he shot it out again instantly. Evidently, he did not have the intention to stop at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another 2 arrows fired out and headed straight towards Martial Emperor Lei Ming as though he would never stop until he managed to kill him. No way! Even if he casts the strongest heaven rank advanced martial skill, with just that strength of his, there's no way that his force is this powerful. Martial Emperor Lei Ming, who once again blocked Duan Lingtian's arrows, suddenly exclaimed in his mind. Soon, he finally realized what was happening.
Saint grade martial tactic.
That's right.
It's the Saint grade martial tactic. He finally understood what was going on and horror dawned on him. Right at that second, Duan Lingtian, who had shot out 3 arrows towards Martial Emperor Lei Ming's vital parts, had left and was now heading towards the direction that Zhou Yi had escaped in. After Martial Emperor Lei Ming dodged the 3 arrows, he drew the arrows into his grasp.
Zhou Yi. As he was speeding, Zhou Yi once again appeared within Duan Lingtian's line of sight. Whoosh! An ear-piercing whistle reverberated by Duan Lingtian's ear. It was obvious that this sound came from behind him, and he knew that Martial Emperor Lei Ming had caught up with him.
I don't care anymore.
Even I have to sacrifice 1 arrow. I must kill Zhou Yi no matter what. Duan Lingtian felt that his time was very limited and his eyes were filled with murderous intensity. With a raise of his hand, an arrow slid onto the bowstring of the sturdy bow in his hand, and he started to aim at Zhou Yi's silhouette. Stop! A thunderous voice resonated from behind Duan Lingtian, and it was getting nearer every second. It's too late. Duan Lingtian smirked as the arrow in his hand soared across the sky and disappeared in just the blink of an eye.
Almost right at the second he released his grip, he could see Zhou Yi, who was doing all he could to flee, suddenly tremble before falling downward.
He's finally dead. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He was full of confidence in his own archery skills. His arrow had directly penetrated Zhou Yi's heart.
However, the royal grade spirit arrow had also vanished instantly as Zhou Yi was very far away from him. Due to this, he was unable to retrieve the arrow that was used to kill Zhou Yi through the inscription formation inscribed and set up on the archery set.
Even though it was quite a significant loss, he did not feel the slightest regret at all. In his opinion, not only did the arrow manage to kill Zhou Yi, but it had also left the Devil Seal tablet behind for him.
Although the arrow was gone, he could still search for more ink steel to refine it, but if the Devil Seal tablet was lost, it was not something that he could refine as easily as he pleased. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Boom! Boom!
Just then, a series of rolling airwaves surged out from behind Duan Lingtian, taking him by surprise and forcing him to hastily pull out an arrow again before shooting it out from the bow.
At the same time, Duan Lingtian flew out and landed on the arrow. Relying on the speed of the arrow, he managed to escape by just mere inches from the thunderous impact cast by Martial Emperor Lei Ming, who had chased him.
Duan Lingtian, I can't believe that you actually know the Saint grade martial tactic. In this case, don't blame me for not having any mercy on you, all right? As Martial Emperor Lei Ming snarled loudly. A thunderstorm-like attack swept out in full fury as he charged towards Duan Lingtian with a flick of the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon in his hand.
Right then, Martial Emperor Lei Ming also only had the intention to kill him with his assault. The reason he intended to kill him was not to avenge Zhou Yi, but instead, it was because of the Saint grade martial tactic that Duan Lingtian cast. When anyone reached the same level as Martial Emperor Lei Ming, he would become a little sensitive over some issues just like the Saint grade martial tactic. After he was certain that the technique that Duan Lingtian used was the Saint grade martial tactic, the first thing that rose in his mind was not to force Duan Lingtian to hand the Saint grade martial tactic over because he knew that the tactic could only be learned through the Saint token. Apart from that, those who manage to get their hands on the Saint token must definitely have a powerhouse rooting behind them. This powerhouse would most likely already be at the peak of the Martial Emperor stage. Even if he was not, he was just a step away from the peak of the Martial Emperor stage and was not somebody that he could easily pick a fight with. Therefore, after making sure that the technique that Duan Tian cast was the Saint-grade martial tactic, all he could think of was to kill him so that he would not live to tell the story.
Who knew whether Duan Tian would ask the powerhouse backing him to take revenge on him or not? Since it concerned his own life, he could not risk it at all.
After killing Duan Tian, he could also check whether he was holding the Saint token or not.
If it was, then it would be a great yield for him, but even if there was nothing, he could still avoid the crisis of losing his life.
Die! There was only one thought left in Martial Emperor Lei Ming's mind, to kill Duan Tian so that he could not live to tell the story.
Now that he already had the intention to kill him, his attack now was completely ruthless, forcing Duan Tian to retreat one step after another. He was in a critical situation now and might lose his life anytime. Although the colossal aerolite arrow was a Saint-grade martial tactic, not mentioning the fact that it was also a Saint-grade martial tactic that was at the human-ranked mediocre grade, Duan Tian still had yet to scratch the surface of its full potential yet.
In the face of Martial Emperor Lei Ming, who was at the 5th level Martial Emperor stage, he started to feel an inexplicable pressure as time went by.
Don't tell me that I, Duan Tian, am gonna die here today? Sent flying with a blast once again by Martial Emperor Lei Ming, Duan Tian, whose vital energy and blood had turned into havoc, spat out a mouthful of blood.
He had a regrettable look on his face as he reached a hand up to wipe the blood stains off his mouth. Bastard! Do you really not have any idea to help me? Duan Tian asked Wang Ba, who was hidden inside his body. Boy, I really don't. My soul isn't something that your body can withstand. If I take over your body, it'll instantly explode to become dust.
By that time, both you and I will definitely die. Wang Ba's voice reverberated with hints of helplessness. Not only that, but my soul also has no carrier, so there's no way to cast any soul attack at all.
Can't your soul attack his directly? Boy, my soul can attack his soul anytime, and not only that, I can even crush his soul into pieces. The moment Wang Ba said that, he was immediately interrupted by Duan Tian. So, why are you still not doing anything? Boy, although I can crush his soul using mine, by that time, I'd be forced to take over his body, and since his body isn't able to bear my soul as well, it'll explode into dust too.
If his body explodes into dust, my soul will be annihilated too. I won't do anything that would risk me dying, Wang Ba continued.
He was very clear about this. If he wanted to save Duan Tian, he would be forced to die together with Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Of course, he was not willing to do so. Upon hearing this, Duan Tian dismissed the idea of getting Wang Ba to help at once. He was not surprised by Wang Ba's decision. After all, it was not like he and Wang Ba had a tight-knit relationship. It made sense for Wang Ba to refuse to sacrifice for him. If he were to be in the same situation as Wang Ba now, he would most likely make the same decision as well. Then, if I'm killed, will you die? Duan Tian asked. No, Wang Ba answered. If he kills you and not my soul doing the deed, your lease of life will be gone and my soul won't be forced to take over your body. By that time, I can choose to enter his body and seek refuge in him. Right then, Duan Tian finally understood.
Even if he died, Wang Ba would still survive.
What a pity, boy. If you could cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow to the next level, it wouldn't be difficult for you to come to a draw with him. Wang Ba sighed.
Boy, don't blame me. In the end, Wang Ba added again, if one could live, nobody would choose to die. Even if I am only considered as a remnant of a soul now. It was obvious that he did not think that Duan Tian would be able to survive. Although Duan Tian did not find anything wrong with Wang Ba's decision, there was still a sense of bitterness in his heart.
Sent flying in the air over and over again, he no longer had the energy to fight back and was filled with resentment. Don't tell me that I, Duan Tian, will really die here today. Seeing Martial Emperor Lei Ming cast his attack once again, and how he could not retrieve his arrow in time to make a shot, Duan Tian's eyes were filled with despair. Now that he was in a battle between life and death, a series of familiar figures started to materialize in his mind.
Even he was caught off guard by the first person who materialized.
It was his mother of this reincarnation, Li Ro. The next person who appeared were Kur, Li Fei, and Tian Wu. Then, it was the two little pythons and the golden mouse as well as his cheapskate father along with his old friends. Their lovely voices and joyful expressions were vivid in his mind. However, right then, he felt that they were so far away and he feared that he would never be able to see them again. Goodbye! As Duanling Tian sighed in his heart, all his hopes were dashed to pieces. Martial Emperor Lei Ming's silhouette was just an inch away. Duanling Tian could even feel the aura of death getting closer to him.
Ha! Duanling Tian, whose hopes were thwarted and was ready to die, suddenly noticed that Martial Emperor Lei Ming's attack did not land on him at all.
Just as he was taken by surprise. Scram! A familiar soft voice resonated, appearing abruptly.
In the next instance, all that Duanling Tian could feel was a powerful gush of force that was accompanied by a series of icy aura that swept out. Although it was not directed towards him, he was still sent flying away.
Fountains of vast rolling impact waves made his internal organs quiver uncontrollably. As giddiness took over him, he flew in the air as though he was treading on clouds. It was only after a long time later that he finally came to a halt.
When he was in the air, a thought flashed across Duanling Tian's mind as though he suddenly seemed to experience enlightenment.
The reason the arrow could soar through the sky and pierce through all the clouds without any resistance is that the records regarding the colossal aerolite arrow flashed across Duanling Tian's mind one by one. At that instant, many things that took him by confusion before suddenly became crystal clear right away.
All of this was because he had just experienced the sensation of treading clouds when he was sent flying by the impact waves. The sudden feeling that washed over him allowed him to be enlightened immediately.
He achieved enlightenment about the colossal aerolite arrow. As a glimmer flashed across his eyes, with no time to look at who had rescued him, Duanling Tian quickly took out a royal-grade resurrection pill and swallowed it. With a lift of his hand, he slid an arrow in his bow again before taking aim.
Creak!
The bowstring trembled as he pulled it into a full moon shape. Colossal aerolite arrow. The arrow shot out and instantly vanished in the air. When it re-emerged once again, it was already behind Martial Emperor Lei Ming, and as Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat, the arrow returned to his hand once again.
At the same time, a horrendous bloody hole had appeared in the chest of Martial Emperor Lei Ming.
Gazing at Duanling Tian's savior, he did not even have time to react when the arrow pierced his body. From the beginning till the end, he did not even realize what was happening at all. Even though this was like a sneak attack, the person who had released the arrow would still need to be powerful. Otherwise, he would not have successfully made his sneak attack at all. Why you? I am possible. Martial Emperor Lei Ming's mouth was spurting out fresh blood, and his body was on the verge of collapsing as he stared at Duanling Tian who was standing in the distance. His face and eyes were filled with complete disbelief. He did not understand how a person who was rendered completely powerless to return any attack and was so near death could suddenly cast such a powerful assault out of the blue. He had not sensed the arrow beforehand at all. In the end, Martial Emperor Lei Ming finally closed his eyes and fell, lost to the mortal world forever. The well-known Martial Emperor Lei Ming of the Cloud Continent had collapsed just like that, killed by the hand of a young man. Even at the moment when he was about to die, when there was still the slightest sense of consciousness within him, he still did not understand why a young man who was almost killed by him would suddenly be able to cast out such a potent attack. If he could have cast such a powerful attack before, no matter how useless he was, he would still have been able to come to a draw with him and not be in a situation whereby he was totally suppressed and powerless. In fact, not only could Martial Emperor Lei Ming not understand, but even Duanling Tian did not expect to be enlightened in that instant at all. The enlightenment at that split second had helped him make a breakthrough in the colossal aerolite arrow to a whole new level, allowing his strength to experience a leap in progress. After the colossal aerolite arrow was elevated, his strength was now in no way inferior to Martial Emperor Lei Ming's. When Martial Emperor Lei Ming had his attention focused elsewhere, his thunderous shot had taken him by surprise and managed to kill him in the end. Seeing how his own shot had killed Martial Emperor Lei Ming, Duanling Tian was slightly stunned as well.
Staring at the archery set in his hand, he did not return to his senses for a very long time. Martial Emperor Lei Ming, someone who shared the same fame with Martial Emperor Yuhan, was a martial emperor. His strength was ranked the top 3 in the Cloud Continent, yet he had just died by his own hand just like that.
For a moment, Duan Ling Tian could not accept this reality as well.
Be Brother Ling Tian. In the distance, when the teenage girl who hovered near the place where Martial Emperor Lei Ming had fallen looked at Duan Ling Tian, her delicate face was also covered with a hint of shock.
Xuanai. Upon hearing her voice, Duan Ling Tian finally snapped back to reality and stared at the teenage girl who had come to his rescue in time. She was dressed entirely in daffodil yellow and looked as though she was only 15 or 16. As her eyes gleamed mischievously, one could easily tell that she was a mischievous girl.
At that moment, she had gales of icy aura around her. This teenager in yellow was none other than Han Xuanai from the Cloud Continent.
Soon, Han Xuanai withdrew her icy aura and arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian in just the blink of an eye. Slightly astounded, she studied him from head to toe and asked curiously, "Brother Ling Tian, you actually know the Saint-grade martial tactic? Xuanai, why are you here?" At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had also returned to his senses. "I couldn't find you in the Cloud Continent, Brother Ling Tian. In the end, I heard that you came to the Hidden Fog Island, so I came as well. Brother Ling Tian, you haven't answered me yet." Han Xuanai scrunched up her nose and asked.
That set of Saint-grade martial tactic was left behind by my father. As Duan Ling Tian was speaking, he studied Han Xuanai before asking, "Xuanai,
I remember that you told me the last time that the reason you're able to maintain this state of yours is that you've cultivated a special technique. Now that you've made a breakthrough to the Martial Emperor stage, can't you return to the normal state?" "Only after I've entered the mortal shedding stage," Han Xuanai said with a bitter expression. "Brother Ling Tian, since you know about the Saint-grade martial tactic, you must know about the mortal shedding stage too, don't you?"
"Yes, I do." Duan Ling Tian nodded, and he was suddenly hit by a pang of memory before he said, "Wait for me for a while."
The moment his words left his mouth, he flew away, and after taking the spatial ring from Martial Emperor Lei Ming's body, he proceeded to destroy the corpse to wipe out all evidence.
Then he went to remove Zhou Yi's spatial ring and carried out the same body disposal method too.
After performing a blood ownership claim on Zhou Yi's spatial ring and making sure that the Devil Seal tablet was inside, Duan Ling Tian breathed a sigh of relief. The Devil Seal tablet is finally back now.
When he stored Zhou Yi's spatial ring away and turned around to look at Han Xuanai, he was stunned again.
Another person had appeared beside Han Xuanai. It was a young girl dressed in white who looked younger than 10 years old. Her eyes were gleaming with a bright and ingenious luster. When the young girl saw him, her fair, supple, delicate face became excited right away.
The moment he recalled the words that Martial Emperor Shi Qi had told him 3 days before, he could guess her identity instantly.
"Brother Ling Tian, can you guess who she is?" Han Xuanai brought the young girl in white to the front and asked Duan Ling Tian with a smile on her mysterious face.
"Little White, I can't believe that you can actually transform to become a human now." Looking at the white-clad young girl, Duan Ling Tian mused, "I still remember when I first saw you, you were just such a small little fella."
As Duan Ling Tian greeted the little girl, he beckoned with his hands as well. "Big brother." Seeing now that Duan Ling Tian recognized her, the white-clad young girl could no longer suppress her excitement in her heart. Rushing out, she hugged him tightly like a koala. Duan Ling Tian was her dearest family member. Ever since she started to comprehend what was happening, he had always been by her side. Ever since she was born, she had always looked up to him as her father.
Duan Ling Tian allowed himself a smile that rose from the bottom of his heart as he stroked Little White's head before saying softly, "Little White, if Kura could see you now, I'm sure she'd be very delighted."
"Sister Kura?" Little White's eyes lit up right away as she asked in anticipation, "Big brother, where is Sister Kura?" "She's also here on the Hidden Fog Island. I'll bring you to see her in a while, but why is it only you and Xuanai? Where are Little Gold and Little Black?" Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked around at the same time.
"How boring. You could actually recognize me in just one glance, Brother Ling Tian," Han Xuanai uttered, slightly unhappy. Although she was already more than 20 years old, she was still a kid at heart. "Big brother, how did you know that it's me?" Little White asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Han Xuanai peered at Duanling Tian. She also felt a little skeptical that Duanling Tian was able to tell that it was Little White in just a glance. "Had it not been for Martial Emperor Shi, I wouldn't have been able to recognize you as well." Duanling Tian chuckled and told them the ins and outs of the incident that had taken place 3 days ago with Martial Emperor Shi. "So, it is him." The two girls finally understood. "Sister Xuanai, you should have annihilated Martial Emperor Shi or what's his name with Little Bai in the first place. Now just look. We can't even be mysterious anymore. How boring." Right at that moment, a young girl's upset voice reverberated as a young girl dressed in gold appeared in front of Duanling Tian. Unlike the girl in white, the young girl in gold looked more like Han Xuanai. They both seemed mischievous. "Little Gold?" Upon hearing the young girl's voice, Duanling Tian immediately could tell who she was because her voice changed very little. Between Little Gold and Little Black, only Little Gold was a female. As for Little Black, he was a male python. Brother, when Little Gold looked at Duanling Tian, her face was filled with excitement as well. With a flash, she charged out and pushed Little Bai, who was still hugging him, away forcefully and embraced him tightly. "Brother, I miss you so much." In the past, although Little Gold always had some small fights with Duanling Tian, they had a close relationship. "Brother." Somehow, a cool, young boy in black had appeared. His eyes were almost identical to Little White's. When he looked at Duanling Tian, his face was filled with a thrill as well. Looking at the cool, young boy dressed in black, Duanling Tian could easily guess his identity. Little Black. The appearance of Han Xuanai and the three little fellas was no doubt a surprise to Duanling Tian, because the three little fellas miss Kuer and Li Fei a lot. Before Duanling Tian could go into detail with Han Xuanai, he had already brought them back to the mansion that the people of Lingshan Peak were staying at ever since they landed. After they went back to their own courtyard. "Young master, they are..." When Kuer saw Duanling Tian coming back, she was filled with joy, but when she saw other 4 people following behind him, she was stunned. Upon hearing Kuer's voice, Li Fei also knew that her fiancé was back. However, when she saw the 4 people following him, she was also taken aback. To Kuer and Li Fei, Han Xuanai and the other 3 were, without a doubt, unfamiliar faces. "Sister Kuer." "Sister, Li Fei." Soon, Little White threw herself into Kuer's arms while Little Gold did the same with Li Fei. The 2 little fellows were extremely emotional, as though they were 2 lost kids who had finally returned home after wandering around for many years. Without a doubt, their actions took the girls by surprise. After Duanling Tian explained everything to them, his fiancés finally realized what was happening. So, these 2 little girls were the little white python and the little golden mouse from his past. "Little Bai, I never expected that it'd actually be you. You're Little Black, aren't you?" Of course, Kuer was delighted now that Little White was back. The next instant, her attention shifted towards the young boy who was staring at her nearby. "Sister Kuer," Little Black greeted Kuer emotionally. When he and his younger sister, Little White, were just born, Duanling Tian and Kuer were the first faces they saw. Therefore, they held a special affection for both of them. In their eyes, the duo was not only like their brother and sister. Instead, they were more like their parents. They were people they respected the most and also the most important people in their hearts. "Little Gold, you've completely changed. I can barely recognize you now," Li Fei exclaimed. Observing how the 2 girls were on such friendly terms with the little fellows, Duanling Tian motioned to Han Xuanai and walked aside. His glance immediately shifted towards Han Xuanai before asking, "Xuanai, if I didn't guess wrong, you must be from the Dao Martial Saint Land, aren't you?" "Brother Ling Tian, you can tell?" Han Xuanai was a little surprised. "If I still can't get it by now, then I'd be the biggest idiot ever." Duanling Tian smiled wryly. "I originally thought that you were from the Han clan, one of the 2 great ancient clans on the Cloud Continent at first." "The Han clan." A glimpse flashed across Han Xuanai's mischievous eyes as she replied, "Although I'm not from that tiny little Han clan, there's actually some connection between my clan and theirs. The Han ancestor could be said to have originated from our clan." "Oh, I see." Duanling Tian finally understood. At the same time, his heart was overwhelmed with shock as well. It had never crossed his mind that the ancestor of the Han clan actually originated from the Dao martial Saint land. The Han clan was one of the two great ancient clans of the Cloud Continent. The rebirth martial emperor had had some dealings with them before. Thus, he understood them to an extent. However, even the rebirth martial emperor also had no idea that the Han ancestor actually came from the Dao martial Saint land. The rebirth martial emperor did not even know about the Dao martial Saint land at all. Then Duan Tian also learned what they had done under Han Xuanai's leadership in the Cloud Continent when she had brought the little fellows back. The Ling Tian sect is the strongest sect in the Cloud Continent? After discovering that the Ling Tian sect had dominated the Cloud Continent under Han Xuanai's leadership as the acting sect leader, Duan Ling Tian was completely baffled. However, as his train of thought suddenly halted and he recalled his strength, he became at ease again. Given his strength now, it would not be difficult for him to lead the Ling Tian sect to become the strongest sect in the Cloud Continent. At the level of my strength now, among all of the martial emperors active on the surface of the Cloud Continent, only martial emperor Xianxia alone can defeat me. As for martial emperor Yuhan, she'll only manage to come to a draw with me at most, Duan Ling Tian confidently concluded. Of course, this only applied to all martial emperors who were active on the surface of the continent. The Cloud Continent was vast, and there must be many martial emperors who concealed themselves from the world. It would not be surprising if some of them were even more powerful than martial emperor Xianxia. On top of that, Duan Ling Tian learned even more from Han Xuanai, including how Han Jing, the disciple of the Han clan who annihilated the Northern Mountain Luz clan in the southern outer land of the Cloud Continent, had come to Ling Tian sect, only to be killed by her. With a glimmer flashing across his eyes, Duan Ling Tian sighed emotionally. I can't believe that so many things have happened all this time that I was gone. Xuanai, it's all thanks to you. If you hadn't been there, I'm afraid Ling Tian's sect might have been already wiped out by now. If Ling Tian's sect no longer existed, he would not care about it at all. What he cared about more were the people who insisted on staying and had chosen to perish together with Ling Tian's sect under the threats of Han Jing, the disciple of the Han clan. Brother Ling Tian, why are you so polite to me? Han Xuanai shook her head as she grinned. Then, her mischievous eyes sparkled as she asked, Brother Ling Tian, just now, you told me that the set of Saint grade martial tactic was actually passed on to you by your father? Isn't your father from the southern outer land of the Cloud Continent? How would he know about the Saint grade martial tactic? The Saint grade martial tactic was from the Dao martial Saint land. Even if the Cloud Continent possessed it, it lay only in the hands of the two great ancient clans. Of course, this was only on the surface of the Cloud Continent. Other than the two great ancient clans of the Cloud Continent, she knew someone else who cultivated the Saint grade martial tactic, and this person was someone she could be said to have a relationship with. My father is indeed from the southern outer land of the Cloud Continent. However, by the time I was sensible enough to know what was going on, he was already gone. It was only after more than 20 years later that he finally appeared again. Duan Ling Tian shared the situation of Duan Ru Feng returning and the story of how he brought his mother away without missing any detail. He also mentioned what Duan Ru Feng had left behind for him as well. 3 Dao talismans that were left behind by a Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Han Xuanai could not help but be consumed with puzzlement. Brother Ling Tian, it looks like your dad must be quite a powerful person in the Dao martial Saint land. The Dao talisman made by a Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator isn't something an ordinary person can get his hands on. At the very least, an ordinary martial, Dao, or devil cultivator on the mortal shedding stage, or even someone who has already reached the perfection stage of the mortal shedding stage would also find it difficult to obtain the Dao talismans drawn by a Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator. The Dao talisman isn't something that can be easily drawn by even a Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator. Han Xuanai continued. In that case, are you saying that my father must be someone with a cultivation base above the Saint Rudiment stage? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes, he must be at least on the Saint Rudiment stage, Han Xuanai confirmed. After hearing her agree, an inexplicable shock gripped Duan Ling Tian's heart.
It had never crossed his mind that that cheapskate father of his would actually be somebody who was at least at the Saint Rudiment stage. According to Wang Ba, the Saint stage came after the Saint Rudiment stage. Once one made a breakthrough to the Saint stage, one would then be deemed a Saint stage powerhouse. The Saint stage powerhouse was so mighty that he could even cast a mountain and boil the sea to produce salt. While he was gripped in shock by the strength of his cheapskate father, Duanling Tian was also curious about the force behind Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai, what kind of force does your clan wield in the Dao Martial Saint Land? Is it very powerful? SOSO, I guess. When you go to the Dao Martial Saint Land in the future, I'll invite you to the house for a visit. Then you can find out for yourself, Han Xuanai replied. However, when she reached the end of her sentence, she stopped at the climax and kept Duanling Tian guessing. All right. It's all thanks to Qing Nu that the three little fellows have achieved so much today. By then, I can also thank her personally as well. Duanling Tian could still remember the old woman who followed Han Xuanai. It was precisely because she allowed the three little fellows to follow her back then that they finally achieved such an accomplishment today. He felt an immense sense of gratitude for her rise from deep within his heart. Brother Ling Tian, looking at your strength now, I'm sure you must have met quite some fortuitous encounter all these years. I think that even if they hadn't left with Qing Nu then, they wouldn't be doing too badly today too. Han Xuanai chuckled. What cultivation base are they at now? Duanling Tian was curious. Long ago, when he had seen the trio, he could already sense the Demon Emperor aura from them. As a martial emperor stage powerhouse himself, he did not use his spiritual energy to probe them at all. However, he was still curious about their strength. Little White and Little Gold are now at the 7th level Demon Emperor stage. As for Little Black, he's broken through to the 8th level Demon Emperor stage 2 weeks ago. Han Xuanai replied. 7th level Demon Emperor stage? And 8th level Demon Emperor stage. Her words took Duanling Tian by bewilderment. When he finally returned to his senses again, he immediately looked at the three little fellows who were mingling quite well with Kuer and Li Fei with a heart filled with awe. They're actually that strong now? In the next instance, Han Xuanai made a remark that made Duanling Tian completely stunned. Given Little White and Little Gold's progress, they'll most likely be able to make a breakthrough to the 8th level Demon Emperor stage in 3 months' time, Han Xuanai added. Duanling Tian finally was able to recover from his shock only after a long while. Looking at Han Xuanai, he asked, Xuanai, why your strength now is in no way inferior to theirs? Is it? Han Xuanai smiled mysteriously and did not reply. Nevertheless, he already had an answer in his heart. He could not help but gasp in his heart. What freaks these four are? At this moment, Duanling Tian felt that he could no longer be considered monstrous or genius. He was nothing at all compared to these four little fellows. Brother Ling Tian, did you know that you've been used? As though she suddenly remembered something, Han Xuanai suddenly said, You followed Martial Emperor Ling Xian from Ling Xian Peak to the Hidden Fog Island to join the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Didn't you? It's actually he who wants those Saint Stones for himself. I've heard about the Saint Stones from the few old men from the Han clan. The martial emperors of the Cloud Continent are actually getting their hands on these by hiding the truth from all of you. They'll never give the Saint Stones to you and those who actually risked their lives for them. By the time Han Xuanai reached the end of her sentence, she was completely infuriated. The Hidden Fog Martial Competition must have taken place 3 days ago. Brother Ling Tian, judging from your strength now, you must have obtained the first place, didn't you? I'll go and look for Martial Emperor Ling Xian and take back all of the Saint Stones that you won for him. Han Xuanai was ready to dash out of the compound as she spoke. Xuanai, you've misunderstood. Duanling Tian reacted at that second and stopped her just in time. It's true that I won the first place in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition 3 days ago, but Martial Emperor gave me all of the Saint Stones that I won. There were a total of 10 of them. Nothing more, nothing less. He's my friend. I already knew that the most precious reward that the Hidden Fog Martial Competition would give was the Saint Stones before even getting to Hidden Fog Island, Duanling Tian said. I participated in the competition just for the Saint Stones. Han Xuanai came to a realization and nodded at the same time. Judging from what you said, Martial Emperor Ling Xian doesn't sound that bad. Since he's your friend, then I won't stir any trouble about that matter. That matter?
You won't stir any trouble? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Xuanai did. Did he offend you?
Humph. He took you out of the cloud continent, causing me, Little White and Little Gold, to search for you for a while. I wanted to teach him a lesson, but since he's your friend, I'll let him go for your sake, Han Yunai said as if she was correct. Hearing her indignant retort, Duan Ling Tian was secretly relieved for Martial Emperor Ling Xian Yang Hui. If this little devil had targeted Yang Hui, even if he was not killed, he might have a layer of his skin removed.
Soon, Duan Ling Tian introduced Han Xuanai to Kuer and Li Fei. Sister Kuer, Sister Fei. Han Xuanai, who was like a little devil to others, was sweet to Kuer and Li Fei. She even addressed the both of them as sister, which pleased them.
The three of them were comfortable together after a while. The arrival of Han Xuanai and the three fellas was undoubtedly a huge surprise to Duan Ling Tian.
I initially planned to leave 2 days later. Duan Ling Tian told her everything about him killing the son of the second island master Qin Bei of the Hidden Fog Island to Han Xuanai without holding anything back.
He had planned to leave as he was concerned that Qin Bei might attack him when he was no longer useful. Brother Ling Tian, I'm curious about the purpose of this Hidden Fog Island, having this Hidden Fog martial competition, so you don't have to leave Hidden Fog Island just yet. Regarding Qin Bei, don't take it to heart.
It'd be great if he forgot the vengeance, but if he dares to take revenge on you, I'll definitely kill him. Han Xuanai showed her true colors as a little devil with a tyrannical fury rising from her rosy cheeks as she spoke. There were gushes of chilly aura released from her body without her even realizing it, and Duan Ling Tian could not help but shudder secretly. Duan Ling Tian nodded, also curious about the purpose of Hidden Fog competition held by the Hidden Fog Island.
One must know that Hidden Fog Island contributed many Saint Stones to the Hidden Fog martial competition. A Saint Stone could boost a martial emperor powerhouse's cultivation base and was a rare treasure. Xuanai, does the Saint Stone come from Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. He knew from the beginning that a Saint Stone was similar to an Origin Stone. However, the heaven and earth origin energy contained in a Saint Stone was incomparable with that of an Origin Stone's.
For instance, if the heaven and earth origin energy in a supreme grade Origin Stone was likened to a creek, the heaven and earth origin energy in Saint Stone was like a vast ocean. When compared, they were on a different level. Yes, Han Xuanai confirmed most Saint Stones are produced on Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, as one of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands, this Hidden Fog Island has a supreme grade Origin Stone reserve hidden beneath it. On average, a Saint Stone will be produced every few years.
On the Cloud Continent, there are 2 supreme grade Origin Stone reserves that can produce Saint Stones and are owned by the 2 ancient clans. Therefore, they aren't interested in the Hidden Fog martial competition held by the Hidden Fog Island. They don't lack Saint Stones after all, Han Xuanai said. I see. Duan Ling Tian came to a realization. If that's the case, although the Rebirth Martial Emperor was more or less related to the 2 ancient clans back then, none of the people from the ancient clans mentioned the Saint Stones to him, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, there was no record about the Saint Stones. So, are many of those in the 2 ancient clans on the Cloud Continent above 7th level Martial Emperor stage? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously with a gleam flashing through his eyes. Han Li, whom I killed from the Han clan last time, sent out a communication jade slip before he died. Later on, an old 8th level Martial Emperor fella from the Han clan came to confront me. Even Little Gold was no match for him, Han Xuanai said.
8th level Martial Emperor stage? Although he was mentally prepared, Duan Ling Tian could not help but be stunned.
That old fella wasn't even the most powerful person in Han clan, Han Xuanai exclaimed.
Duan Ling Tian felt a numbness petrify his scalp and he was shocked as he listened. It seems like the Rebirth Martial Emperor didn't encounter the real powerhouse of the Han clan back then.
Standing on the peak of the Cloud Continent? Now, it seems like everything's just a joke. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian realized that the consideration of the Rebirth Martial Emperor as the number 1 Martial Emperor on the Cloud Continent was merely what the public knew.
There were actually many others who were more powerful than him in the 2 ancient clans.
However, the 2 ancient clans had always kept a low profile without revealing the real powerhouses within. What Han Xuanai said next made Duan Ling Tian's scalp tingle further. Now that I think about it, I'll have to thank the Han clan for finding out about you being on the hidden fog island. According to what Han Xuanai said, she had enlisted help from the two ancient clans on the Cloud Continent just to look for him. The two ancient clans were powerful, but they had obeyed the command from Han Xuanai, who was just a girl. However, he was relieved as he thought about it and recalled Han Xuanai's background.
Perhaps they found out about Xuanai's identity. Duanling Tian speculated secretly. Of course, it might be Xuanai's ability which is sufficient to pressure the powerhouses from the two ancient clans. They were forced to help her.
With Xuanai's devilish personality, the latter was possible. The production of the Saint Stones from the Supreme Grade Origin Stone Reserve is limited. Is there any Saint Stone Reserve on Dao Martial Saint Land? Duanling Tian asked curiously while looking at Han Xuanai.
Of course there are, she affirmed, but Saint Stone Reserves are usually owned by powerful forces.
The forces that own Saint Stone Reserves, even the weakest kind, has the ability to destroy the two ancient clans of the Cloud Continent overnight, as well as the four great overseas Saint Islands, including the Hidden Fog Island. Are they that powerful? Duanling Tian was shocked. To those forces, martial emperor powerhouses are nothing. Han Xuanai proceeded.
Duanling Tian became silent upon hearing what Han Xuanai said.
The power of Dao Martial Saint Land was beyond his imagination. Naturally, at the same time as trembling at how powerful Dao Martial Saint Land was, he was a little excited. He was looking forward to go to Dao Martial Saint Land one day.
It shouldn't be too long for that day to come, Duanling Tian thought to himself.
In the evening, he took some time to gather the two ladies. There was something that he had to tell them honestly. Kur, little Fair, let me tell the both of you the things that I've gone through after the both of you left the Seven-Star Sword sect. Although he had spent most of the time with the two ladies since they were reunited,
he did not have the opportunity to tell them about his experience after they left.
He held both ladies in his arms on each side and began to tell them what he had gone through.
He began the story with the Seven-Star Sword sect being destroyed.
Their expressions changed when they heard about the fallen Seven-Star Sword sect. Never had they thought that the sect would go through such a catastrophe after they left. Tears were streaming from their faces like the pouring rain when they heard how the higher management of the Seven-Star Sword sect sacrificed their lives so that their man would live.
They only stopped crying when Duanling Tian told them that he not only avenged the Seven-Star Sword sect, but even rebuilt it. Subsequently, he told them about Feng Tianwu.
In the beginning, Kur was fine while Li Fei felt hostile towards Feng Tianwu. However, when they heard how Feng Tianwu was willing to sacrifice her own life and had forced the explosion of her fire spirit body to save Duanling Tian and had lost her memory eventually, the hostility within Li Fei vanished. Sympathy was all that remained.
After that, Duanling Tian told everything about his experiences. The ladies' beautiful faces would tighten and their eyes would fill with concern whenever he talked about the heart-pounding parts of what he went through.
Although they knew he managed to turn the risky situations around, they could not help but be concerned. Subsequently, he told them about Han Xuanai as well. The both of them were shocked to find out that she came from the mysterious Dao Martial Saint Land.
Before this, they had heard about Dao Martial Saint Land from him. Furthermore, they also found out that their in-laws were now in Dao Martial Saint Land. After a night of storytelling, Duanling Tian turned his main experiences throughout the years into words and shared them with the two ladies in his arms.
Rascal. I didn't know that you've been through so much. Compared to what you went through, our story sounds boring now. Li Fei sighed.
Ever since she and Kua had left the Seven-Star Sword sect back then, they went to the Yin-Yang sect, at which things turned around drastically later on. They went to Yuhan Valley after leaving the Yin-Yang sect. Subsequently, they departed to Hidden Fog Island. Compared to what Duanling Tian had gone through, their experiences were elementary.
Young master. Kur hugged Duanling Tian tightly, as she was still haunted by the thrilling stories that he had told them earlier. The first morning light illuminated the earth at the break of dawn as all of creation slowly woke from their sleep.
The two ladies were haunted after hearing Duanling Tian's stories. They fell into a deep sleep not long after he was done with his story. Allowing them to lean against his body, he did not stir them. He was staring into space while looking at the ceiling.
A Saint Stone Reserve? He was stunned by what Han Xuanai had told him earlier. Just one Saint Stone alone could help a first-level martial emperor martial artist to break through to the second-level martial emperor stage quickly. One could imagine the power in the heaven and earth origin energy. The Saint Stone was undoubtedly a precious treasure no matter if it was on the Cloud Continent or the overseas Saint Island. However, there were exclusive reserves in Dao Martial Saint Land for people to mine as they wished.
Bastard! Duan Ling Tian thought to himself and released Wang Ba's soul which he had sealed with his spiritual energy earlier.
Although Wang Ba was just a remnant of a soul, he did not want other people around when he was spending time with his two women.
Brat, how do you seal me again?
Let me tell you this one more time. I'm not interested in prying when you're with your women. Wang Ba fumed in rage as soon as he was released.
When Duan Ling Tian had reunited with the two ladies earlier, he had sealed Wang Ba before he got intimate with them so that the latter was kept unaware of what was happening outside.
Wang Ba was pissed off, to say the least. Do you want to have another taste of being sealed? Duan Ling Tian threatened calmly. Wang Ba fell silent upon hearing the threat. He had to obey him since he was living under his roof.
Although he was a Saint Stage powerhouse back in Dao Martial Saint Land in his heydays, he was just an insignificant remnant of a soul now.
I released you to ask you, are the Saint Stones produced in Dao Martial Saint Land the same as this one here? Duan Ling Tian asked Wang Ba while taking out a Saint Stone which he had obtained from the hidden Fog Island. Not necessarily, Wang Ba replied coldly. Although he was unwilling to respond to him, he did not dare to do so as did not want to be sealed again.
Not necessarily? Duan Ling Tian frowned. The Saint Stone in your hand is just a prominent Saint Stone that's usually produced from a prominent Saint Stone reserve. Of course, there'll be Saint Stones like this found in a supreme grade origin stone reserve occasionally, Wang Ba explained.
A prominent Saint Stone? This is just a prominent Saint Stone. Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply. Never had he thought that the Saint Stone that provided an accelerated boost to a martial emperor powerhouse's cultivation base would just be a prominent Saint Stone.
If a prominent Saint Stone already contained such a terrifying amount of heaven and earth origin energy, then what about a mediocre Saint Stone?
Would that not mean that the heaven and earth origin energy it contained was even more terrifying? Hearing that his Saint Stones were merely prominent Saint Stones, Duan Ling Tian felt like collapsing.
At that very moment, he deeply felt how insignificant he was in Dao Martial Saint Land. He was so trivial that he felt like suffocating. Time crept by. Soon, 10 days had passed since the Hidden Fog Martial competition came to an end. Today was the day for the top 30 participants of the Hidden Fog Martial competition to receive their prize. It was the day that was set by the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, Fong Wan.
The venue was the same as where the Hidden Fog Martial competition was held, which was above the peaceful and endless ocean. Fong Wan was waiting there since the wee hours of the morning. Two persons followed behind him like his shadows. They were his grandson and his direct disciple, Lang Yun. While Duan Ling Tian and the rest were late, the other participants were already there.
There was a young lady in daffodil yellow and 3 little fellows by Duan Ling Tian's side. The 4 of them were new to most of the people. A few days ago, Duan Ling Tian had introduced them to Martial Emperor Ling Xian Yanghui, and they were now considered united with Ling Xian Peak.
They did not seem awkward with the team. Soon, somebody noticed that Martial Emperor Lei Ming and Zhou Yi were not present. Where's Martial Emperor Lei Ming? His Martial Emperor's direct disciple doesn't seem to be here as well. Apart from that one person, the 9 people from Thundercloud Peak, including Lan Bai, could not stop glancing around with anticipation and anxiety in their eyes.
They had just found out that day that Martial Emperor Lei Ming and Zhou Yi had left silently. They thought that Martial Emperor Lei Ming and Zhou Yi would be there earlier, but upon their arrival, they realized their absence and they could not help to be a little concerned.
Martial Emperor Lei Ming and Zhou Yi were still missing when the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, Fong Wan, spoke. The people from Thundercloud Peak had a bad omen rising in their stomachs. One of them had a gleam sparkling in his eyes. He seemed to be able to see through the sky as his eyes landed on a purple silhouette far away. Could he not only have killed Zhou Yi, but also Master Martial Emperor? He shuddered as he thought about it. Martial Emperor Lei Ming was on the 5th level Martial Emperor stage and ranked in the top 3 among the Martial Emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent.
Did he die just like that?
He could not really believe it.
He began to console himself, maybe Master Martial Emperor left at the last minute to handle something.
He did not really believe that the young man in purple had the ability to kill Martial Emperor Lei Ming.
If his ability surpassed Master Martial Emperor's, why would he spend so many origin stones to get me to bait Joey back then? He calmed down as he thought at this point. The absence of Martial Emperor Lei Ming and Zhou Yi only affected the people from Thundercloud Peak while the rest remained indifferent.
Soon, Fong Wen began to give out the prizes for the top 30 participants of the Hidden Fog Martial competition. Zhou Yi was absent from the prize presentation, but Fong Wen could not be bothered. He might have had concerns if it were someone who was at the top 10 of Hidden Fog Martial competition. Otherwise, they were not worthy of his time. What's that? Yang Hui's eyes lit up as he asked curiously when Duanling Tian returned to the Ling Xian Peak group after receiving his prize. Just many Supreme Grade Origin Stones and quite an amount of Grade 1 medicinal pills and Grade 1 spirit weapons. Duanling Tian nonchalantly said to Yang Hui. Neither he nor the others found these items attractive. Everyone. Now, it's time that I tell you the purpose of the Hidden Fog Island having this Hidden Fog Martial competition. Suddenly, Fong Wen's voice reverberated loudly, catching everyone's attention. Here it is. Duanling Tian knew that Fong Wen was getting down to business.
Both he and the Hidden Fog Island disciples would not believe that the Hidden Fog Island had spent a bomb to host the competition for nothing.
Han Xuanai, who stood next to Duanling Tian, had her eyes trained keenly on Fong Wen as well.
Everyone else looked at him with full attention. The Hidden Fog Martial competition this time's indeed a little fishy. I heard that the Hidden Fog Island has never had such a martial competition before this, a Martial Emperor's direct disciple from the Cloud Continent said softly.
That's right. I'm guessing the Hidden Fog Island's up to something. It seems like it now anyway.
I wonder what the Hidden Fog Island's trying to do.
No matter what it is, I suppose all of us who are in the top 30 of the Hidden Fog Martial competition have completely fallen for their scheme now.
The onlookers whispered among themselves while many of them showed concern on their faces. They were worried that the Hidden Fog Island might get them to do something risky. Some of them were even thinking about how to get out of this dilemma.
Everyone knows that there are 4 overseas Saint Islands, including our Hidden Fog Island, Fong Wen proceeded. Among the 4 great overseas Saint Islands, apart from our Hidden Fog Island, there are another 2 overseas Saint Islands that are close to each of the other 2 mortal continents. Meanwhile, the last overseas Saint Island is located right in the middle of the other 3 overseas Saint Islands, Fong Wen said. Close to each of the other 2 mortal continents?
Mortal continents?
What's that?
It was the first time many of them were hearing the term mortal continent. All of them looked lost. For instance, the overseas Saint Island such as our Hidden Fog Island is close to the Cloud Continent, which is one of the 3 great mortal continents, Fong Wen explained.
Soon, a Martial Emperor powerhouse from the Cloud Continent voiced his doubts. 3 great mortal continents? Third Island Master. From what you said, there are another 2 continents that are like our Cloud Continent in this world. If you're referring to continents alone, there are more than 2. But if you're talking about the mortal continent, there are only 2 of them excluding the Cloud Continent. Fong Wen confirmed. What? This was a shocking revelation to most of them from the Cloud Continent. It was their first time hearing that there were another 2 continents that were similar to their hometown, the Cloud Continent. The Cloud Continent's surrounded by the ocean which is boundless. We've no idea exactly what's on the other side of the ocean. Perhaps there really are continents similar to our Cloud Continent far away on the other side of the ocean.
If there really are. I wonder if the people there are the same as those on our Cloud Continent which advocates martial Tao and where powerhouses rule.
Slowly, more and more people believed what Fong Wen said. There are differences compared to your Cloud Continent. In your Cloud Continent, no matter human or demon beasts, all of them advocate martial Tao. All of you are called martial cultivators. Thus, the Cloud Continent is ruled by a bunch of martial cultivators. Fong Wen continued. Meanwhile, it's a different story for the other 2 mortal continents that are similar to the Cloud Continent. From what I know, one of the mortal continents is ruled by a bunch of Tao cultivators who fight with heaven and earth energy.
Tao cultivators? The people went into confusion.
What's a Tao cultivator? Duan Tian was the only one who looked calm. He was not surprised by that as he knew about the existence of Dao cultivators much earlier on. The other two mortal continents that the third island master is talking about, it should be the two mortal continents that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang mentioned. One of the two mortal continents is ruled by Dao cultivators while the other is ruled by both martial cultivators and Dao cultivators, he thought to himself. Feng Qingyang was the person who had left the word sword behind at Duan Tian's hometown back then. He called himself a sword saint. The word had benefited Duan Tian by heaps. One could say that the sword profundity he comprehended could be credited to Feng Qingyang. If Feng Qingyang's message was true, he was indeed the top person in Dao martial saint land. 3 continents? One's ruled by martial cultivators, while another's ruled by Dao cultivators, and the last one's ruled by martial cultivators and Dao cultivators together. At that moment, the crowd learned an astounding truth from the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, Fangwen. Apart from the people from the Cloud Continent, even the Hidden Fog Island disciples revealed shock on their faces. I didn't know that there are 2 other continents apart from our Cloud Continent. And the 2 continents have martial cultivators just like we do. And there's something called Dao cultivators. Many of them were surprised. However, Fangwen was not done speaking just yet. At the same time as the Hidden Fog martial competition took place here on the Hidden Fog Island, the other 2 overseas Saint Islands held similar martial competitions too. They also chose 30 most outstanding participants from their own martial competitions. The 2 overseas Saint Islands are neighbors to the other 2 continents, so it's only natural that the 60 participants that they chose came from those continents. The 30 participants chosen by our Hidden Fog Island will go to Half Moon Island with them, Fangwen proceeded. Half Moon Island? Many of the martial emperor's disciples from the Cloud Continent had doubts on their faces. Half Moon Island is one of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands. It's located in the middle of the 3 overseas Saint Islands, including our Hidden Fog Island, and it's the leading island of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands. The island master of Half Moon Island is Master Di Yong. He's the overseas Saint Islands #1 powerhouse. Fangwen looked respectful as he spoke. The island master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong. The overseas Saint Islands #1 powerhouse? As Fangwen introduced him, apart from those who already knew about this, the rest were astounded. A powerhouse called Di Yong, who is also the island master of Half Moon Island, is the overseas Saint Islands #1 powerhouse? Duan Tian was shocked as well. The first island master of the Hidden Fog Island seems to be already at the peak of the martial emperor stage. Since that island master of Half Moon Island is known as the overseas Saint Islands #1 powerhouse, doesn't that mean he's even more powerful than the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island who's at the peak of the martial emperor stage? He's even more powerful than someone on the peak of the martial emperor stage? If he ends up in Dao martial saint land, that would mean he's even more powerful than anyone at the peak of the innate stage. The stage after innate stage would be the mortal shedding stage. Duan Tian looked serious as he weighed the facts. Fangwen soon revealed the reason behind the Hidden Fog martial competition. The reason why our Hidden Fog Island held the Hidden Fog martial competition and the other 2 overseas Saint Islands hosted the martial competitions. It's for the island master of the Half Moon Island, Master Di Yong. Master Di Yong wanted to recruit the most outstanding direct disciple. It was said that the chosen direct disciple would be the descendant of the island master of the Half Moon Island. Whoa! An uproar broke out within the crowd after Fangwen revealed the reason. Half Moon Island was the leading island of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands and was revered by the other 3 overseas Saint Islands. Now, it appeared that such a mighty island master was eager to recruit a direct disciple as his descendant. As opposed to the excitement from the rest of the people, Duan Tian could not help but frown. The island master of the Half Moon Island is a little strange. Since he's been managing Half Moon Island for years, wouldn't he already have outstanding direct disciples under him? Moreover, he's getting the direct disciple that he's going to recruit to be his descendant to look after the entire Half Moon Island. Compared to the rest, Duan Tian was calm as he was doing a lot of thinking. He found many loopholes in the information that Fangwen had provided so far which he found illogical. Therefore, he tried a different perspective.
If he were to put himself in the shoes of the island master of Half Moon Island, it was impossible to get a new disciple to be the descendant.
Years of observation were needed to pick a suitable descendant. It only made sense for the island master to get to know a person deep down so that he could hand over the entire Half Moon Island to the descendant. The island master's too hasty. It only hints that there's something more complicated behind it. Duan Ling Tian said to Han Xuanai, who was next to him, through voice transmission, while shooting her a dubious look. No matter what he's up to, I'm quite interested, Han Xuanai replied. Hearing Han Xuanai's casual reply through voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian's lips twitched indistinctly. This little devil wanted to see the world burn. Among the 90 people chosen from the 3 overseas Saint Islands, only one person will become Master De Yong's direct disciple and the descendant of Half Moon Island, Fong Wen declared. However, although those who rank among the best won't be Master De Yong's direct disciple,
you'll be granted attractive awards. Those of you among the 30 people that we've chosen from the Hidden Fog Martial Competition who are willing to head to Half Moon Island can stay. Those who don't want to join may leave now. We won't force you to stay, Fong Wen looked around and told the crowd at this point. However, apart from Zhou Yi who was absent, none of them left.
Very good. Fong Wen nodded in satisfaction and subsequently said, since a person's absent and we have a vacant spot, I'll pick someone else now. As Han Xuanai was interested in the last spot, she clinched the spot like a piece of cake. She won the spot smoothly after directly fighting another 2 participants who ranked in the top 30 in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition and defeated them in one blow. From the beginning until the end, Fong Wen did not even manage to explain how he was going to pick the last person for the vacant spot. Including our Hidden Fog Island, the 90 participants from the 3 overseas Saint Islands must have their age verified through the age measuring pearl. Only participants under 70 are eligible to participate.
You must fulfill this condition whether you're a martial emperor or a demon emperor, Fong Wen looked at Han Xuanai as he explained. 70? Han Xuanai scoffed softly upon hearing what he said. Do you think I'm that old? How dare you? As soon as Han Xuanai spoke, Lang Yun, who stood behind Fong Wen, glared at her with a dangerous gleam in her eyes. Her solemn face was getting more and more terrifying now.
Humph! Han Xuanai jeered softly as Lang Yun shot out from where she was like an arrow leaving its bow. Red roses scattered all over the sky as she flew out. Upon closer inspection, the red roses were actually fresh blood spurting continuously from Lang Yun's mouth. That's insanely fast. Fong Wen's pupils shrunk. He was shocked recalling Han Xuanai's attack as she charged at Lang Yun a second ago. Ability-wise, I'm afraid she's nothing lesser than that Duan Ling Tian. One would wonder what kind of expression would Fong Wen have if he found out that Han Xue had actually nigh held back when she attacked earlier. Apart from Duan Ling Tian and the team, Martial Emperor Xianxia was the only one who did not show any expression towards Han Xuanai's lightning speed attack. Nobody noticed the respect in Martial Emperor Xianxia's eyes when he looked at Han Xuanai. The respect came from his heart. He was not faking it. Little girl, don't you think you're crossing the line? Fong Wen said in his deep voice. No matter what, Lang Yun was his direct disciple after all.
As her master, it would be wrong for him to not stand up for his direct disciple seeing her being injured so badly.
Fong Wen took a step forward while his majestic aura swept out as he spoke in an attempt to pressure Han Xuanai. However, she did not seem to notice his threat. She turned around and returned to Duan Ling Tian's side. Ignoring Fong Wen, she said while snickering, Brother Ling Tian, I'll be going to the competition to fight for a place, as that the island master of the Half Moon Island's direct disciple with you. In reality, Han Xuanai was not interested in being a direct disciple. She just thought that it would be fun to take the deceased Zhou Yi's spot. You? Fong Wen glared angrily at Han Xuanai as his face turned pale. Eventually, he did not do anything because he needed to take care of the Hidden Fog Island's reputation because so many people were watching. He was the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island after all.
Go and get ready. We'll depart to Half Moon Island in a month. Fong Wen commanded and left with his people.
The Hidden Fog Island disciples, or to be exact, the Hidden Fog Island core disciples left one after another. At that moment, only the people from the Cloud Continent including Duan Ling Tian were left.
Naturally, Han Xuanai was not considered as someone from the Cloud Continent.
Not only was she not from the Cloud Continent, but she was also not from the overseas Saint Island either.
Soon, somebody could not help but gush the other two continents. Dao cultivators?
This is so exciting.
According to what the third island master said earlier, Dao cultivators have a completely different technique from martial cultivators. They can fight by drawing upon heaven and earth energy. It's mind-blowing, another person said. At that moment, many of them showed excitement on their faces, including Duan Lingtian.
It's not my first time hearing about Dao cultivators. Although I've used a Dao talisman drawn by a Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator, I've never seen any Dao cultivators fight. Duan Lingtian was excited to see how Dao cultivators fight and how it was different from martial cultivators like them. The people from the Cloud Continent then left one after another. However, they stole a glance at Han Xuanai before leaving. Her actions were simply too shocking. Lung Yun was Fong Wen's direct disciple and had ranked the top 3 in the Hidden Fog martial competition 10 days ago. However, she was shot out by a casual attack performed by a young girl in yellow who looked only 15 or 16 years of age. It was too mind-blowing.
Not long later, apart from Duan Lingtian and the team, Martial Emperor Xianxia was the only person from the Cloud Continent who stayed after commanding his disciples to leave.
At that moment, Han Xuanai greeted Martial Emperor Xianxia with a smile. "It's been a while, little Xian." "Little Xian?"
Upon hearing Han Xuanai, Duan Lingtian, Kur, Li Fei, and the rest from Lingxian Peak were stunned as they looked at Martial Emperor Xianxia who was approaching them in the air slowly.
Martial Emperor Xianxia was known the #1 powerhouse on the Cloud Continent.
To be politically correct, he was known as the top guy to the public. There were countless powerhouses in the 2 ancient clans on the Cloud Continent, so it would not be surprising if there was somebody more powerful than Martial Emperor Xianxia. However, the 2 ancient clans' powerhouses kept lower profiles, so not many people knew about their existence. However, Duan Lingtian was still shocked by the fact that Xuanai had called Martial Emperor Xianxia Little Xian.
At that moment, a variety of Chinese costume dramas that were showing on the planet Earth that he lived on in his past life was playing in his head. Isn't calling someone little a form of address by court nobles for eunuchs? His lips twitched indistinctly as he thought amusedly about this. Miss Xuanai. At that moment, Martial Emperor Xianxia arrived before Han Xuanai and bowed to her respectfully.
Little Xian, don't tell me that you didn't know I was on the Cloud Continent since I created such a major uproar. You just left not long ago when I looked for you.
It seems like this Hidden Fog martial competition's more important to you than my matter. Han Xuanai looked deep into Martial Emperor Xianxia's eyes and huffed. Martial Emperor Xianxia glanced at Duan Lingtian, appearing to be a little embarrassed.
At that moment, Duan Lingtian figured what had happened.
Martial Emperor Xianxia should have gone to the Hidden Fog Island after hearing about Han Xuanai looking for him. However, he did not help her as the Hidden Fog martial competition was just around the corner. I'll definitely tell Qing Nu when I get back. I'll tell her that you, little Xian, treated what I said like wind passing your ears. Han Xuanai scoffed. Miss Xuanai. Martial Emperor Xianxia looked terrible as he pleaded. He looked worse than he would if he had just received news about his parents' death. Wait, could you not tell the old lady about this? He had a hidden secret. Apart from his own hard work, the reason how he had managed to achieve what he had today was attributed to lessons that came from a mysterious senior. The senior was an old lady when they first met. She helped him at length, which brought about his achievements today.
By the time he met the old lady again many years later, he was the top person on the Cloud Continent. He thought he had caught up to his past benefactor, but he realized that just like before, he was merely a tiny little ant compared to her. The second time he saw the old lady was his first time meeting this young girl before him. The senior that he respected the most called this young girl, Young Miss, while the latter called her Qing Nu. At that second, he realized that the senior he respected the most was simply a servant at the young girl's home. It was the same time that he discovered there was a vast world out there with countless powerhouses apart from the Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands. It was Dao Martial Saint Land. Throughout the years,
He did not dare to slack, although he already dominated the Cloud Continent because he wanted to go to Dao Martial Saint Land to attain a higher level. Sure, I won't tell her, but I heard you obtained quite a number of Saint Stones 10 days ago. Han Xuanai smiled cunningly. I'll forget about the whole thing if you give me 2 of those.
Miss Xuanai, are you lacking Saint Stones? Martial Emperor Xianxia forced a sheepish smile.
Naturally, he knew that she was just pulling his leg. However, he handed 2 Saint Stones over to her obediently anyway.
His heart was bleeding when he handed over the Saint Stones. He was planning to use those Saint Stones to break through to the 9th level Martial Emperor stage and even the peak level of Martial Emperor stage.
Hey, I heard that you're a nice person from Brother Ling Tian. I'll give these 2 Saint Stones to you. After receiving the 2 Saint Stones, Han Xuanai tossed them at Martial Emperor Ling Xian Yang Hui casually like she was getting rid of trash. Yang Hui grabbed them immediately with a mix of joy and fear on his face. Although he knew that she was Duan Ling Tian's friend, never would he have imagined that Martial Emperor Qingxian, who he idolized most, would be tamed like a domestic cat before this young girl despite the fact that he had witnessed how powerful she was.
At that very moment, he felt like he was dreaming. Noticing Martial Emperor Qingxian's furious eyes, the 2 Saint Stones were like hot yams in Yang Hui's hands. He was helpless and scared.
Martial Emperor Qingxian, please don't hate me because of this, he anxiously begged in his heart. Miss Xuanai, Brother Ling Tian has already given me some Saint Stones. Why don't I return these 2 Saint Stones to Master Qingxian? Yang Hui looked at Han Xuanai uncertainly. However, she interrupted him with a dangerous glare before he was done speaking. What? Are these too little for you? No.
Of course not. Yang Hui panicked when he heard the disdain in Han Xuanai's tone. Even Martial Emperor Qingxian did not dare to offend this young miss, let alone him.
Brother Yang, Xuanai wants you to have them. Just take them, Duan Ling Tian said to Yang Hui.
Yang Hui nodded and subsequently turned to Han Yunai to pay respect with cupped hands. Thank you, Miss Xuanai.
Saint Stones. At that moment, the Ling Xian Peak disciples who were following him showed doubts on their faces. It was their first time hearing about the Saint Stones. However, they could tell that the Saint Stones were something precious.
It was no joke.
How could they be something ordinary if a Martial Emperor powerhouse valued it so much?
Ever since then, everyone from Ling Xian Peak under Martial Emperor Ling Xian Yang Hui was respectful towards Han Xuanai. They did not dare to slack and treated her as a regal young miss.
They would depart to the main island of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands, Half Moon Island 10 days later.
For the next 10 days, apart from cultivation, Duan Ling Tian learned martial tactics from Han Xuanai.
Throughout the progress, he witnessed the Saint-grade martial tactic that Han Xuanai had cultivated, which was the Dragon Mammoth Destruction Palm. The Dragon Mammoth's strength from the attack could kill the enemy in one blow. The Dragon Mammoth Destruction Palm was like the colossal arrow-light arrow that he cultivated. They were both primitive human rank Saint-grade martial tactic with great power. In terms of close-ranged attacks, it was even more powerful than Duan Ling Tian's colossal arrow-light arrow. Duan Ling Tian learned something new from Han Xuanai. One can only cultivate the human rank Saint-grade martial tactic when they've entered the innate void restoration stage, and that's the most that they can cultivate. Can't they cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic of a higher level? The cultivation of the Saint-grade martial tactic depended on one's cultivation base.
People with a low cultivation base could only cultivate the low-grade Saint-grade martial tactic, while those with a high cultivation base could cultivate the high-grade version. No wonder my cheapskate father left me this primitive human rank Saint-grade martial tactic. So that's the best that I can achieve for now. Duan Ling Tian came to a realization.
Not only that, according to Xuanai, even people on the mortal shedding stage and even the Saint rudiment stage can only cultivate the primitive human rank Saint-grade martial tactic. Only the powerful ones on the Saint stage could cultivate a higher-level Saint-grade martial tactic. A gleam flashed through Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Does that mean that the colossal arrow-light arrow will keep me company for a long time? Also, I initially thought that the Saint-grade martial tactic is the same with martial skills on the Cloud Continent, whereby it's divided into attack, defensive, and movement martial skills.
Now that I've studied the colossal aerolite arrow more in-depth and learned more from Xuanai, I found out that the Saint grade martial tactic includes 3 techniques which encompass attacks, defenses, and movements.
For instance, apart from attack techniques, there are exclusive defense and movement techniques for the colossal aerolite arrow that I'm cultivating. I've only learned the attack techniques for now. It's only the tip of the iceberg.
It lives up to its name of Saint grade martial tactic of Dao Martial Saint Land. It's amazing, Duan Lingtian exclaimed.
Apart from cultivating, Duan Lingtian often sparred with Han Xuanai, who suppressed her strength when they sparred. Otherwise, it would be a piece of cake for her to defeat him. However, even though she held back, he had witnessed how terrifying Han Xuanai's dragon mammoth destruction palm was. Xuanai, the ancient clan Han clan on the Cloud Continents, considered a branch of your clan. Did they master the Saint grade martial tactic as well? Duan Lingtian asked.
Yes, Han Xuanai affirmed the Han clan ancestor on the Cloud Continent was a collateral disciple of our clan. He passed down a Saint grade martial tactic that originated from the dragon mammoth destruction palm. The Saint grade martial tactics called the air shadowless palm. It's a prominent human rank Saint grade martial tactic. Han Xuanai proceeded to explain it's very different compared to the dragon mammoth destruction palm. Almost all of the most powerful people in the Han clan, which are only a handful of people, have cultivated the air shadowless palm.
That's the reason why Little Gold couldn't defeat that old fella back then. Little Gold's cultivation base was lower than his. Although the Saint grade martial tactic she cultivated was more powerful than the old man's, her comprehension of the Saint grade martial tactic was far behind his. After all, Little Gold had just picked up the Saint grade martial tactic not long ago when they fought, Han Xuanai revealed.
Little Gold has cultivated the Saint grade martial tactic too? Duan Lingtian was shocked.
Not only Little Gold, even Little Black and Little White have done so too, but they've just started not long ago. Hence their comprehension of the Saint grade martial tactics just barely scraping the surface, Han Xuanai said. Duan Lingtian nodded in understanding.
He too had just picked up the Saint grade martial tactic not long ago, so his comprehension of the Saint grade martial tactic was very basic.
If that were not the case, he would have had the confidence to defeat Martial Emperor Yuhan with his second-level Martial Emperor stage cultivation base. Duan Lingtian learned something new about the Saint grade martial tactic after communicating with Han Xuanai. He began to put in more effort studying the Saint grade martial tactic Colossal Aerolite Arrow. The Colossal Aerolite Arrow was the primitive human rank Saint grade martial tactic his cheapskate father had left him with, and it was divided into a total of 6 techniques. There were 3 techniques for attacking, 2 for movement and 1 for defending. It was proven that the Colossal Aerolite Arrow was a Saint grade martial tactic targeted mainly on attacking, movement second, and defending last. Aerolite Strike, Aerolite Shower, and Sound of Death were Colossal Aerolite Arrow's 3 attack techniques.
Meanwhile, the Aerolite Strike was the technique that Duan Lingtian was cultivating at the moment.
The Aerolite Strike was the single attack technique recorded in Colossal Aerolite Arrow. It was formidable and worked exceptionally when one encountered a small number of opponents.
One arrow could kill one person.
While there were single attack techniques, naturally, there were also group attack techniques. The Aerolite Shower was the Colossal Aerolite Arrow's group attack technique. As soon as it was delivered, arrows would fall like pouring rain. However, due to its scattered power, it was not as powerful as the Aerolite Strike.
However, it worked perfectly in certain situations. The last attack technique was the Sound of Death. It was a close-distance attack technique which made up for the Colossal Aerolite Arrow's inadequacy as a long-distance Saint grade martial tactic for attacking.
The Sound of Death relied mainly on the bowstring. As soon as the bowstring was pulled, it would be like the Grim Reaper's scythe reaping the enemy's life. The sound that was the result of pulling the bowstring set off the killed enemy just like the Sound of Death. That was how the technique got its name. There are 2 Colossal Aerolite Arrow movement techniques, which are the body and arrow synchronization and the arrow embodiment.
Duan Lingtian had mastered a little bit of the body and arrow synchronization.
Just like the attack Duan Lingtian had performed earlier whereby he stood on top of the arrow and moved along with it, it was the Colossal Aerolite Arrow's movement technique, the body and arrow synchronization. However, he had yet to cultivate the arrow embodiment. The defense techniques called the Colossal Arrow Bell. It's the most difficult technique to cultivate in the colossal aerolite arrow. One must cultivate the aerolite shower to the impeccable stage before mastering the colossal arrow bell. The information about the colossal aerolite arrow that Duan Ling Tian possessed echoed in his head. The impeccable stage? What's that? Duan Ling Tian frowned, unable to understand it. He went to Han Xuanai, feeling puzzled, and verbalized his doubts. Xuanai, for the colossal aerolite arrow that I'm cultivating, there's a defense technique that I can only improve after cultivating a particular attack technique until I reach the impeccable stage. Impeccable stage? What does that mean? Duan Ling Tian asked. Oh, Han Xuanai was stunned upon hearing his question. What's the matter? Duan Ling Tian was stunned and felt that something was off. Brother Ling Tian, it seems like the colossal aerolite arrow you're cultivating is a set of Saint-grade martial tactic skills that are on par with the Dragon Mammoth Destruction Palm that I've cultivated. You must understand that the Dragon Mammoth Destruction Palm's the most powerful human-rank Saint-grade martial tactic in our clan. Only lineal disciples are allowed cultivate it, Han Xuanai exclaimed. Do you mean that? The colossal aerolite arrow that I'm working on is very powerful? Duan Ling Tian asked. Of course. Han Xuanai nodded vigorously. There's an attack technique in the Dragon Mammoth Destruction Palm that I've cultivated which requires us to cultivate a movement technique until we reach the impeccable stage to be able to start cultivating the attack technique. The attack technique's power will experience a boost due to the movement technique's cultivation basis, which is to cultivate it to the impeccable stage. It's so powerful that it's comparable with the attack technique of the Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactic. Brother Ling Tian, isn't it powerful? Han Xuanai gushed to Duan Ling Tian, whose heart jolted when he heard her. The Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactic was higher than the human-rank Saint-grade martial tactic in terms of power. He heard from Han Xuanai before that the Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactic could only be cultivated by a true Saint-stage powerhouse. Its power was incomparable with the human-rank Saint-grade martial tactic. Now that Han Xuanai was telling him that there was an attack technique in the human-rank Saint-grade martial tactic, the very same Dragon Mammoth Destruction Palm that she had cultivated which was comparable with the Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactic, how could he not be stunned? Xuanai, from what you said, does that mean that the defense technique of the colossal aerolite arrow that I'm cultivating's comparable with the defense technique of the Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactic? Duan Ling Tian managed to figure that out at an instant. There was a defense technique in the colossal aerolite arrow that he had cultivated which required him to cultivate an attack technique to the impeccable stage so that he could start cultivating the defense technique. It was similar to the attack technique in the Dragon Mammoth Destruction Palm that Han Xuanai had cultivated. That's right. Han Xuanai nodded. That's why I'm surprised by the colossal aerolite arrow that Brother Ling Tian's cultivating. Your colossal aerolite is the same level as my Dragon Mammoth Destruction Palm, which is on human-rank Saint-grade martial tactic. It's even higher than the ordinary human-rank Saint-grade martial tactic. Even in our clan, there's only one human-rank Saint-grade martial tactic of such a level, which is the Dragon Mammoth Destruction Palm that I've cultivated. Such a Saint-grade martial tactic's the most powerful one a martial cultivator on the Saint stage could cultivate. Han Xuanai uttered everything under one breath. In that case, isn't the colossal aerolite arrow extremely precious? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath in. Not only is it precious, it's priceless. If you're willing to give away a saint token with such a saint-grade martial tactic stored in it, there'd be people who are willing to exchange it with a primitive Earth-rank saint-grade martial tactic. Of course, it would just be a saint token with an ordinary primitive Earth-rank saint-grade martial tactic. There are also rare ones like the saint-grade martial tactics that we cultivate which are even more precious. Just like our clan. We've had a couple of ordinary primitive Earth-rank saint-grade martial tactics, but there's only one primitive human-rank saint-grade martial tactic just like your colossal aerolite arrow, which is the Dragon Mammoth Destruction Palm that I cultivated. Han Xuanai said. He could exchange a saint token with the primitive Earth-rank saint-grade martial tactic in it? Duan Ling Tian's breath quickened beyond his control. At that moment, he realized the value of the saint token with the colossal aerolite arrow that he had with him. Even the powerful force behind Xuanai only had one similar saint-grade martial tactic. Brother Ling Tian, it doesn't matter if you expose the astonishing power of the colossal aerolite arrow before the others, But you must keep your saint token with the colossal aerolite arrow a secret no matter what.
No outsiders should know about it. Han Xuanai put away her usual quirkiness and said in all seriousness, if it's exposed, even the saint stage powerhouses will be interested in your saint token with the colossal aerolite arrow. For the saint token, they won't care about their identity and kill you directly just to obtain the saint token, Han Xuanai said.
I understand. Duan Ling Tian became sober too and nodded hard.
It would not matter if the others knew how powerful the colossal aerolite arrow that he was cultivating. Without the saint token, even if he wanted to, there was no way that he could teach the saint-grade martial tactic to another person.
However, it would be a different story if people knew that he had a saint token with the colossal aerolite arrow with him.
As long as one obtained it, they could cultivate the saint-grade martial tactic recorded in it.
The saint stage powerhouses might not be interested in cultivating the human rank saint-grade martial tactic, but what about their descendants?
What about their offspring?
For the sake of their descendants and offspring, they would do all they could to obtain such a prime human rank saint-grade martial tactic, the colossal aerolite arrow. Kid, I can't believe I've never heard about all these from you before. I didn't expect the colossal aerolite arrow you're cultivating to be such a prime human rank saint-grade martial tactic. A voice came into Duan Ling Tian's head at that moment. It was Wang Ba.
Surprise-colored Wang Ba's tone. You must know that even I myself as a saint had never come in contact with such a human-rank saint-grade martial tactic before I broke through to the saint stage back then.
You're in such great fortune with this human-rank saint-grade martial tactic. You'll be able to defeat all martial cultivators and Dao cultivators of the same level before you break through to the saint stage, as long as you don't encounter anyone who cultivates a similar martial tactic or Dao method as you do. Wang Ba was envious as he spoke. Duan Ling Tian was surprised to hear what Wang Ba said. It must be legitimate since Wang Ba, who was once a saint stage powerhouse, expressed how powerful the colossal aerolite arrow was. Brother Ling Tian, it seems like your father isn't an ordinary person on Dao martial saint land. No ordinary person would be able to hand out such a saint-grade martial tactic, Han Xuanai said. Even if it were my father, he wouldn't allow me to carry the saint token with the dragon mammoth destruction palm along with me because I might lose it. But your father left a saint token behind with this colossal aerolite arrow for you since the beginning. Everything was fine before Han Xuanai compared her father with Duan Ling Tian's. As soon as she did, she thought that her father was petty. Not someone ordinary? Duan Ling Tian became silent hearing what Han Xuanai said, while a vaguely familiar silhouette appeared in his head. It was his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng. To Duan Ling Tian, Duan Rufeng had always been mysterious since the beginning. He could not figure him out. Maybe. Eventually, Duan Ling Tian nodded in response to Han Xuanai. Brother Ling Tian, your father's intention of leaving you on the Cloud Continent must be to train you. People who train on the Cloud Continent are much more powerful than those on Dao Martial Saint Land. Han Xuanai said, in the Dao Martial Saint Land, most of the natives are less powerful than the martial cultivators and Dao cultivators from the 3 mortal continents compared to those who share the same cultivation base from Dao Martial Saint Land. Why? Duan Ling Tian could not understand what she said. The cultivation environment's better and there are more resources. So shouldn't the natives of Dao Martial Saint Land be more powerful? Kid, although the cultivation environment is better and there are more resources in Dao Martial Saint Land, but because of that, they made the growth of most of the natives in Dao Martial Saint Land worse by being overenthusiastic. Just like the saying, haste makes waste. Wang Ba's voice came again and echoed in Duan Ling Tian's head. Han Xuanai said the same thing as Wang Ba did. Compared to natives in Dao Martial Saint Land, although the cultivation environment and resources aren't as good as on the mortal continents, the martial cultivators and Dao cultivators' growth are slower, which result in a stable foundation. Just like me. I've been suppressing the elevation of my cultivation throughout the years so that I could have a stable foundation. If not for that, I think I would have been on Saint Rudiment stage by now. No wonder. Duan Ling Tian nodded, understanding the situation. Sometimes cultivating too quickly was not necessarily a good thing. Without a solid foundation, one would lose their strength in frivolity or experience deviation of one's qi if it was serious. Shortly after, Duan Ling Tian voiced out a thought. Xuanai, What does the impeccable stage in the colossal aerolite arrow, which I cultivated, mean? According to the records of the colossal aerolite arrow, he could only begin to cultivate the defensive martial skill, the colossal arrow bell, after his offensive martial skill, the aerolite shower, reached the impeccable stage. However, he was clueless as to what the impeccable stage meant. Brother Ling Tian, the cultivation of the martial skill on the cloud continent can be divided into stages. For example, the rudiment stage, the initial stage, the mastery stage, and the perfection stage. Han Xuanai looked towards Duan Ling Tian. Similarly, the saint-grade martial tactic movements can be divided into stages. What do you mean?
Are you saying that the impeccable stage is a certain stage which can be attained from the saint-grade martial tactics movements? Duan Ling Tian was enlightened.
Yes. Han Xuanai nodded. The movement in the saint-grade martial tactic differs from the martial skills of the cloud continent. It's divided into 5 stages: the fundamental awareness stage, the elementary stage, the competent stage, the proficient stage, and the impeccable stage.
The impeccable stage is also the most powerful move of the saint-grade martial tactic, Han Xuanai said in one breath.
The fundamental awareness stage, the elementary stage, the competent stage, the proficient stage, and the impeccable stage, with the impeccable stage being the saint-grade martial tactics ultimate move. Duan Ling Tian murmured,
memorizing the stages of movements of the saint-grade martial tactic as he whispered.
It seems that I'm not going to be cultivating the colossal arrow bell in a short period of time. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. The colossal arrow bell was the only defense technique in the colossal aerolite arrow, but harsh conditions had to be met before cultivating it. In particular, another offensive technique must be at the impeccable stage.
The aerolite shower. I haven't even begun cultivating it, Duan Ling Tian secretly sighed. Having thought of that, Duan Ling Tian asked Wang Ba, can the aerolite strike which I've cultivated be considered as being on the fundamental awareness stage? Yes, it's at the fundamental awareness stage, Wang Ba answered. However, the movement technique of your body and arrow synchronization hasn't even reached the fundamental awareness stage. If you cultivate it up to the fundamental awareness stage, your speed will be further improved.
That kind of improvement will be very obvious. Just like the improvement the aerolite strike brought you. Wang Ba said, and Duan Ling Tian understood what he meant. For the next few days, Duan Ling Tian worked even harder on cultivating the colossal aerolite arrow. Before that, he intended to ask Han Xuanai about the cultivation methods on Dao Martial Saint Land. On the cloud continent, the speed of one's cultivation was closely related to their cultivation method. For example, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique he cultivated was considered one of the top-tier cultivation methods on the cloud continent. It was even comparable with the Rebirth Martial Emperor's 3 Lives Rebirth technique.
Brother Ling Tian, the effect the cultivation method has on the martial cultivators of Dao Martial Saint Land are completely different from the effects on the cloud continent's martial artists. There are no better cultivation methods on Dao Martial Saint Land, Han Xuanai shook her head and said.
In fact, the Dao Martial Saint Land's cultivation method might not be better than the method on the cloud continent. How could that be? Duan Ling Tian had to admit that Han Xuanai's words shocked him. How's that even possible? Duan Ling Tian couldn't believe it. Boy, what the girl said is true. At that second, Wang Ba's voice echoed in the back of his mind. Really? Duan Ling Tian calmed down after Wang Ba's confirmation, but he still thought that it was unbelievable. Why's that? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and asked. Brother Ling Tian, I've told you previously that the martial artist from the mortal continent would be stronger than a native of Dao Martial Saint Land when they're at the same cultivation base on Dao Martial Saint Land. Han Xuanai said, apart from the difference in environment and resources, the reason why such a phenomenon occurred was because of the cultivation method. The local cultivation method of Dao Martial Saint Land was created by the ancestors with the environment and resources of the land in mind. There are many drawbacks, although it may improve one's cultivation base very rapidly. On the other hand, the cultivation method from the mortal continent would build a solid foundation, although it is slow. The cultivation method exists to help people absorb the power between the heavens and the earth so that they can integrate it into themselves and circle it through their bodies to strengthen themselves and make new breakthroughs. That is the basis of a cultivation method.
As long as it is a cloud continent method that can be cultivated to the Martial Emperor stage, they'd already be better than a local Dao Martial Saint Land cultivation method. For instance, the method I've cultivated is also not a local Dao Martial Saint Land cultivation method, but is from another mortal continent, Han Xuanai continued. Then, how should we, the martial artists from the cloud continent, cultivate once we break through the mortal shedding stage? After all, the end of our cultivation method is at the peak Martial Emperor stage. Duanling Tian frowned with a face full of doubts. He heard what Han Xuanai was saying, but he could not fully comprehend it. To him, it was nothing on Dao Martial Saint Land even after one broke through to the mortal shedding stage. After the mortal shedding stage, there was still the Saint Rudiment stage and even the Saint stage. One would have to continue cultivating even after they broke through to the mortal shedding stage. At that time, their cultivation method on the cloud continent would not be effective anymore, would it? Brother Ling Tian, the cultivation method on Dao Martial Saint Land is far less complicated than you think. As long as it's a method of the mortal continent which can be cultivated to the innate void restoration stage, it'd be able to continue cultivating even at Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, it'll have a different effect on everyone throughout the process because of the different cultivation methods. Besides, the cultivation method will undergo some changes once you break through the mortal shedding stage and open up the saint veins, she said. The innate void restoration stage was the equivalent to the cloud continent's martial emperor stage. While Duanling Tian was stunned, it also made him realize that he could continue cultivating his 9 dragons war sovereign technique even after he had broken through the mortal shedding stage. Saint vein. Duanling Tian looked puzzled as it was his first time hearing that word. Once an innate peak martial cultivator or Dao cultivator goes through another breakthrough, they'll be at the mortal shedding stage. Those on this stage will be able to open up the saint veins in their body. A saint vein relates to the foundation of a martial cultivator and Dao cultivator. The more veins they manage to open up, the stronger they'll be. Usually, the martial cultivator and Dao cultivator from the mortal continents will be able to open up more saint veins than the natives of Dao Martial Saint Land because of the cultivation environment, resources, and the cultivation method. Han Xuanai said, "That's why I said the natives of Dao Martial Saint Land were as strong as the martial cultivators or Dao cultivators from mortal continents with the same cultivation base. Saint vein. The foundation of martial cultivators and Dao cultivators affected their strength." Duanling Tian nodded. The process of opening a saint vein is also known as mortal shedding. That's how the mortal shedding stage came about. Regardless of whether it's a martial cultivator or a Dao cultivator, the more saint veins you're able to open at the mortal shedding stage, the better your foundation will be and the stronger you are. Once you break through to the saint rudiment stage, you won't be able to open a new saint vein, Han Xuanai said. How many saint veins are there in total? Duanling Tian asked. Throughout the years, it's been said that there are 81 saint veins hidden in the human body. However, only a handful of powerhouses managed to open all 81 of them in the history of Dao Martial Saint Land. In the past 10,000 years, there was only one person who opened 81 saint veins. Han Xuanai's eyes were filled with a burning passion when she said that. 81 saint veins? Duanling Tian was shaken. Did it mean that the said person had opened all the hidden saint veins? Earlier, Han Xuanai had said that the more saint veins one managed to open, the more solid their foundation would be and the stronger they would be. If he opened 81 saint veins, did that mean his strength was heaven-defying? Yes. Han Xuanai nodded. I never expected that a person with such heaven-defying strength would have appeared when I was trapped in the Devil Seal tablet. At the same time, Wang Ba's voice sounded in Duanling Tian's mind. You've never heard of him? Duanling Tian was stunned. No, Wang Ba responded. Xuanai, ordinarily, how many saint veins can one open at the mortal shedding stage? Duanling Tian asked. Ordinary people would be considered quite talented if they can open 30 saint veins. Those who open 30 saint veins at the mortal shedding stage would generally be able to enter the saint rudiment stage. Only those who open more than 50 saint veins will have the chance to enter the saint stage, Han Xuanai said. Opening 50 saint veins gives one the chance to enter the saint stage and become a saint stage powerhouse? Duanling Tian gasped. At that moment, once again,
He was impressed by how mighty the powerhouses that opened 81 Saint Veins were. Wang Ba, how many Saint Veins did you open back then? He asked Wang Ba.
59, Wang Ba hesitated for a bit before admitting.
Only 59? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Humph. Boy, a person who can open 59 Saint Veins is already considered talented. During my time, the person who opened the most Saint Veins merely achieved 67 veins. Wang Ba snorted. 67?
That seems a bit far from 81, Duan Ling Tian muttered.
81. That's legendary.
During my era, only 2 people managed to open 81 Saint Veins in nearly 100,000 years of known history in Dao Martial Saint Land.
In addition to the person that girl mentioned, over more than 100,000 years, only 3 people managed to open 81 Saint Veins in Dao Martial Saint Land. Wang Ba snapped. Xuanai, what happened to the powerhouse who opened 81 Saint Veins? Were there any other rumors about him on Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Ling Tian was quite curious about the powerhouse that Han Xuanai mentioned. In Wang Ba's words, people like him were legendary martial cultivators. Yes. Han Xuanai nodded. Her usually relaxed face tensed. After the powerhouse grew, he was unbeatable in Dao Martial Saint Land. In his era, he was ranked number 1 on the Supreme Saint ranking of Dao Martial Saint Land. He once fought against the number 2 to number 10 of the Supreme Saint ranking at once. That was 1 against 9 other powerhouses. That timeless battle became a legend in Dao Martial Saint Land. As Han Xuanai spoke, admiration flashed in her eyes.
Supreme Saint ranking? Duan Ling Tian was stunned.
The Supreme Saint ranking lists the top Saint stage powerhouses in Dao Martial Saint Land. It represents the strongest people on Dao Martial Saint Land. Being number 1 in the Supreme Saint ranking would also mean that he's the strongest person in Dao Martial Saint Land. Wang Ba's voice resounded in Duan Ling Tian's mind.
At the same time, Han Xuanai was still explaining the ranking to him. Does the Supreme Saint ranking place the top Saint stage powerhouses in Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Wang Ba, in your era, what was your placing in the Supreme Saint ranking? He curiously asked.
I was number 99 in the Supreme Saint ranking, Wang Ba said proudly. No.
99? Stunned, Duan Ling Tian then asked curiously how many places were there in the Supreme Saint ranking?
100, Wang Ba said.
How long were you there?
Boy, I'm tired. I need a break. Upon hearing the question, Wang Ba changed the topic and then kept silent. Duan Ling Tian roared with laughter behind his sleeves. It seemed that Wang Ba had not stayed on the Supreme Saint ranking for a long time.
Even though he guessed that Wang Ba had not stayed on the Supreme Saint ranking for a long time, he would never imagine that he did not even stay in the ranks for more than an hour. At that time, Wang Ba was a laughing joke because when he was challenging the number 99 of the Supreme Saint ranking, there were 2 other Saint stage powerhouses waiting to challenge him.
When he beat his opponent and replaced him as number 99 of the Supreme Saint ranking, the following Saint stage powerhouses defeated him. Therefore, he was pushed back by a spot and ranked number 100 instead. However, he was kicked out of the Supreme Saint ranking after the other Saint stage powerhouses challenged him and defeated him. Since then, he had not been in the list at all. That senior was ranked number 1 at the Supreme Saint ranking for 30 years. No one could sway his position. He was removed from the Supreme Saint ranking when he could no longer fight because he ascended heaven and became immortal. Han Xuanai added.
Ascended heaven and became immortal? While listening to Han Xuanai, a scene from Duan Ling Tian's hometown popped up in his mind. That remote canyon with the word sword craved in it was still fresh in his mind.
That Feng Qingyang who craved the word sword and called himself the Sword Saint seemed to mention ascending heaven and becoming immortal.
Thinking of that, Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, Xuanai, how was the powerhouse addressed?
People called him the Sword Saint. Not many people knew of his name, Han Xuanai said. Sword Saint. The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth could not help but twitch when he heard that.
What a coincidence.
Both of them were called Sword Saint and had ascended heaven to become immortal.
It may also be a coincidence. It's not out of the ordinary for a powerful sword cultivator to be called a sword saint, he thought to himself. According to Xuanai, the cultivation method on the Cloud Continent which can be cultivated to the Martial Emperor stage was no worse than a cultivation method from Dao Martial Saint Land.
The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, which I've cultivated, was known as the top cultivation method on the Cloud Continent. I don't know how many Saint Veins I can open when I break through to the Mortal Shedding stage. He was looking forward to reaching the Mortal Shedding stage and opening the 81 hidden Saint Veins in his body. However, he knew that he could not rush it. Currently, I'm merely at the 2nd level Martial Emperor stage. There's still quite a distance to the Mortal Shedding stage. As he thought of it, he was jolted as if cold water had just been poured on his head.
10 days passed quickly.
After 10 days, Duan Ling Tian and the rest along with Yang Hui and the others from Lingshan Peak departed with the people from the Hidden Fog Island to the greatest of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands, Half Moon Island. Apart from them, the other martial emperors and demon emperors from the Cloud Continent also brought their men along. More or less, they had some people who were ranked among the top 30 in the Hidden Fog martial competition under them.
Naturally, there were some martial emperors and demon emperors who did not have anyone ranked in the top 30 under them, but they still went along to join in the fun. It was a rare opportunity to be able to go to Half Moon Island. Such an occurrence did not happen often.
Half Moon Island was located north of the Hidden Fog Island. In the deep sea north of the island, there were even more terrifying underwater demons which included existences stronger than the 4th level Demon Emperor stage. Everyone gathered together and the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island led them towards Half Moon Island.
Duan Ling Tian had seen the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island once before this, but he had only been an innate illusory. Facing the real person, he felt an invisible pressure.
Xuanai, this first island master, is a peak martial emperor and is also on the peak innate stage. Are you confident going against him? After they departed, Duan Ling Tian asked Han Xuanai through voice transmission. It would be a piece of cake to beat him if he didn't cultivate any Saint-grade martial tactic. If he has, then it's hard to say, Han Xuanai answered and Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had cultivated a Saint-grade martial tactic, the Colossal Aerolite Arrow, so he knew that cultivating such a tactic would greatly affect a martial emperor powerhouse's strength.
Martial Emperor Shi Qi, Martial Emperor Lei Ming, and Shou Yi were not part of the group of Martial Emperor stage powerhouses from the Cloud Continent that was heading to Half Moon Island. However, the people from Thundercloud Peak followed under Lan Bai's leadership.
Martial Emperor Yuhan. Duan Ling Tian could sense the constant gaze of Martial Emperor Yuhan, but he did not care. Currently, he was just as strong as Martial Emperor Yuhan. If they were to fight, Martial Emperor Yuhan would be, at the most, evenly matched to him.
It was impossible for her to defeat him.
It's too bad that I didn't make progress on the Aerolite Strike in body and arrow synchronization. Otherwise, I'm sure I'd be able to defeat Martial Emperor Yuhan if I made a breakthrough in any one of them. Duan Ling Tian secretly thought. If the others knew Duan Ling Tian's thoughts, they would definitely feel that he was being too greedy. It was already incredible for a mere 2nd-level Martial Emperor stage to evenly match a 5th-level Martial Emperor stage.
Perhaps it was because of Han Xuanai's order that Martial Emperor Qin Xian did not take the initiative to greet them when he saw her again.
The group left the Hidden Fog Island and headed to Half Moon Island. In addition to the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island, the 3rd island master had followed and guarded the rear end of the group. The 2nd island master stayed behind to guard the Hidden Fog Island. Such a pity.
If that 2nd island master of the Hidden Fog Island, Qinbei, came along, I just need to find a chance to lure him to kill me. He'd definitely attack. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself.
Now, he was no longer afraid of Qinbei. It was because Xuanai and 3 little fellows were by his side. Even if the 3 little fellows were no match for Qinbei, Han Xuanai could still easily defeat or even kill him. He was very confident about that. On their way to Half Moon Island, they did meet some simple-minded demons.
However, they were killed the second they left the water before they even saw their targets. Their fallen bodies dyed the sea red.
That's strong. Every time a demon died mysteriously, everyone including Duan Ling Tian would look at the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island in unison. They knew that he had attacked it.
He's cultivated Saint-grade martial tactics. Duan Ling Tian heard Han Xuanai's voice transmission.
Through the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island's repeated attacks, Han Xuanai discovered something and could confirm that he had cultivated Saint-grade martial tactics. Duanling Tian nodded when he heard Han Xuanai's words. However, he did not seem surprised about it. After all, the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island was the real master of the Hidden Fog Island, which was one of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands. It was not weird for someone like that to have cultivated Saint-grade martial tactics. It would have been even weirder if he did not cultivate it. Time passed silently and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Is that Half Moon Island? Someone called out in a low voice and woke Duanling Tian, who was cultivating with his eyes closed. Duanling Tian stared and saw a small black spot in front that was constantly enlarging in a glance. Unlike the Hidden Fog Island that was shrouded in layers of fog, the island which gradually cleared fell into his line of sight. Half Moon Island, we're finally here, Duanling Tian murmured. In the past month, Duanling Tian devoted himself to cultivating, trying to comprehend and improve his 2 profundities simultaneously. He was improving his strength at every moment of every day. The group from the Hidden Fog Island, including Duanling Tian, successfully entered Half Moon Island under the guidance of the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island. The bird's-eye view of Half Moon Island looked like its namesake. Perhaps that was why it was known as Half Moon Island. When we arrive at Half Moon Island, we'll be able to see the Tao cultivator from the 2 other mortal continents. Duanling Tian's heart was filled with expectation and curiosity towards the Tao cultivators. After the group followed the first island master of Hidden Fog Island to the Half Moon Island, they headed straight to the center of the island. The heaven and earth origin energy was denser the closer it was to the center of Half Moon Island. It seems like the Half Moon Island's supreme-grade origin stone's vein is buried under the center of the island. It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to figure this out. Along the way, all they saw was a lush green forest when they flew. The air they breathed was extremely fresh, and it felt like a spring breeze. Earth from my past life was industrialized and developed. It was rare to have this kind of environment. At this moment, Duanling Tian could not help but think of Earth from his past life. Those days on Earth felt like a lifetime ago. Unknowingly, it has been more than 10 years since I came to this world. Duanling Tian sighed. More than 10 years. I don't know if that guy is dead. Duanling Tian's eyes gleamed coldly when he thought of that person who betrayed him. In this world, we can also see the stars when we look at the night sky. This means the land I'm standing on is probably a planet. Duanling Tian's thoughts wandered. Both are planets. I don't know if the Saint Stage powerhouses on Tao Martial Saint Land can leave the planet and travel through space physically. When Duanling Tian thought of that, he felt very excited. If that was possible, he might be able to travel to other planets or even back to Earth. Although Duanling Tian had nothing he cared for on Earth, he felt a lump in his throat whenever he thought about that person who betrayed him. He wanted to tear him into a million pieces. It would bother him as long as that person was alive. Perhaps, I'll feel better when that person dies naturally after 100 years. Duanling Tian thought to himself. It was not uncommon for humans on this planet to live for more than 200 years once they had broken through to the Martial Emperor stage. As for going back to Earth, Duanling Tian was merely toying with that idea. After all, it was too unrealistic. The Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, mentioned something about ascending to heaven and becoming an immortal. In fact, Xuanai had mentioned it as well. In my hometown on Earth, there were also ancient myths about ascending to heaven and becoming a god. According to the ancient myths and legends, a mortal can cultivate immortality and dharma. In the end, they'll ascend to heaven and soar into the immortal world and become gods or immortals. I don't know if this world's ascending to heaven and becoming an immortal is the same as the one in the ancient myths and legends. A million confusing thoughts filled Duanling Tian's mind. Duanling Tian could not suppress his curiosity and asked Han Xuanai, "Xuanai, you mentioned a sword saint powerhouse who opened up the 81 saint veins, ascended to heaven and became an immortal. Do you know what ascending to heaven and becoming an immortal means?" Han Xuanai frowned when she heard his words. There was a gleam in her mischievous eyes. She said, "I'm not exactly sure what it means. However, there's a rumor on the Tao Martial Saint Land since ancient times that ascending to heaven and becoming an immortal means 1.
is leaving the Dao Martial Saint Land. Leaving the Dao Martial Saint Land?
Duan Ling Tian frowned. What does that mean?
Did they die?
Or did they move on to another world? According to the ancient myths and legends on Earth, ascending to heaven and becoming a god meant they had left Earth and had soared into the immortal world to become gods or immortals.
However, he did not know how things worked in this world.
I've never heard of that before. However, I don't think they died. After all, a saint stage powerhouse's life is extremely long. Han Xuanai said, a powerful saint stage powerhouse's life can be endlessly long. They can live as long as heaven and earth. Boom! Han Xuanai's words were like a bolt of lightning, stunning Duan Ling Tian. Living as long as heaven and earth?
Isn't that like immortality in the legends? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt his heartbeat quickened. It was beating so fast, it felt as though his heart was about to leap out of his chest. Immortality. That was everyone's dream.
Back when Duan Ling Tian was still on Earth, he had heard that the immortals in the ancient myths and legends could live as long as heaven and earth. However, that was only a legend. Previously, Duan Ling Tian thought immortality only existed in legends. However, Xuanai just told him that powerful saint stage powerhouse could live forever.
How could it not shock him?
Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath in an attempt to tamp down his excitement and asked, Xuanai, is what you said true? Powerful saint stage powerhouses can really have endless lives, living as long as heaven and earth. It's true. Han Xuanai nodded. It's not rare on the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, not all saint stage powerhouses can live as long as heaven and earth. Those powerhouses who have just broken through to the saint stage can only increase their lifespans to 1,000 years old.
1,000 years old?
Although Duan Ling Tian was still surprised, he could remain calm because he had discovered that immortality existed.
Once you break through to the saint stage, your lifespan can increase to 1,000 years old?
Powerful saint stage powerhouses can live forever. Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with desire when he thought about this. He yearned to break through to the saint stage and become a saint stage powerhouse one day. Boy, if you can break through to the mortal shedding stage, your lifespan will increase to 300 years old. If you make it to the saint rudiment stage, you can live up to 500 years old. Wang Ba's voice sounded in a timely manner. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up after he heard Wang Ba's words. Even if one broke through to the martial emperor stage and became a martial emperor powerhouse, their lifespan would only be increased to almost 200 years old. However, the mortal shedding stage could grant a lifespan of 300 years old. In addition to the saint veins, Duan Ling Tian currently also yearned for longevity. He desperately wanted to improve his cultivation base and break through to the mortal shedding stage. Haha, Tangzhen, it's been a while. Hearty laughter sounded suddenly and shocked Duan Ling Tian.
Duan Ling Tian looked up and discovered that they had arrived at the center of Half Moon Island. They were hovering in midair above a few buildings. An old man stood before them. He was followed by another 2 old men and a middle-aged man.
The old man and the 3 people behind him wore the same outfit. There was an embroidered half moon on their chests. The shape was similar to Half Moon Island. Their outfits were obviously a uniform of Half Moon Island. However, unlike the blue half moon on the old man's chest, the other 3 people had green half moons. It seems like the color of the moon represents their status on Half Moon Island. Duan Ling Tian managed to figure it out with just a glance.
At the same time, some whispering entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. It's the Vice Island Master and Elders of Half Moon Island.
How do you know their identities? Just look at the embroidery on their chests. On Half Moon Island, the class is clearly divided by the colors of a rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Red is a mark for the lowest status. It's only for ordinary outer island disciples. On the other hand, violet is a mark of the highest status. It represents the island masters of Half Moon Island. I've also heard about that. Below the violet moon, the indigo moon belongs exclusively to the 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island. After the indigo moon, the blue moon represents the inner island elders of Half Moon Island.
Most of the people who were whispering were the core disciples of Hidden Fog Island.
As one of the overseas Saint Islands, they had heard some things about Half Moon Island. Xiao Kuan, you haven't died yet. Faced with the greetings from the Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island, the first Island Master of Hidden Fog, Master Tangzhen, smiled. However, the words that came out of his mouth were not polite. Most of the people from Hidden Fog Island and Duanlingtian were shocked when they heard his words. In comparison, the three elders of Half Moon Island were a lot calmer. They did not seem surprised.
Meanwhile, the Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island, Xiao Kuan, smiled at Tangzhen. How can I die when you're still alive?
Don't you forget that you're older than me by a few years, Xiao Kuan said triumphantly. The group from Hidden Fog Island, including Duanlingtian finally, had an inkling of what was happening. The first Island Master of Hidden Fog Island must be old friends with the Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island. In fact, they must be quite close. Otherwise, they would not be so casual with each other. You old fart, you have nothing else to say apart from this? Tangzhen retorted snappily after he snorted. He always lost to Xiao Kuan because of that. Haha, saying this is good enough. After smirking and laughing, Xiao Kuan looked at Duanlingtian and the others. All of you must be tired from your journey with that old fart. I'll bring you to a place to rest. After that, he and the three elders of Half Moon Island turned around and led the way, descending to the ground.
However, the Hidden Fog Island's disciples did not follow them. Even Duanlingtian and the others from Cloud Continent did not follow them. They only looked at Tangzhen. They did not dare to follow them because they were afraid of the first Island Master of Hidden Fog Island's strength. If he was dissatisfied, he could kill them in just a second. Naturally, there were some who were not afraid of Tangzhen. Han Xuanai did not follow them because she saw Duanlingtian did not move. It was not because she was afraid of Tangzhen. Duanlingtian and the others only made a move when Tangzhen moved. Under the Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island, Xiao Kuan's arrangement, Duanlingtian and the others stayed in a building in the center of Half Moon Island. It was also the main building on Half Moon Island. This was where everyone under the Island Master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong, stayed. This included the Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island, Inner Island Elders, Core Disciples, and Inner Island Disciples.
When they were in a spacious hall, Han Xuanai looked at Xiao Kuan, who was flying away, and muttered, "This Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island is a Dao cultivator." Dao cultivator? Duanlingtian's eyes lit up when he heard that. He immediately followed Han Xuanai's line of sight and looked over.
However, he could not find any difference between Xiao Kuan and martial cultivators no matter how he looked at him.
At the east of Half Moon Island, close to the sea where one could hear the continuous sound of waves hitting the shore. Pa, pa, pa. The waves kept rolling as they pounded on the rocks and produced different sounds. So, a black light flashed past. It was an arrow that was as black as ink. It was headed straight to the seaside.
Almost at the same time when the arrow was shot, a purple figure stood above it and moved along with it. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at the seaside as a tremendous force spread out and broke the incoming waves.
The figure stepped on the arrow and flew in loops around the seaside and the surrounding sea. Soon after, the purple figure slowed down and revealed itself.
It was none other than Duanlingtian, Martial Emperor Yuhan. As Duanlingtian looked at the woman standing nearby in midair, he retrieved the arrow at his feet. He held the bow in one hand and the arrow in the other.
It seemed as though it made him feel more secure. The woman was the master of Yuhan Valley on Cloud Continent, Martial Emperor Yuhan. She was not here earlier. It was clear that she had only just appeared.
Duanlingtian, you're really bold. You actually dare to come out and cultivate alone in a strange environment like this, Martial Emperor Yuhan said leisurely as she looked at Duanlingtian calmly.
Duanlingtian looked at Martial Emperor Yuhan. He clicked his tongue and said, "I don't know if I'm bold or not, but Martial Emperor Yuhan, you're really patient. 13 days. You waited for 13 days before appearing."
As soon as Duanlingtian finished talking, Martial Emperor Yuhan's expression changed completely.
13 days ago, she discovered that Duanlingtian would leave the residence arranged by the Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island and cultivate his martial skill here. He would be here for the entire day. In the beginning, she only hid at the side, fearing it was a trap. As she hid in the dark day after day to observe Duanlingtian, She searched around and discovered that no one was following Duanling Tian or protecting him.
Today was the 13th day she followed Duanling Tian. When Duanling Tian was cultivating, she conducted a blanket search around the area and did not find anyone at all.
She, who usually played it safe, finally decided to kill Duanling Tian so she could obtain his inheritance from the rebirth Martial Emperor. Martial Emperor Yuhan gasped. She looked around, thinking there was a hidden powerhouse who had tipped Duanling Tian off. "Stop looking. I'm all alone," Duanling Tian said faintly. "You're alone? You actually detected my presence?" Martial Emperor Yuhan asked in a deep voice as her eyes flashed. "Did you think you had hidden yourself well?" Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. "I almost forgot. You're the third reincarnation of the rebirth Martial Emperor. It's not surprising that you have something hidden up your sleeves." Martial Emperor Yuhan sized Duanling Tian up as her face eased a little. "Previously at Hidden Fog Island, someone had saved you. This time you won't be so lucky on Half Moon Island," Martial Emperor Yuhan said as she drew her spirit weapon out. It was a 3-foot-long quasi-royal grade spirit sword. She was prepared to go all out to kill Duanling Tian in the shortest time possible. This was to avoid any unforeseen variable. "It seems like you're very confident about killing me," Duanling Tian said leisurely as he stared at Martial Emperor Yuhan. "Stop playing tricks," Martial Emperor Yuhan sneered. Her robe fluttered before she disappeared. She flew out with her sword in hand. It was as though she had transformed into a giant sword as she flew across the sky. The giant sword emitted a burst of ice-cold aura that caused the surrounding air to stagnate as though the airflow had condensed.
"Today you must die," Martial Emperor Yuhan said coldly as the spirit sword in her hands trembled. The surrounding aura became colder.
"Heaven and earth wipe out." Martial Emperor Yuhan immediately used the most powerful sword skill in the Han Bing's divine sword technique. She aimed her killing shot at Duanling Tian's vital parts, fully intending to kill Duanling Tian with just a blow.
"I must die," Duanling Tian replied with a sneer. Faced with Martial Emperor Yuhan's fierce sword skill, he drew the bowstring of the bow in his hands until it was the shape of a full moon.
When Martial Emperor Yuhan cast the Heaven and Earth Wipeout, a small bright spot appeared at the tip of the sword before a terrifying coldness erupted and a thunderous noise reverberated in the air. It froze everything in its surroundings into ice sculptures before crushing it.
"Jiang!" Duanling Tian had loosened his hand on the bowstring. It was also the hand that was holding on to the end of the arrow.
"Show!"
In that split second, the arrow shot across the sky. Its speed was a lot faster compared to when he was alone.
It was obvious that he was concealing his strength earlier.
Body and arrow synchronization. At the same time, Duanling Tian flew with the tailwind and landed on the arrow. As the speed of the arrow increased, his speed increased as well.
Hua! 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 At the moment when Duanling Tian shot the arrow out, the bright spot at the tip of Martial Emperor Yuhan's sword exploded soundlessly and transformed into a skyful of light specks. It swept out as it emitted a burst of cold aura. Duanling Tian stepped on the arrow and escaped Martial Emperor Yuhan's attacks. At the spot where Duanling Tian was standing at earlier, the air condensed and exuded an extremely cold aura. "Oh no!" Martial Emperor Yuhan's expression changed dramatically when she saw Duanling Tian's current speed was faster than hers. Even after she unleashed the full power of her movement technique and martial skill with her quasi-royal grade spirit sword, she was still not as fast as Duanling Tian. An ominous feeling rose in her heart when she thought about how Duanling Tian had been hiding his strength from her for the past 13 days and the fact that he knew she was hiding in the dark all along. Since Duanling Tian knew she was hiding in the dark, why was he so calm? These things that she had not given much thought to prior to this shocked her now as she broke out in cold sweat. Unless he's confident that he would win. Martial Emperor Yuhan turned pale, and she felt a chill creeping up to her head when she thought about that possibility. Run.
The thought continued to magnify in her head. She was so scared that for the first time she thought about escaping.
However, could she escape now? Aerolite strike. A cold voice sounded along with the short-lived sound of wind whistling. Before Martial Emperor Yuhan had time to react, her body shuddered, and she whimpered.
From the beginning until the end, all Martial Emperor Yuhan saw was a lightning-like black flash. In the next moment, there was a heart-wrenching pain coming from her hand that was holding the sword. There was a bloody wound on her wrist. The spirit sword in her hand almost fell. Fortunately, she managed to catch it in time with her other hand. So, another sound of wind whistling sounded. Before Martial Emperor Yuhan could react, another bloody wound appeared on her other hand. The spirit sword eventually fell to the ground. You. Back then it was you who negated my heaven and earth wipeout and saved Martial Emperor Xianxia. Although Martial Emperor Yuhan managed to stop the bleeding on both her wrists, her face was pale and she looked unwell. She looked at Duan Tian quizzically as disbelief filled her eyes. That person whom she thought was weak was actually stronger than her? She found it hard to accept this fact. If you're too greedy, you'll end up with nothing. Your Yuhan Valley is blessed enough to obtain Martial Emperor Han Bing's inheritance. It's a pity you didn't cherish it, Duan Tian said coldly. In his opinion, Martial Emperor Yuhan was doomed the moment she laid her eyes on him and tried to plot against him. Meanwhile, the arrow in his hand rested on the bowstring. He drew the bowstring back into the shape of a full moon again and aimed it at Martial Emperor Yuhan. At this moment, Martial Emperor Yuhan felt like she had a bull's eye painted on her, and there was no way for her to escape. Martial Emperor Yuhan gave up on resisting. It was as though she already knew she was going to die today. However, she could not help but voice out her confusion. I'm curious. Why is there such a huge difference in your strength when you utilize your spirit weapon and when you don't? Even if she was going to die, she wanted to understand why. Back then, I checked your strength. That day, you used the spirit archery set and broke my heaven and earth wipeout. Although I didn't utilize my spirit weapon then, the strength of that attack isn't the strength you possessed. Due to that reason, the Martial Emperor Yuhan did not think that arrow was shot by Duan Tian. Saint-grade martial tactic, Duan Tian said leisurely. After he finished speaking, Martial Emperor Yuhan's eyes widened. Shock was apparent on her face, and a bitter smile hung on the corner of her mouth. I see. You've actually cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic. Martial Emperor Yuhan had heard of the Saint-grade martial tactic before. Its existence was above the heaven-rank advanced martial skill, and it was extremely powerful. No wonder I lost. Martial Emperor Yuhan gasped. One last question. What's your current cultivation base? Third level Martial Emperor stage. After Duan Tian finished speaking, he suddenly let go of the hand that was holding on to the arrow. He also loosened the bowstring, granting the arrow absolute freedom. Arrow light strike. The arrow shot out once again. It penetrated Martial Emperor Yuhan's chest and killed her. Martial Emperor Yuhan, the number 3 Martial Emperor on Cloud Continent, died just like that. First, it was Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Then, it was Martial Emperor Yuhan. Among the top 3 Martial Emperors on Cloud Continent, 2 of them had died in Duan Tian's hands. After Duan Tian kept Martial Emperor Yuhan's spatial ring and profundity fragments, he stood in the air and recalled the earlier incident as he muttered after the body and arrow synchronization entered the fundamental awareness stage. My speed has really improved to the next level. With my cultivation base at the 3rd level Martial Emperor stage and the breakthrough of my sword concept, it's not too difficult to kill Martial Emperor Yuhan. In half a month, it'll be the day to meet the island master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong. Soon after, Duan Tian came back to his senses. Currently, it had been 2.5 months since the time he arrived at Half Moon Island. When he first arrived, he learned that it would take 3 months before he could meet the island master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong. At that time, Di Yong would personally select his direct disciple.